Under the sun, the fields are alive. Cheering crowds and the teams collide. In these moments, we stand tall and free. Florida's pride runs deep in me. With every touchdown, we rise and we cheer. Unity and spirit, the heart of the year. Raise your voices, let's make it loud. In Florida's high schools, we're so damn proud. From the bleachers to the end zones glow. Football and cheers make our spirits grow. Girls in the game, they're fierce and bright. Flag in hand, they give it their might. From every town they bring their dreams. On this field of gold, nothing's as it seems. Together we shine, together we play. In Florida's heart, we own this day. Raise your voices, let's make it loud. In Florida's high schools, we're so damn proud. From the bleachers to the end zones go. Football and cheers make our spirits grow. So here's to the game, we'll rise and stand. In Florida's field, real dive band.
Good morning to y'all. It is time for a special edition of the Drive the State. It is the so-called Christmas morning of playoff football. I'm Josh Wilson.
Yep.
We'll have some special guests on later on here. The show will be going on until about 3:30 this afternoon because not only we got the playoff brackets coming out at noon from the FHSAA, there will also be the FIT brackets at 2 p.m. So we will have all of that for you here as it is now the second season underway as of today. Appreciate everybody joining us. There's Reno in the house, in the chat. Miraculous Bullies says, let's go Eastside Rams. Eastside district champ. We'll figure out where their seating is at. But as we get going here, again, welcome to the bracket breakdown here. We're going to actually get it back onto the right screen there because we are – there we go. As I get going here, again, welcome everybody to the Drive the State edition. This is a special edition of Drive the State where – yes, we are going to find out what the brackets are going to show us here and everything today here. And it's really, really exciting. I know we've been talking about this here, Chris, and it's, again, a lot up ahead here over the next few hours here with everything with the playoffs set to take action.
Oh, yeah. We got a lot of people on the bowl looking to see if they're going to make it or not. We got some real questions about who's going to be number one, who's going to be number one seed, who's going to be number two seed.
Yeah.
Who's going to be on that cut line. So
a
lot to be determined in the next hour.
I know, absolutely. And later on, we were supposed to have 5 people coming on at various points. We were down to 4. Unfortunately, Mike Rideout, he lost his voice overnight, basically. His voice, he is sick. So, unfortunately, we will not have Mike Rideout as part of our analyst, but we do have Larry Blustein lined up. Alan Zodarsinski. We have Charles Jones from Central Florida Preps. We also have Irish Bill Hammel from Irish Bill Sports out in the Panhandle. Some great guests jumping on. We may get a few coaches if they want to pop in here, and if they let us know, we'll give them the link to join us here during the show here over the next few hours. Here we go. Yeah, 12 p.m. is when the main brackets come out. We're setting the table for y'all here in this first hour. That's what we're doing. That is what we're going to do here. Once the FHA goes live at noon, we'll bring this live into you for here, right here. Y'all don't have to jump trying to figure out jumping YouTube channels. We'll bring that feed in here to you on this show. That way y'all can just see it and y'all will hear our thoughts and analysis as we roll through that here. And everybody appreciate it. If you don't, you're not a subscriber to us on YouTube, subscribe, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell. We appreciate it. And then hit the like on the video because it helps us grow our channel even further. And Coach Mike in the house from Sumner down there in Riverview. Yes, Sumner District champs in over there in Class 7A Region 2. So they will be in the playoffs, guaranteed playoff berth. And Chris, I've got it set up here. I think, okay, if you're not a season ticket subscriber, you everybody got if they were season ticket subscribers, they kind of got an early look yesterday. Our projected playoff bracket, what we're thinking that the FHA is going to reveal. All right. So here's the deal. Now I'm going to show you what we're thinking here, and we're going to start with Class Rural, go up to 7A. So we're going to go in order of how the FHA. We believe the FHA is going to reveal the brackets, which I believe is going to be 7. It's going to be rural. They're going to start with rural and they'll go up to 7A. All right. So with that said here, let's go ahead here and bring the Class Rural, what we're thinking here on the projected bracket here. What does the state see what the seating order will be? So Class Rural 1 through 16. This is what we're thinking here. Hawthorne 1, Blustein 2, Chiefland 3, Pahokee 4, Taylor County 5. And then Williston 6, Baker 7, 8 would be Madison County. The defending state champs, we're thinking 8. They'll get enough just to get to the 8th spot, host a home game in the first round. So the top 8 seeds will be home teams in Class Rural. And then look at 9 through 16. Those teams will be on the road. But this is, again, our projected bracket. This is not anything official from the FHSAA. So let's just make sure that y'all understanding this is our projected seedings. So, we'll find out at noon what the FHA has to say because, again, we don't know what the formula is. Everybody really doesn't know what this whole formula is. It's convoluted, to say the least, Chris.
Oh, yeah. And we've had issues with the ranking over the last few weeks and ever since they started coming out. So it's been one thing after another and a lot of more questions than answers.
Yeah, there's really a lot more questions and answers, and it definitely is. Hey, Charles Jackson, I definitely will bring you on. Charles Jackson hosts the high school football final over there on WCR 107.9 in Lake Butler. We'll bring him on because he's been following Union County and also North Central Florida football all season long. So we'll get him on. And Charles, send me a direct message shoot me a message on Facebook, and I'll send you the link on over. We'll get you on here at some point during the day too here as well. Yes, we have a prediction for every classification, every region, every bracket. Okay, so we're going to go through this. This is what we got for rural right now. This is what we're thinking. This is what we're thinking of rural. So this is what we're thinking how the numbers will fall, so to speak, Chris. Yeah, and you could see a lot of interesting teams up in the rural out there. People sitting there, and Fort White as well. So yeah. I mean, yeah, it absolutely is. Looking at that, I mean, the way it's looking at it, there's going to be some teams on the outside, and I just think, Chris, give me 1 second. I'm going to drop myself off camera real quick. I've got my printout. I just got to go grab it off the printer, and the printer's in the next room. So you give people a little bit real quick here. Let me drop off real quick. Be right back. So as you see on the Class Rural projected seating, you have Bradford and Hawthorne supposedly going to meet. This is our projected. Our projected matchup with Shipley and Madison County, Liberty County, and Pahokee, Fort Meade and Taylor County, and then Sneed and Blunttown in that and going to the bottom of the bracket. Then you have Lafayette and Baker, Clinton and Chiefland, and then Fort White and Williston. Yep. Those are your projected matchup for the rural class. Yeah. So I'm back now, Chris, here with everything. And yeah, I've got it all sitting here right here. What I pretty think it's, I mean, I'll tell you all right now, this is 20 some sheets. When everybody keeps saying crest, I'm assuming strawberry crest is what y'all are chanting for. Ooh, this is going to be interesting as we roll through this, but just sit tight. We're going to roll through these. We're going to roll through our projections here over as we get ready here for the FHA to reveal the brackets here coming up here at noon at the, I should say, at the top of the hour in journalistic terms. Yes, but as you talked about it here, Chris, you said it's pretty much a straight seating in this one with the Class World. Obviously, one hosts 16. 8 would host 9, 4 hosts 13, 5 hosts 12, 2 would host 15, 7 would host 10, 3 would host 14, and 6 would host 11. So that is a look at what we've got right there right now in terms of what, boy, we have. I got to give y'all a shout out for all of y'all who are tuning in across all 3 platforms we're streaming on. Good morning, Nully. Good morning to y'all. It is exciting to be here with y'all. It is. We're going to have breakfast and football together because, I mean, I had my breakfast already a little bit. I mean, so we're doing good. Chris had his breakfast too. So we're rolling along here. So again, appreciate everybody that's tuning in, joining us here across the social media platforms, and especially on the X and YouTube. A lot of viewers sitting there, and of course, Facebook as well. Let's go look at Class 1A. Start with go with 1A and start looking at. Let me make sure that I've got the right button here. If it's going to let me do it, hold on one second here. Let's see. It's not going to let me do it correctly, is it? No, hold on, because. Oh, wait a second. It does it. It's on the other thing. So I've got to do it this way. Forgive me because I've got two different systems here. So I'm having to do it 2 different ways here. So give me 1 second. There we go. All right. So here we go. Class 1A Region 1 here. We've got, starting with what our projected order is going to be: University Christian 1, Trinity Christian 2. We feel like Trinity Christian has done enough to get up to that number 2 spot. We feel like McClay losing their last 2 games kind of impacted them, and I think that's going to cause them to drop to the 3 seed when the actual brackets are revealed here. And looking at that, 4 would be Episcopal, 5 Impact Christian. We think Trinity Catholic will kind of slide to the 6 after the way the season kind of ended for them, especially the way they lost to Newberry. It was a pretty significant loss, in my opinion, on that one. Your prediction would set up at Madison County Hawthorne in round 2. Yes, it would, and that's just the way these rankings can end up falling here. So we'll see what happens, because again, we don't know what the formula is. I've seen some wild, crazy things here, and I see they're saying here in Brandon and Brayshaw may make the playoffs. Yeah, we'll get to that. They're Class 3A, so we'll get to that here in just a minute here. So. Hunter, state championship in round 2 in that one, in that rural bracket. I mean, I don't necessarily call that a state championship necessarily. I mean, let's not discredit the other teams that have worked their butts off too this year. So,
yeah, you'll notice in the 1A Region 1 bracket, North Florida Christian's on the outside looking in on this thing.
And there's a situation. There's a situation I want to explain about North Florida Christian here. So apparently they did make up their game against Jefferson County on Tuesday night. Well, they didn't let nobody know really that they were making up the game. It just kind of happened. But from what happened was that the game result was never entered into Max Preps. And from our understanding, that result actually will not count now. So this could actually impact North Florida Christian actually getting in the top 8. And I don't even know if that result was entered, would it be enough for them to get in the top 8? I feel like Providence will have a little bit more based upon strength of schedule that they will get in. Obviously, North Florida Educational 6-4. They've done actually come out of the woodwork here this year. Kind of surprised me this with North Florida Educational, but yeah, it's crazy, but this is not the first time a result has not been entered and ended up messing up a team for the playoffs. So, and this has happened several times over the years, but teams at the ultimate are responsible for putting their scores in. And, it's not our job to tell them, but, hey, we're just trying to do a service to say, hey, we don't see your result. You may end up risking what's happening here. So that's the situation. And with that for Region 1 here. All right. Let's take a look at Region 2 here, Chris. Here, Carrollwood Day. I don't think CCC is going to have enough to jump Carrollwood into that one spot, just because Carrollwood has rolled to a 9-0 record. I think Carrollwood would be 10-0 had that game against Berkeley Prep had been played, but they didn't make it up. You know, Berkeley Prep had some struggles at the start of the year. They have come along nicely here as of in the late part of the season. So a good on for Berkeley Prep there in that situation, but focus on 1A Region 2 right this second. We're thinking Carrollwood Day 1, Clearwater Central Catholic 2, Lakeland Christian 3, Orlando Christian Prep 4. Now, what's the interesting about Orlando Christian Prep in the 4? They would actually have to travel to Melbourne Central Catholic in the 5 spot because Melbourne Central Catholic won 1A 6. By the way, also another caveat to note here. I got to say this. Another caveat to note: there was actually a temporary injunction that was verbally ordered that would allow the first academy in Orlando to enter the playoffs, but that order was never signed, and instead they were looking at some other things. While that the hopes of First Academy being granted a playoff spot, that's out the door. That's never mind, considering the fact that 1A6 was with their district, and they did not play Orlando Christian Prep or Melbourne Central Catholic this year. They did not leave them on the schedule. Had they left them on the schedule, I probably would have given more credence to that whole situation, being like, okay, well, let's see what happens.
Yeah, in order for that to go through, I think they would have had O2 on the schedule, and they didn't do that. So.
And I think, and I'll be honest with you, you would have probably seen Orlando Christian Prep and Melbourne Central Catholic be like, hey, wait a second, hold on. You know, we did what we were required to. They didn't.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if the First Academy dropped it or the other two did drop it, but when it could have been an either or situation. But regardless, in the end of the day, it probably would have been, hey, if this is what the goal was towards later on, you were going to think the story would have been maybe safer to, hey, tell these, if it was the other schools that, if it was the two that dropped them, say, hey, wait a second, hold on, let's leave this on the schedule. We'll leave you on the schedule, but let's, just in case something happens. But that's not the case. I digress. We'll go from there. Oh, okay. I see Coach D from Orlando Christian Prep has jumped in here and on the chat, and he said absolutely 100%. So our comment that they actually dropped them it sounds like he's agreeing on 100%. That is actually the case here. So yes. So, and I know the other schools would have said, hey, hey, we did what we're supposed to do. Why are we being penalized now for this before something? So that's 1A is Chaminade versus Chaminade. that deserves a laugh track. I don't know how you're going to get Chaminade versus Chaminade, but I get what you're saying there.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. All right. That's 1A Region 2. Obviously, looking at it, Victory Christian 6, Indian Rocks Christian 7, Father Lopez 8, Father Lopez District Champion, but that's be sent on the road to go play Carrollwood Day. That's the unfortunate side of that, Yeah.
All
right. 1A Region 3. This is what we're thinking. I don't think Cardinal Newman had enough, especially after losing to Buchholz. Had they beaten Buchholz Friday night, I would have given credence to maybe Cardinal Newman jumping St. Petersburg Catholic for that one spot. But after that, I just don't know if there would be enough there, especially the fact that St. Pete Catholic has gone a perfect 10-0. I think that's the first time in school program history they've gone a perfect 10-0. I haven't been able to officially confirm that, but where are they having state title games at this season? Same place they were last year. Rural and the FIT bracket games will actually be at the Villages. 1A through 7A will be at Pitbull Stadium down in Miami. So Cardinal Newman 2, we're thinking Community School 3, St. John Newman 4, Southwest Florida Christian 5, Northside Christian 6, Benjamin 7, 8, Evangelical Christian. The 9th team in that region is First Baptist, which struggled this season basically, but they're not going to make it. I don't think they're going to have enough points to over jump Evangelical Christian for that 8th spot. All right. Into Region 4 here, Chris, here as we roll along here. And my goodness, the number of people that are watching us live, I love it. Thank y'all, everybody that's watching us. Again, we'll bring the FHSAA feed in live here when everything goes live here at noon here from the FHSAA. So we will bring that live feed into y'all, so y'all don't have to jump anywhere, move around. We'll have that for you here as well. All right, here we go. Class 1A Region 4, we're thinking this: Shamana Madonna, True North, St. Andrews, Miami Edison, top 4 seeds, Westminster, Archbishop Carroll, Palmer Trinity, and then St. John Paul II out of Boca Raton being the last 4 seeds in this bracket here. And again, so you're going to have some situations where a district champ might be a lower seed, and they're going to end up hosting the and now let me go back to Region 3 real quick here, where we're thinking real quick here, but I'll go back to that. In a situation would be we're thinking if this is what pans out, St. John Newman would actually go on the road to Southwest Florida Christian and play Southwest Florida Christian because they're a district champ. So
yeah.
So that's the situation, but nothing right here. Now, if it's a district champ versus district champ, obviously the higher seed of those 2 district champs is going to be the host. So that's looking at that right there. Again, I don't see anything out of the ordinary here that would be like, I think in our projections here, looking at, let's get to 7A. Well, we're working our way up. We're working our way up. We start with 1A, going up. So right there, that's what we're thinking in terms of the projections there for Class 1A. That's where we're thinking what's going to happen here. All right, so let's get into Class 2A here. Class 2A Region 1 here. We're thinking Bowles will be the 1 seed. I don't think there's any clear cut. I don't think that it's clear cut there. Pensacola Catholic will be 2. I think, and then South Walton will get a 3 seed. South Walton's played a pretty good, strong schedule. I think that's going to be pretty solid there. Baldwin 4, we're thinking Baldwin 4, they will actually have to go on the road to play Florida High. Now, Florida High was a little interesting twist here. Gadsden County being playoff band, they're not in the playoffs, but Gadsden County did beat Florida High, but Florida High is still district champs, so Florida High would get the right to host that game as the 5 seed in that region in Region 1 here, as I pulled up my sheet here with all the information I've got right here. So, and in the same situation, South Walton would go on the road to play Bozeman because Bozeman is district champ. They would host it as well. Then obviously we're thinking Freeport 7, Walton would be in there as the 8th seed for Class 2A Region 1. All right. Class 2A Region 2, thinking Bradford will be the 1 seed, Villages 2, Cocoa 3, and then Calvary Christian Clearwater 4. Cocoa, 3-game win streak, didn't make up the game against the Popka because obviously Popka wasn't going to have any chance at the playoffs. And, for Cocoa, it was better just to go ahead and rest up. I get that. So the situation, but I don't think there's enough there for Cocoa to go all the way from being in the 3-4 range all the way up to 1. So Cocoa, first round home game, probably going to have to travel most likely in for the second round. Which if that happens, they win that game, then most likely we be at the Villages in round 2. So. No, Zach. First Academy is not eligible. The First Academy was not eligible. They were going to. They were going to look like they were going to be eligible potentially through a court order and injunction, but that is not happening. So, that one's been put to rest here as of this morning. So, but Chris, man, I wouldn't be surprised if this is the exact order in this region here. With the
I wouldn't be surprised either, and unless. You get some random thing where Berkeley Prep gets in, but
well, Berkeley Prep will be in, I think, at 5.
Yeah, I mean, like astronaut or
astronaut. Oh, for astronaut, yeah. I don't think astronaut's going to have enough to jump Santa Fe, especially after beating Weeki-Wachee. But why I think Newberry will go to 6 and Santa Fe 7 versus what was in the last set of rankings last week is because I feel like the Newberry win over Trinity Catholic and then Santa Fe beating Weeki-Wachee. It's kind of the weaker situation. So. I do understand the man. Tyler, I do understand Madison County's rural string schedules 2 times 3 is harder than the rest of the teams. I absolutely 1,000% get it, but I'm basing an educated guess based upon how these rankings have been working. So,
and you can throw the logic out the door with the FHSAA rankings. So,
So that's what, again, we're trying to be educated based upon several different factors and really looking at everything. So I understand you're looking at the MaxPreps ranking. You can't go by that, what's on maxpreps.com. You have to go by what's the FHA modified formula from MaxPreps. That's the biggest difference here that we have to talk about here. And that's why, again, we're based upon, hey, okay, what was last week? Look at that information. Look at some of the other data that's in there. And who in Newberry play Newberry would go to Cocoa, that based upon if this is the projected bracket. Again, these are projected brackets. This is nothing official, people. Official is noon. This is what our projections are. Again, on the screen, it says projected seating on it, and we're projected seatings. This is a look at our projected seatings. So, all right. Let's go to Class 2A Region 3 here as we're getting closer to the bottom of the hour here. So we're about 34 minutes out from the FHA starting up with I guarantee it probably won't start until about 2-3 after, because sometimes that's what happens. Looking at Class 2A Region 3 here, obviously you're going to see this here with you got Cardinal Mooney. We think Cardinal Mooney clear-cut 1. Lakewood will be the 2. Both teams 9-1. Glade Central also 9-1, I think, but they're going to be the 3 seed. And then you got Calvary Christian out of Fort Lauderdale 4. Bishop Verot 4-6, but I feel like if you look, you want to talk about one of the better 4 and 6 teams in the state here. Bishop Verot's one of those ones right there this year. Kings Academy 6, at Somerset Canyon's at 7, and the North Broward Prep would be 8. And then what we're looking at right now is actually I put it wrong here, but Somerset Canyon's in my sheet here, but Somerset Canyon's actually would be a host in the first round, as they are district champ, and they would host Lakewood in that first round. So the 7 would host the 2 in this situation. And then Class 2A Region 4 here. I'm thinking because of everything that happened, looking at some of the numbers and stuff, I feel like Cardinal Gibbons has a chance to jump over Immaculate Cell for that 1 seed. I just looking at the strength of schedule, looking at some other factors there, I feel like there may be a nut there that pushes Gibbons over Immaculate Cell in the rankings. And then of course I think LaSalle would be 2, Killian 3, Gulliver Prep 4, Ransom Everglades 5, Carroll City. There's a 3-way tie in 2A 14. Western Hialeah dropped midway through the season, so not everybody played the full complement of district games. So what I'm thinking, what's happening here is that by removing the Western Hialeah games that had been played, everybody in the district was 1-1, but Carroll City was kind of leading the clear cut in the rankings when the last rankings were updated before in going into week 11. I feel like Carroll City, there will be enough there for them to be the district champ. And then Somerset Silver Palms, and then Monsignor Pace, which, interesting enough here, North Miami Beach might be the team that gets left out. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
So
yeah, not only that, Hallandale 6-4 is also being left out of this thing. So
yeah, Hallandale could be left out. North Miami Beach could be left out. There's a lot of factors here, so we'll see what happens. We'll see how close we are, and so we'll take a look at that and see what happens here as we get ready to go into the playoff bracket reveal here at noon, coming up here in 31 minutes. Hard to believe it's going to be here quick. All right, Class 3A Region 1 here. Looking at it, Reigns. We think Reigns is a clear-cut 1. That the 1 seed is theirs. Okay, Bay I think will be 2. Both Reigns 9-0, Bay 9-1, clear-cut. You got Bishop Kenny. I think Bishop Kenny 3, Yulee 4, West Florida 5. I think West Florida will jump Wakulla, especially after the fact that Wakulla did lose to Gadsden County on Friday night. I feel like that'll be enough to push them down into the 6th slot. And then you got Gobby 7-9. I think Baker County will round it up at 8. So, yeah. Tyler, let me address this. It's not just based upon basing off record. I'm not basing off just record. I'm basing on string of schedule, but I'm also basing off how the FHA rankings have acted this year. And I'm going based upon that. It's basically trying to be an educated guess as what I feel like. Madison County was ranked 10th in the last rankings last week. I don't think there's enough for them to go from 10 to 2. Or 10 to 5. I feel like there might be enough there for them to go to 10-8, but definitely not so dramatic jump like that, based upon the way the rankings have acted this year. Let me clear that up. So, anyways, 3A Region 1 right there. Let's go to 3A Region 2 here. Looking at it, you've got, I think, Bishop Moore, even despite the fact of losing to Lake Mary, I think that they will still be a clear-cut number 1 here, Chris, in the Region 2 bracket. O'Galley will be number 2. And then O'Galley did win their district, but the loss to the losses that they had I'm trying to correct myself here, because O'Galley they had that loss Atlantic a couple of weeks ago, and I feel like that kind of in a little ways, because then Atlantic losing the West Boca Raton, I'm not so sure how much that helps them now in this situation. But I understand, Tyler, I understand they're ranked number 3 in max preps, but here's the thing: the rankings with the FHSAA are very much different, and so we have to take that into consideration. So, anyways, looking at it here, East Side 3, Merritt Island 4, South Sumter 5. I feel like there's going to be a trade-off between East Side and Merritt Island in the 3-4 spots. Titusville 6, Tavares 7, and then Hernando will be the 8th seed. And Hernando. Unfortunately, Hernando district champ will end up having to go to Bishop Moore. So, that's a lot right there, Chris, for them.
Oh, yeah, and that's a long drive.
Oh, absolutely here. All right, taking a look at Class 3A Region 3 here. I think Booker will be clear-cut number 1, Jefferson 2, Nature Coast 3, and then Chamberlain roll around at the top 4 seeds. And then you got Boca Ciega, Bayshore, Gibbs, and Mulberry. Mulberry being district champ over in District 12. They're going to be most likely on the road to Booker in that one spot, or Booker is that one spot. When does FHSAA go live? Release the brackets at noon. We will bring that stream into the show here. I promise y'all, you're not going to miss anything. I promise. I wouldn't do that to y'all. Okay. All right. And then Class 3A Region 4, we're looking at it. I mean, this is unfortunate here because that Miami Northwestern Miami Central game is going to be a state championship game sitting there. And they're going to be most likely, they'll meet each other in the regional finals. I mean, they've already played each other this year. Northwestern won that 130-21. But looking at this, we're thinking Lele will be 3, Key West 4, Cypress Lake going up in the 5 slot, Estero 6, St. Brendan 7, and then Somerset Academy, Pembroke Pines will be in the 8 slot, coming out of Class 3A Region 4. And sure that I've got all my papers here in order, because I don't want to lose anything as we're doing this, because the way I did, I just printed off from what I did, and so it's kind of backwards working here for me. So usually
yeah, same here.
Usually I have it in the other order going from up and down, but because of the way I did the stuff for the content for yesterday, it was a little different. But with that said, we're going to take a quick break here in just a moment here, and then we're going to come back and we'll do the rest of the classifications. We got to take a 2-minute timeout, catch our breaths, get some water here, because when everything goes live at noon for the FHA, we're gonna stay on and go from there. So we're gonna take a quick break here. We'll be back here in about 2 minutes here on the Drive the State edition of the Blitz, the special edition of the Drive the State. We'll be right back here in just a moment.
I've been thinking about this for a long time. I thought, if that's out there, I want to make sure I see it and I get involved in it, because to me, this was music to my ears. I was blown away. When you look at today's kid, the millennium kid, they learn by being able to see it. If I can see it, it's a great chance that I can do it. First Down Playbook is a tool that can essentially change the way we teach the game.
Box Out gives you the ability to create graphics at the speed of sports to highlight your athletic department, teams, and student athletes in seconds. Used and trusted by Notre Dame, Ohio State, UConn, Marquette, Georgetown, and many more of the top college brands in the country. If you want your school's brand to stand out through all the clutter, start your free demo at boxoutsports.com.
High school sports fans, follow your team live with a free ScoreStream mobile app. Download ScoreStream to get real-time scores, photos, and awesome video. Plus, follow your favorite teams and friends. Get real-time high school sports from ScoreStream.
Get ready for the 2026 Coach of the Year Clinics. This February and March, see top collegiate coaches, learn from the best, and take your program to the next level. Don't miss America's most respected coaching clinics.
All right, welcome back here to the Drive, the state edition of the Blitz here on FloridaHSFootball.com and the Florida HS Football social media networks and all that. And unfortunately, before we get to the rest of the classifications, we do have some breaking news to get into. Well, shocking twist here. The First Academy out of Orlando is now eligible for the playoffs. The judge did sign the order here in the last half hour, lifting the playoff ban per John Santucci over the USA Today Florida Network. First to report this, Orange County Judge Margaret H. Scherber temporarily lifted the First Academy's postseason ban on November 6th. Less than 2 hours before the Florida High School Athletic Association has announced the playoff brackets, a hearing has been scheduled for 1:30 p.m. on November 10th, which is Monday. So this could be a real interesting story, so to speak here, Chris, because
that's going to change a lot of things if they get granted access to the playoffs.
Yeah, and I don't know how I'm kind of curious now if does this delay the release show here? I mean, this is absolutely nuts here. I'm kind of like I'm so confused because Attorney Leonard Ireland who represents the FHSAA legal counsel has been non-zone for many years. You know, the FHSAA board of directors, they're the ones that made the final decision. The FHSAA executive director Craig Damon has no way of reversing that that ruling. That it's up to the board of directors. And
like we said earlier, if they had kept those two teams, the district teams, on the schedule, they would have a lot more. They would have a lot more leg room on this lawsuit. But now that's 50-50.
This is a roll the dice here situation here, and right now I can tell you right this second here. There's one team right now, and I'll let me give me 1 second. I'm going to get this back up here on the screen here. We're going to go back to 1A Region 2 here real quick. For y'all, I'll go ahead and bring this back up here on the screen here as we do this here. Right now, the team that would be affected here, Connor, I wish I'm going to be very careful how I frame the words here, because again, this is not the first time these kind of cases have been filed. It's happened in other states, so there's kind of a precedent situations that, they could look at other cases in other states and say, hey, this is what happened. Our team got playing with the playoffs. And then the next thing you know, they're getting the team that would be affected here in this situation. If everything happens, Indian Rocks Christian would be out. because Father Lopez is a guaranteed in. Our district champs, they cannot be bumped out of that. They can't be bumped out of that slot. Indian Rocks would be the first team out now.
Mm-hmm.
Or it could be a chance if there was a chance for Crescent City to jump in, they could be out too. So there's two teams right now that be greatly impacted by this decision from the judge. So it'll be interesting to see here coming up here in about 20 minutes here. So we got to get rolling here. Give me 1 second. We're going to get back to the other brackets here real quick here. And then I will bring that back up here on the screen here because we've got Class 4A Region 1. We got to get through 4 more classifications, but I think we can do that here in the next 20 minutes. No issues. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's get to it here, Chris. 4A Region 1 here, as you see it here. Looking at St. Augustine, I think St. Augustine will have enough to get back into that 1 spot, despite the fact they lost to Mandarin, Choctaw 2, Columbia 3. I think Ed White will be 4, Pine Forest 5, Rickard 6, Booker T. Washington 7, and Escambia getting in at 8. So, any thoughts there, Chris, real quick?
Yeah, it's about what we would expect to see what happened here. There's no teams that are really looking in the distance. So
yeah,
I mean, you could have an argument with Choctaw right now, considering they lost that last game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It definitely a lot could happen there. All right, let's go into Class 2A, Class 4A Region 2. Thinking Jones will be the 1 seed, Zephyr Hills 2. As much as I would feel like maybe Zephyr Hills has a chance at 1, I feel like Jones' strength of schedule is going to be the thing that outweighs Zephyr Hills getting to that. But Zephyr Hills will be the 2 seed, Lake Wales 3, Vanguard 4. Then looking at Auburndale 5, New Smyrna Beach 6, Rockledge 7, and then Lecanto sitting there at number 8. And then going into Class 4A Region 3, Chris, this is what's interesting here. Let's talk about this one because me and you talked about this one, Chris, especially with what's going to happen with that number 8 seed. Just 1, Port Charlotte 2, Clearwater 3, Naples 4, South Fort Myers 5. We're thinking Blake 6, Dunbar 7. Dunbar did enough to get it back into that 7. But here's the thing. Osceola out of Seminole is the district champ out of 4A 11. The interesting scenario is Southeast is 8-2. Southeast is 8-2. Southeast is going to most likely miss the playoffs because their strength of schedule is actually sitting it's sitting higher, but Osceola is a little bit lower, and Osceola would jump all the way up to that 8th spot. That's what we're thinking.
It's not just Southeast; it's also River Ridge too. River Ridge is 7-3. So
and we think River because Dunbar did enough Friday night that River Ridge is going to be out too. So we got a really, really interesting situation going on here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what this region ends up in the actual reveal.
Yes, absolutely here. And with that said, let's go to 4A Region 4 here. We're thinking Archbishop McCarthy will be the 1 seed. They are district champs. Our American Heritage will be 2, Dillard 3, Norland 4, Judson Beach 5, John Carroll 6, Plantation 7, and Hialeah at 8. And let's go and take a look at Class 5A Region 1. This has been what a lot of people in the chat have been asking about, especially with Class 5A. So start with Region 1. We're thinking Ponte Vedra will have enough to be the 1 seed, Mainland at 2, Mosley 3, Beachside 4, Milton 5. I feel like that Beachside did it just enough by winning their district. They'll get over Milton on that one. Middleburg going in at 6. We're thinking Middleburg at 6, Niceville 7, and then Lincoln at 8. Which in that situation would give Lincoln a home game and would host Ponte Vedra in that 1 spot if that happens. If this is what if it plays out like this.
One of the rare times where 1 team has to travel to the 8 seed.
Yeah. So with that said, that's what we're looking at there in Class 5A Region 1. Let's go to 5A Region 2. Let's look at it. Lakeland losing to First Academy on Friday night. I think that's going to push Edgewater above to the 1 seed. Childs on the outside. I think Childs is on the outside of that because Middleburg's 8-2. Niceville strength of schedule weighs a little bit more heavier. I think comes into them, and that's how the heck would they jump us when they have the same record in our strength of schedule? Squatty, it's an educated, projected guess here at this particular point because again, the FHA rankings have been so wild. I'm trying to figure out myself. So,
yeah, the problem is the FHSAA doesn't have a really set the definition of what the playoff rankings are.
No, you're right.
And that's been a big issue in the last week and a half.
No, but I think here in this situation, you got Lakeland. Lakeland's going to be going down to the 2 spot. Gaither 3, Tampa Bay Tech 4, Sebring 5, Lake Gibson 6, Winter Spring 7, and then Wesley Chapel sitting there at 8. I feel like that's where the bracket's going to land at there for Region 2. Let's go Region 3. Riverdale, thinking Riverdale will be 1, Cape Coral 2, Manatee 3, Manatee losing to Sarasota Riverview. That kind of may have hurt them a little bit, 4 and 6 on the season. District champs, but still feel like a good. You talk about another good 4 and 6 team here. That's the case here. Immokalee 4, Pinellas Park 5, Gold Coast 6, Charlotte 7, and North Fort Myers slipping in the back door at 8. So. And then let's go to 5A Region 4, where we're thinking with the projected seating order here. St. Thomas Aquinas 1, Atlantic 2, Coconut Creek. By the way, I think St. Thomas Aquinas, by them winning Atlantic, losing to West Boca Raton Friday night, that will be enough to put St. Thomas Aquinas in that 1 spot, Atlantic at 2. Coconut 3, MacArthur 4, Mater Academy 5, Martin County 6, North Miami 7, and we think Miramar will be 8. I don't think Heritage Palm Bay has enough to get in, but we'll see. So, again, crazy things have happened. I don't know if there's usually when the YouTube link goes thing, it just goes live. They don't ever put a link up beforehand. So you just kind of keep checking the live feed. That's the live tab on the FHSAA. So we'll have to check there and see in a moment here. Class 6A Region 1. I'm going to double check here. Just kind of keep a check on the FHSAA feed here real quick here. But Chris, if you want to go over this one here real quick while I do this here.
Yeah, class 6A Region 1, you have Buchholz number 1, Mandarin 2, Pace at 3, Neath at 4, Evans at 5, Oakleaf at 6, Oviedo at 7, and then Crestview is at the 8th seed there. Yeah,
we're thinking this is what our projected bracket's going to be here for this one. And I agree. This 6A Region 1 bracket loaded with great teams. Loaded. We're thinking that in Region 2, Armwood's going to be 1, Southlake 2, Osceola 3. I don't think there's going to be enough for Osceola to push ahead of Southlake into that 2 spot. Bureau 4, Riverview 5, Durant 6, Plant will actually get in at 7, and we're thinking Melbourne, because of the last 2 losses they've taken, will slip back to 8, and that'll be just enough to kind of push Forest out. Forest will be on the outside looking in, we're thinking, but again, we don't know. When is Rural? We already did Rural. We're going up. We're going up. But this is our projected this is what we're projecting. FHSAA comes live at noon. So we're keeping an eye on it. We're at 12 minutes out to the top of the hour. And then we'll bring in that live feed as soon as the FHSAA brings it on. We'll bring that live feed in for y'all here. Class 6A Region 3, we're thinking West Boca Raton will be enough to jump to the 1 spot. Palmetto 2, Eastlake 3, Parish Community 4, Mitchell 5, Leonard 6, Largo 7, and Wiregrass Ranch gets in at 7. Seabreeze out. I think Seabreeze is out. I think Seabreeze will be out. I'm sorry. That's Class 4A Region 3. I don't think there's enough there for Seabreeze to get in this year. Class 6A Region 4 here, we're looking at thinking Miami Southridge will be the 1, West Broward 2, Flanagan 3, Monarch 4, Doral Academy 5, Piper 6, South Plantation 7, and South Broward at 8. So that's what I'm thinking here with Class 6A Region 4. All right. Class 7A Region 1, looking at this, thinking DeLand 1, Clear Cut number 1, 10-0. That's played really well this season, and DeLand has a legit shot of actually winning their first state title in school history now because of the way they've played this year. Not counting out Venice by any means, people. Not counting out Venice. Just hold your horses. All right, got Boone thinking Boone 2, Spruce Creek 3. I think Boone will jump enough to get over Spruce Creek for that 2 spot. Lake Mary 4, Winter Park 5, Sanford Seminoles 6, Haggerty 7, leaving Lake Brandley out, because Creekside will have the 8th spot as a district champ. And then Mark Cannon says he's at the car wash watching to drive the state. Hey, there's one of our people there. Appreciate everybody. Again, we do live shows. We do live shows Tuesday and Wednesday nights with our Blitz shows, and we do Drive the State. We do it also on usually Tuesday nights, but this is a special edition getting ready here for the playoffs. All right, we're thinking top 7A region 2 here. Venice 1, Sarasota Riverview 2, West Orange 3, Sumner 4, Plant City 5, Ocoee 6, Alonzo. We think Alonzo hasn't just enough to get in at that 7 spot. 8 spot will be taken up by Ridge Community here. And honestly, the thing is Ridge is 5-5, but they're district champs. That potentially is a couple other teams out like Strawberry Crest. This is what happens when you go straight through 1 through 8 seating order. So, and then
you got Strawberry Crest and Alonzo, and that district was so competitive this year.
Yeah,
it's interesting to see how. It's interesting to see how Strawberry Crest, if they do make it, what the reaction is going to be. So,
Zach, did y'all put First Academy? Zach, if we put First Academy in, well, we know Indian Rocks Christian will be the one team that be bumped out. We're First Academy P, probably we at this point we would project a 3-4 seed probably at this point if that's what's going to happen. Again, considering this is all like this news is coming out as we're live.
Yeah.
All right, 7A Region 3, we're thinking Vero Beach 1, Jupiter 2, both teams 10-0, Fort Penn Central at 3, Dr. Phillips at 4. We'll think Palm Beach Central has enough to jump over St. Cloud. They go to 5, St. Cloud goes to 6, Lake Nona Seven, and Palm Beach Lakes at 8. Did Ocoee make it? Well, we're thinking Ocoee will make it. This is based on our projected bracket. Again, this is what we're thinking. So, again, these are projected seedings. These are not official. Again, I repeat, not official. Projected seedings. The FHSAA Playoff Reel show is coming up here at top of the hour. And we're getting to 7A Region 4. That'll answer your question about what our projections are for 7A Region 4 dealing with Santa Lucia's. We're thinking Miami Palmetto, Clear Cut number 1, Spanish River 2, Goldman 3, Santa Lucia's 4, South Dade 5, Columbus will be in at 6. In fact, Columbus, you want to see a good 3-17 that's played a really tough schedule? There you go. I'll point that one out to you, Columbus. Yep. And then we got thinking Western at 7. They're district champs. They're in. Coral Glades gets in because of some things that they did to finish up the regular season, and I think they just did enough just to get in. So,
yeah, there's a debate between them and Cypress Bay on that region.
Yeah, absolutely, and I don't think that's there's enough there for them to be able to get back in for Cypress Bay. Cypress Bay was in there at the 8th spot, so but that is what we've got right now here in terms of the rankings, or what our projected playoff brackets, I should say, right now here as we roll through the Drive the State here on FloridaHSFootball.com and the FloridaHSFootball.com social media handles and everything. And it's like, again, there's so much here that it's especially with the news coming out about First Academy. I mean, who else would like to throw some breaking news at us? Because I mean, anything's going to happen here.
Bring it.
Go ahead and just bring it. Just go ahead and bring it. Because honestly, we're
it's been a circus ever since the first ranking came out. So,
and I would play the theme, the Benny Hill, but I don't want to get penalized by YouTube again. So we're not going to do that. Oh boy, we got over 1,300 people watching on X. We've got over 550 people watching us live on YouTube. You guys are great. We appreciate y'all watching and tuning in to hear the analysis, to hear our thoughts and everything here coming up here. We're going to have some great guests coming up here after everything goes with the playoff brackets. So we'll bring people in here as we do that. So we'll have Charles Joe from Central Florida Preps. We'll have Irish Bill. We'll have Larry Blustein joining in. We'll have Alan Sauter-Sinsky coming in as well. We'll have a couple other people jumping in as well. I believe Charles Jackson, our boy Hunter Williams, who's jumping in. We may get him on here to talk a few things too, because he's seen Columbia this year quite a few times, and we'll be able to bring him on as well. But actually, you know what? Let me send the link to go ahead and send the link to Hunter. We may bring in Hunter now first because I want to maybe go ahead and bring that in. And then
Now, one other thing we're going to have tonight. Later tonight, we're going to have printable brackets as well. So I'll be working on that one after the show. So printable brackets will be up later tonight on the site as well. So
okay, I'm keeping a check on for the FHA live stream here. Just give me a second, just be patient with me, guys, with this, because again, usually once they put the live stream up, they usually put it up, and then they give a few minutes for people to get in there and stuff. So once that goes live, we will bring it in here and everyone else. So, hey, Hunter, if you're going to join the show, just exit out of YouTube so we don't have any feedback. That's the only thing I'd ask for. So, Sarasota, Mark gives the Sarasota High has filed an injunction to get an image. Oh, geez, Mark. Come on. Oh, gosh. Mark. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. You're killing me over here. Looking at the comments
so the
here.
bracket should be up. They should be starting the show within the next 10 minutes or so.
It's 56 after, so I'm keeping an eye on for a live feed here.
Yeah.
Hopefully soon, because I am. And they don't let you have notification bells on because since they're a nonprofit and it's designed for kids, so to speak, for their thing.
Mm-hmm.
We don't get a notification bell when they go live because they have it disabled.
Yeah, one of the few things that they can do.
We'll bring Hunter in here. Hey, Hunter Williams, Hunter got fallen over Columbia, but Hunter, I mean, what are your thoughts here so far as we get ready, waiting here for the FHA playoff brackets to come in?
I mean, I would say this for so far is that from the way that I'm seeing, with the breakdowns, I think it makes sense. I hope that that some of this will make sense when we get the final brackets in a few minutes. You never know with the FHSAA sometimes, because we might have the great idea of what should be the case with these rankings, and then we get the release and it's gonna be okay, what just happened there?
Yeah, that's what I'm exactly thinking is what we're gonna happen. We're gonna say, what, we didn't expect this. What's by the way, real quick here, I do have to there is something I have to get to here real quick, because I do need to say something, because someone just mentioned about this here about Ed White, and I do need to let me get it up here because I saw the post here. That way I can. Well, are you serious? Okay, there we go. I'm trying to get it up here. So, by the way, congratulations to Ed White, who set the regular season points record, 537 points. They did break Apopka's record of 529 set in 2013. The most points scored in the regular season, Trinity Christian 1999 held the area record of 528. Apopka holds the overall total state that includes playoffs. That's I think it's over 700. So we'll see. Come on, let's see. Come on, FHA. Let's get this.
That was the 2014 year, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. I want to say 2014. I think they did it 700. I have to go back. It's a crazy amount.
Yeah, because I remember they scored 60 points or something on First Coast in that finals.
Oh yeah, they did. I think yeah. The first it was Apopka and no. 20. No, I want to go back to 20. We're waiting for the bracket. We're waiting for the FHA to go live here. It's going to be coming up here at noon. It's we're waiting for them to bring the live stream in. They have not gone live yet. I don't know what's going on. Usually, I bet they probably. The only thing is this: I haven't seen anything come out on their social handles. The only thing is because of this injunction that has been granted.
They may delay this because of that injunction. So that's another.
We may be in a situation of a delay. We don't know yet. Social media's going bracket. Oh, I just got a text message. Unfortunately, the bracket release has been delayed until 1 p.m. due to unforeseen circumstances. Social media stuff will be going out The injunction
Right.
First Academy. The First Academy got an injunction to go into the playoffs. Yeah.
Here we go.
I always wanted to like ask with this, like the part I never get with the whole like with the bracket release, if they're going by the idea of like they have a set formula and all they have to do is put the numbers in, when these numbers have been put in with every result, like it should not be take them that long to fix it.
Yeah, this is a massive problem here because I think because not only did First Academy not play district games, now they're being granted a temporary injunction to be in the playoffs. We're in a
This is unprecedented.
Does that mean they would be an at-large team too?
Yeah. You're right.
So that's going to delay the fit bracket another hour too, I believe.
Yeah, so we might be on here until 4:30 now, ladies and gentlemen. So get ready. Get ready. Why is it delayed? So the situation is this: we're delayed until 1 with the brackets because of the injunction that came through just within the last hour. From the Florida High School Athletic Association, and being that they got served in this temporary injunction by First Academy. That the court order was signed this morning. We thought, well, because it wasn't signed, everything was dropped out. But they said unforeseen circumstances is what.
And we know what the unforeseen circumstances are.
So these unforeseen circumstances, we already know what the unforeseen circumstances are. So, I mean, we're in a situation, this is, again, unprecedented here with everything going on. And there's
a way to describe this. Am I surprised? No. But am I shocked? Yeah.
If it say somehow botching a simple bracket release.
wow.
It's not them botching the bracket release. It's more First Academy just saying we want in.
I wonder why they waited so late to file their injunction case against the FHSAA for this.
Well, we're going to put it up here on the screen why everybody is delayed until 1 p.m. Eastern time due to First Academy getting the injunction to lift playoff ban per USA Today Florida Network. So this is stunning. This is some stunning information. So we're going to stay live. We're not going to go off. We're staying live here, and we'll still bring this playoff bracket to y'all here.
We could probably rehash the projections as well. So.
Yeah. Yes.
But First Academy being eligible for this kind of throws a wrench into it.
So we're going to keep an eye on this, but yes, the FHA just posted their statement. Because of this, the official statement is the bracket delayed by an hour, and Justin Barney says that it says the FHA football bracket's delayed by an hour. Thanks, First Academy.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Imagine what would happen if this was a college football playoff.
I'm really stuck. I'm really stunned here. I'm just really, I'm really stunned here. So yeah, the TF delays for everyone because they broke the rules and policy last year, and the rest of the state is punished and forced to wait. Well, I mean, yeah, this is what. Yeah, I really wished, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, I really wish this was much simpler. They're still going to go live on YouTube. They're still going to do it. It may delay the bracket reveal the FIT by 15 to 30 minutes. We don't know. But right now, as it stands right now, the bracket reveal is now delayed until 1 p.m. Eastern. So this is what we've got here. We're waiting to see what's going to happen here. I'm just reading off messages on social media. A lot of people are frustrated, and I get to understand the frustration, but this is again, well, this is what's come down the pike. Again, I can see part of what they're saying, like, hey, you we had other similar circumstances. There was other situations here. You gave Gadsden County a 1-year playoff ban. You gave us a 2-year playoff ban. You Miami Northwestern didn't get a playoff ban for all the other stuff that happened in Bridgewater. That's what they're kind of saying. Hey, we're, if you're gonna treat us this way, you need to treat everybody the same, not just pick and choose who you're gonna penalize for these kind of infractions, is what they're saying.
Question I would ask here also is, like, if this is the precedent's been set that if you take this issue to court and they lean in favor of the team that was penalized, does this mean that going forward any team is just going to go to court and get it lifted? Like, is this going to be a new precedent where there's no enforcement, no punishment for any recruiting?
Yeah, this could set a new precedent. You're absolutely right. I think now what kind of precedent are you setting? Because now, but there is a hearing that will happen on. This is not the FHA's fault. They did not expect this for a court order to be signed and handed into their offices 2 hours before bracket release.
This goes back to the transfer rules as well. We've had several situations this year where players are transferring in the middle of the season. So this could all play as part of it. So,
I mean, you're absolutely right. We got a lot going on here with that, and there's a lot going on. I wish we could say this is so much easier than whatnot. There's a lot going on here. This is just unreal. This is unreal in terms of what is happening here, because there's just I really wish there's a big frustration. First Academy had the induction granted to be placed in the state playoffs. School, they're basically saying, hey, you know what? Well, Miami Northwestern to get qualified sanctions after the Bridgewater case. This is what the parents at First Academy are saying. Hey, this is what, hey, because you didn't come after, and they had significant violations like we did, but y'all didn't come after them. We're saying, hey, hold on, wait a second.
Brian Lester tweeted, so first the FSA votes to have districts for all classifications, then we find out Will doesn't count. Now we find out the bracket released delayed for an hour. So, yeah.
And this is the thing, and I'm only going to do it. I'm only going to do it once, because I know I will take the penalty from YouTube for this one. But this is what it feels like. Yeah. So there. Yeah. That's what it feels like to me right now. I feel like I'm starting to run around in the Benny Hill show. For you guys that don't Google search it, you'll understand once you see clips from the Benny Hill show.
Once you see the intro for that show.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. All right, you know what? Since we're here at this conjecture, since we're gonna have to wait a whole nother pretty much hour here for this whole thing, we'll keep an eye on the FHA stuff here. Actually, real quick here, why don't we do this? Why don't we take a quick break, collect our thoughts, and we'll come back. We'll rehash what our projected playoff bracket pairings are going to be. I know everybody's looking for the playoff brackets. I know that y'all are looking for it. We can't do anything about it. We're everybody, like everybody else here, we're in a definitely in here right this second. Yeah. So
we're scrambling to find out what's going on.
I mean, I really like to know what exactly, but I know from Micah. everybody says the FHA should post I got a message from a coach here. Said the FHA should post all the other classifications. Well, I mean, I get it, but this is the situation here. Let's take a quick break here. Let's come back and then we'll kind of for those who may have missed it here, we'll go back over everything with the projected seedings that we're thinking what's going to happen here. I'll try to fix 1A Region 2 now based upon the new information we have here. So we'll be back here in just a moment here on the Drive the State edition of the Blitz. Now going to be extended now for a little bit longer as we wait for the FHA playoff brackets. We'll be right back right after this.
I've been thinking about this for a long time. I thought if that's out there, I want to make sure I see it and I get involved in it because to me, this was music to my ears. I was blown away. When you look at today's kid, the millennium kid, they learn by being able to see it. If I can see it, it's a great chance that I can do it. The First Down Playbook is a tool that can essentially change the way we teach the game.
Box Out gives you the ability to create graphics at the speed of sports to highlight your athletic department, teams, and student athletes in seconds. Used and trusted by Notre Dame, Ohio State, UConn, Marquette, Georgetown, and many more of the top college brands in the country. If you want your school's brand to stand out through all the clutter, start your free demo at boxoutsports.com.
High school sports fans, follow your team live with a free ScoreStream mobile app. Download ScoreStream to get real-time scores, photos, and awesome video. Plus, follow your favorite teams and friends. Get real-time high school sports from ScoreStream.
Get ready for the 2026 Coach of the Year Clinics. This February and March, see top collegiate coaches, learn from the best, and take your program to the next level. Don't miss America's most respected coaching clinics.
Welcome back here to the Drive the State edition of the Blitz. We would be going through playoff brackets right now, but unfortunately, yeah.
Some team in Orlando trying to make everybody wait.
Yeah, injunction was served to the FHSAA, court order injunction to allow First Academy into the playoffs. Social media update right now. Somebody said 12:15 a link. I haven't seen a link posted at all from the FHSAA. I'm on the FHSAA YouTube page where they're supposed to be that. In my sources from inside certain places around the state telling me the same thing, 1 o'clock. So right now, I got to say this. Here's the situation that we're looking at here. Playoff bracket release delayed until 1 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Central due to the First Academy getting an injunction to lift playoff ban per USA Today Florida Network. Problem that we're facing right now with this whole entire shenanigans, call it the crap show, whatever you want to call it. Reading some of the tweets here. Here we go. This is what's interesting here. I'm reading some tweets from Justin Barney over at WJXT Channel 4 in Jacksonville, and so he's saying this is ridiculous. Issue I have with a situation like TFA is the punishment was very well warranted. Understand parents not happy, but the FHA has zero power to actually. If the FHA has zero power to actually enforce punishment, then what's the purpose of following the rules?
Yeah, that's fair.
Chris, your thoughts?
Yeah, like I said a few minutes ago, this whole thing is stemming from the transfer issues that we've had all season long, with players transferring in and out of various schools. And if you're going to allow that, I think First Academy's got an argument here as to what their punishment should be. They
But yeah, he remembers that in 2015, Orange City University parents filed an injunction that was heard the day of a first round game. They lost a court hearing. I don't know if this was necessarily exactly football. They lost a court hearing. Mandry wound up playing a veto, but University was trying to sneak in. Mandry could have had a total different opponent than it was planning for. This is a situation that we're going to face here going in here. I don't have time to update the graphic because I don't know. We're kind of keeping an eye on things here because anything could change here on a moment's notice here. So let's just kind of keep an eye on. We're kind of keeping an eye on the FHSAA YouTube feed to see what's going to happen here. Again, a lot of, as you see on the screen here, again, the playoff bracket reveal delayed until 1 p.m. Eastern due to the First Academy getting an injunction to lift playoff ban per USA Today Florida Network. They were the first reported. John Santucci there reported it. Again, it is really. It's really like you got to be honest. This is like this is wild. Never as we get ready for a playoff drop that we have this happen here. Some people are saying, "Hey, the FHA can't get anything right." This is not an FHA's issue. This is not an FHA's fault. They were handed this injunction. They have to now they got to follow the court order based on the injunction. They have to follow it. All right. Otherwise, they could be facing more legal issues. There's a hearing set for November 10th. First round of the playoffs, obviously next Friday. There's a lot here that really is. There's so much here that we've got sitting here. It really, really is like a lot to discuss, a lot to really try to digest here because it's just there's so much here, and I'm just talk about being stunned. I'm stunned right now.
So there's the Orlando Sentinel got something out from Chris Hayes. He's got a story up already with a quote from the First Academy attorney.
Oh, let me. Yeah, I'm gonna pull that up here. So I've got multiple screens here so y'all are understanding of what's going on here. Here we go. So looking at the reporting from Chris Hayes, so the injunction was subject to evidentiary hearing, which is Monday 1:30. I just want to give you an update as soon as I could. Representing TA players, I believe it's enough to halt the pairings announcements. I believe it's enough to halt the pairings announcements, but that is what we're working on right now. I really don't know. These are very, very unique circumstances. So right now, as it stands, it's it felt like it was spiraling in the mess. It was spiraling out, to a mess yesterday evening. And how here we are Thursday morning. Judge Schreiber heard my expert argument this morning and granted the emergency temporary injunction on the record. From there, she asked to submit a proposed order for an entry, which we, the petitioners, did prior to 11 a.m. this morning. Since then, the FHA attorneys filed a motion to dismiss, abate, or transfer to proper venue. And as a result, the judge did not sign the order. This was yesterday. Again, there's a lot going on here. I'm trying to really which quote did you see a particular quote, Chris, that may have stood out? If you
the story that he just posted earlier had a statement from the attorney from First Academy from what I saw.
Yeah. So trying to look at here, looking for this quote here because there's some interesting quotes here in this story here. I'm trying to make sure I'm crediting the. Hold on, let's see. John Ramsey, the father of offensive line, that Reed Ramsey, and along with his wife and mother Heather, and Mother Heather were lead petitioners on behalf of the parents and expressed his frustration Thursday morning, but then the response greater going to hope. Basically, they felt like the FHA and the board of directors has a vendetta against the First Academy. Well, I mean, if we go back and look at the history of the FHA, this ain't the first time the FHA has handed down sanctions like this. I mean, we can go back, we can find instances of what they did that to Arlington Country Day baseball, or basketball. There's different. There was a school called Parkway Academy down in Miramar back in 2009. They took a big hit. Basically, what happened? Parkway Academy is nowhere to be.
Lakeland, Armwood, and Central all had entire seasons wins wiped clean because of recruiting.
I mean, let's go back to 2012 with Armwood and Miami Central. Both of them had their records wiped clean. They're basically the state title doesn't exist from that year, between those two. So again, this is not, some of this is not the first time that we've seen this kind of thing happen. It's not. Okay, Corey, I just got a message. Hold on. I got to keep checking the feed because I would hate for us to miss something if they're live. They're live. Hold on. Live. Oh, they put it live. It says due to circumstances. Okay, so okay, I've got it. Hold on. Let's give me 1 second. So this is what's on right now. Due to circumstances outside of control, it will air. So they brought it up live. I think this is to help try to address everything.
Yeah,
I might as well just leave the screen up for right now, so this way y'all see what's going on. But the information that we know, this is what's happening. So, anyways, let's continue on the conversation here. I mean, this is just I'm befuddled. I'm shocked, say the least.
Shocked, but not surprised for me.
Shock is not the man. I'm just.
If you want to put it yeah.
Now we got a coach chime in, and this is a coach from the McClay head coach. He said, "This is a horrible situation. Cheat, get caught, be punished, have the courts bail you out. This is crazy if they are allowed to the playoffs. Do we have to follow any rules?" See, now here it comes. There's going to be coaches from other schools. There's going to be a lot of people coming out asking, "Hey,
Josh, Allison posted something about Gadsden County. If I'm Gadsden County, I'm livid right now. This is wild.
Yeah, you're Gadsden County. You're livid right now because you know why? You know why you're livid? You just got a playoff ban, and we following the rules. Okay, we're taking our punishment. We took our licks. We're going to sit out the year. We're going to sit out the playoff ban, despite the fact, by the way, Gadsden County beat Florida High. The only district game they had to play this year, by the way, they would have been rightful district champs if it weren't for the playoff ban.
Yep. And Gadsden County got a better case than First Academy at this point because First Academy canceled their district game.
Gadsden County coach also leave at the because of all this?
And the head coach left. Yes, the head coach left. Gadsden County, the head coach left. He's now at Savannah State as a wide receivers coach. But still, the fact that the way Gadsden County, those boys played, they won that district game they needed to play. All right, they beat Wakulla at the end. All right, now you're Gadsden County. I'm sorry to say, you're pissed. You're pissed off right now. You're Gadsden County. You're pissed off right now because of what just happened. Allison just said this. Why even have a governing body if you're not allowed to allow the governing body to govern?
Yeah. And this is oh.
Corey just tagged Corey Davis at the Plaquemine Daily News just tagged me. Let me retweet these couple of things from the Jaguars because this is the final player of the week and coach of the week for the year. Here we go. Corey says, First Academy getting a last-minute win is so ludicrous. They cheated. They got caught. Now they must pay the price. And it says that this happened during the softball Final Four. I believe it was Winter Springs that was allowed to play in the state championship game after winning a ruling the day of the championship game.
It was Winter Springs, yeah.
So we've got some interesting. Again, we're here. This is what's going on. They're out of their control. This is out of the FHA's control. This is not fault of the FHA. What a wild day this is here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. This is one of those things where it's just everything is just yeah.
It would be funny if it wasn't so sad.
I know. This is a situation. All right, you know what? Since we're waiting here, I've got the. Let me do it this way here. Let me fix. Okay, let me go ahead and do the. While we're doing this, I'm gonna go ahead and get this up here. We'll start from the beginning.
Yeah. Like I just mentioned, Gaston County. If you're Gaston County, you're livid right now.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely livid right now. You're so livid to the point.
Steaming hot mad.
Oh yeah, this is one of the most. This is one of the most insane things I've seen in a long time. All right.
I agree with the sentiment that was said earlier about the fact that why even have rules if it's going to get overturned the minute that you take it to a courtroom?
Yeah, let me go ahead and bring this up here while we're. All right, here we go. All right, there we go. All right, we'll bring this back up while we're waiting. Again, our projected seatings here that we're talking about. These are our projected seatings. You're stopping. Yeah. You haven't missed anything, Emery. Good to see you jump in here. But I mean, there's a lot going on.
Yeah. You missed the fireworks already.
You missed the fireworks or the air horn going off. Anyways, man. Let's just go ahead and talk about this here while we're rolling here. Projected seatings, what we're thinking here. You're looking at rural right now. We're thinking this is what's going to be the projected seatings for rural. I pretty much think this is what we're going to be looking at here. I don't think that's going to be too much too off base, but we'll see what happens here and go from there. And now again, I'm just following the social threads, by the way, as we go through this, Chris. So you may want to help me out here a little bit, Chris, here on this as we go through this projected seatings, because I'm keeping an eye on the socials here, and it's right now. Corey Davis just said we'll talk about it here in just a moment, but this is what we're thinking rural is going to look like here. Well, let's get to 1A here, because honestly, 1A Region 1, obviously this is what you're going to see here with 1A Region 1. We think this is what's going to happen. Again, these are not official. These are our projected seatings here. What we based upon the information, the data, and the way obviously these FHSAA Max Breath rankings have gone this year. That's how we're going to work it. This one I don't have time to. Yeah, this one I don't have time to update the graphic, but we'll let's talk about this. This is this is the bracket that's going to impact everything.
Yeah,
you're in Indian Rocks Christian right now. You're thinking, okay, well, we're going to be in, or you're Crescent City. You're thinking, okay, well, we're in. Well, right now, especially Indian Rocks, if you feel like you're going to be in. Why the delay? Well, FHA play it's delayed because until 1 p.m. due to the first academy get an injunction and lit playoff ban. And if this is
granted for First Academy to get in, if you're Indian Rocks, you're going to follow an injunction on top of that.
Yeah. And I'm interested to see how this is all going to play out here. Here we are. Everything's set for noon. We're supposed to be doing this now. Indian Rocks may be saying, "Hey, you know what? We're out." What is what's not to say that Indian Rocks turns around and says, "Hey, we did everything right. We got screwed out of the playoff spot."
And not only that, you got Gaston County doing the same thing.
Gaston County's going to be upset too. He's like, "Oh, hey, over here. Well, we got this problem over here now. What?" I feel like there's so much to unpack here. There's so much to unpack here. And I just got a message from a head coach, not going to reveal, from a coach at a school along the I-4 corridor, and said, if what we said is 100% correct on this, which I believe we are, what's correct, what's been reported, Why have policy 36 and all that now if you can take it to court and get in the postseason? Policy 36 deals with transfers and stuff and all the requirements and stuff behind that.
Yeah.
I wish they could release the playoff brackets, but apparently this whole thing is there could be other things that the FHA is dealing with in this process of now this injunction being handed to them. They could be looking like, okay, well, do we call Gaston County and say, let them in? Here's the other problem.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing. Could the board of directors being called into an emergency meeting, obviously virtually, because that's the only way they're going to be able to get everybody? Could they be being called into this? We don't know. We don't know.
And we, as a result of this, we could see maybe 2 or 3 different injunctions with this because Indian Rock, Gaston County, First Academy, I don't know.
Tyrod, what you should say? Number 1, number 3. This is projected. This is projected. This is what we're thinking. By the way, please don't just post one letter comments into the chat, please. Let's keep the chat open for people who got comments, questions, want to ask things too, because we want to make sure that the chat line is staying open. You comment as you wish, but don't just drop one letter comments into because that doesn't help anybody. We just asked that for being able to see what the comments are coming up here, that so way we can address any questions that people have got in the chat here. So this coach that sent this message to me. Problem is that just like the NCAA, a governing board that doesn't want to govern, that doesn't want to govern, understand it's not the FHA's fault. They have no choice, but it's time to look at new policies around the transfers and inappropriate benefit. I think they're trying to deal with that. It's going through the state legislature to handle some of this because, again, there are some rules that the FHA's hands are tied. Look, we're going to show more projections here, okay? This is what we're doing. We're talking about this situation because, again, this is the bracket that's going to be most impacted here, right here. So we're just going to talk about this. Where do we think First Academy, basically based upon this new information now, where are they going to go? Well, I would say anywhere between 3 and 5 seed at this point.
Yeah, I'd say about the 3 or 4 seed.
Probably 3, 4. That's a good question.
If that was the case, then they would go in as at large. Is there a possibility they may have to still travel round 1?
That's a good possibility. I think that's a good possibility. That's a good possibility.
What was First Academy schedule this year?
I'm keeping an eye on the video here on the YouTube channel for FHA as well, by the way, and they're still showing this thing on the screen. So we'll go from there and do that. But let's go ahead and talk about the other things here. All right. So what do we got here, guys? All right. So Class 1A Region 3, we're thinking this will be the projected order. St. Pete Catholic at 1, Evangelical Christian down to 8. So this is what we're thinking here. Obviously, with this particular region, again, we're just going to throw these up on the screen. We already did All right. Please keep the comments a little cleaner on the chat too, please. Thank you. All right, Class 1A Region 3, this is what we're looking at here. St. Pete Catholic 1, Cardinal Newman 2, Community School 3, Celtics, St. John Newman 4, Southwest Florida Christian 5, Northside Christian 6, Benjamin 7, and Evangelical Christian 8. And then let's go on, and we're going to have Charles Jones here coming on here in just a moment here from Central Florida Preps here. Once I see the video, I don't see a video popping on here. Charles, make sure your video, if you hear us, you can get your video because we don't see you got video. And Charles Jackson is going to be setting up here too, coming on. So we're talking about this whole crazy situation. This is crazy. Anyways, the
ironic thing is First Academy and Gaston County played each other this year.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is. All right, this is what we're projecting for Class 2A Region 1. Obviously, we're thinking Bowles clear cut number 1, Pensacola Catholic 2, South Walton 3. Oh, let me go ahead. I've got Charles Jones from Central Florida Preps on here. Let's go ahead and bring in Charles. Charles, my man. Oh, man, talk about the crazy news that just came out of there in your neck of the woods with First Academy. Woo, man, this is nuts.
Man, I'm just getting off from work and I can't believe it. They got if I'm not mistaken, the injunction was lifted.
So the injunction, so they got basically the playoff ban. They got the injunction to get the playoff ban lifted, and now the FHA is in a delay now because we don't know what's going to happen. All its unforeseen circumstances, even though we know on the other end what those unforeseen circumstances is. It's this injunction, but we're just kind of looking over our projected seedings potentially. But we talked about what could happen. We're thinking, okay, well, if they're going to put First Academy into the playoff bracket. They're going to be between a 3 or 4 seed, if depending on how they handle this. Nobody knows what's going to happen here.
And by the way, the First Academy was already in the rankings for the FHSAA, so there's that right there.
But they didn't even play a district game. I'm not sure how they pulled it off, but hey.
Yeah, let me go ahead and go ahead.
The First Academy's ranking is still in the system for the FHSAA.
Yeah, and that's an interesting thing to keep an eye on and see what happens there, see how that goes. But looking at 2A Region 1 again, Bowles 1, we're thinking Bowles 1, Pensacola Catholic 2, South Walton 3, Baldwin 4, Florida High 5. By the way, we mentioned Gaston County. Now you're Gaston County. You're seeing this. You're like, you're steaming hot mad now. You're steaming hot mad now because, hey, we said, hey, they can say, hey, we already beat Florida High. Hey, we got a playoff ban. We're taking our punishment. Now all of a sudden it's like, well, here's First Academy over here. What about us? What about us? Mm-hmm. Man, oh man. And with that said, but looking at it, there's that's 2A Region 1. This one, 2A Region 2. Where did it go? There we go. 2A Region 2, Bradford, we're thinking 1 will be Bradford 1, Villages 2, Cocoa 3. Charles, Cocoa, what's interesting, I know some people thinking maybe Cocoa should be up to the 1 seed, but I don't think there's going to be enough there to push them into that 1 seed, especially since they didn't make up their game against Apopka. They went ahead and canceled that off the slate. Great stretch of winning the last 3 games on the regular season slate at that point, but I don't think there's enough there to push them up between 2 or 1.
No, I don't think so either. I understand you beat the Villages. I understand you beat Bradford doing Kickoff Classic, but you have 4 regular season losses. I mean, you can't just, how can I say, you can't award a loss. Sometimes, when you take an L or a few L's, you get penalized for it. But, I'm sure, Schneider and them don't care. As long as they're in the playoffs, they still got a chance, just as much as anybody to get, to Miami.
No, you're absolutely right there, Charles. And let's go here to Class 2A Region 3 here. I think we're thinking Cardinal Mooney will be 1, Lakewood 2, then Glade Central 3, got Calvary Christian out of Fort Lauderdale looking at 4 potentially, Bishop Row 5, Kings Academy 6, Somerset Canyon 7, North Broward Prep 8. There's some interesting things there with that. I think, it's going to happen here along the way here with that. And it's real interesting to see what's going to happen. See if maybe the Somerset Canyons maybe bump back down to 8 and North Broward comes up to 7. A lot at play because Charles, me and you, all of us we have seen this over the years, following this and watching this. We think we know something, but when they put out the final rankings, we really don't know something apparently, and it seems like that happened this year.
And then they pushed it back. They postponed the show till 1 o'clock, right?
Yeah, till 1 o'clock approximately. I've got the feed. I've got the YouTube feed up on the one side because we're going to bring it in on the show here once they go live. So we'll bring it in live. But right this second, it says due to circumstances outside of our control, it's delayed. It will air approximately 1 p.m. So I mean, right now we're at 12:38, so we're coming up at 22 minutes before the top of the hour. We'll see what happens.
Yes, sir. We've seen stranger things over the years, Josh.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at this one, thinking Reigns 1. Reigns will be a clear-cut number 1 seed here in the playoffs here. Bade 2, looking at Bishop Kenny 3, Yulee 4, West Florida 5, Wakulla 6, Godby 7, and in Baker County 8. So this is what we're thinking here with Region 1 and 3A. Going to 3A Region 2, your neck of the woods, Charles Jones. We're thinking Bishop Moore will still have that 1 seed. I don't think Ocala has just enough just to get over Bishop Moore, despite the fact that, get like Mary did put on a show on Bishop Moore Friday night. And of course, thinking Eastside 3, Merritt Island 4, South Sumter 5, Titusville 6, Tavares 7, and then Hernando 8.
Oh, that's a good region right there. Bishop Moore, like you said, Lake Mary put on a show. If I'm not mistaken, they put a running clock on them. but still 9-1 going into the playoffs. O'Galley, that's a good number 2. They're 7-3. They had a pretty good year, even though they lost their quarterback early. They still were able to play without that quarterback and win 7 games and probably 2 seed.
Yeah, no, absolutely here. And we got some other thoughts. Then, oh wow! So yeah, there's some coaches around the state that got anxiety right now on this weight here. So trust me,
yeah.
I've got a little anxiety too myself. So
Yeah, our blood pressure just went up.
Yeah, my blood pressure is up too, by the way. So I'm already all right. Class 3A, Region 3, probably this is one of the weakest regions in my opinion in the entire state of any classification. Booker, clear cut number 1. We feel Jefferson. Both teams are 9-1, by the way, but there's a big difference between Booker's 9-1 and Jefferson's 9-1, and that's what we're thinking. Nature Coast 3. I don't know if there's going to be. I don't know. I don't know what. I think Nature Coast is going to fall about 3. If they get the 2, then obviously there's something in the rankings that we're definitely missing. But it's not because we don't know. It's nobody understands how the formula works. So
look at Gibbs, one of the taller teams out there. That 6'10" tight end.
Oh yes,
6'5" quarterback, 6'5" receiver.
Oh yeah,
playoff football. Haven't got a chance to get on that hardwood yet this year, but I want to see what they do in the playoffs. Even though they're a 7 seed, I'm not sure how long they'll be in the playoffs. But I wish I could see them in person. Just check that hideout.
No, absolutely. Here,
hey, Nick Wilson from USA Today Network said FHSAA set a precedent with First Academy, then quickly ignored it with Miami Northwestern last year and Gadsden County this year. Whether or not the punishment was warranted isn't the issue. What TFA got was compared to other schools with similar violations is the issue.
That I agree with. That's I think that's where the issue is lying at hand. Is it's what has been here, what's been done, what's not been done. Go ahead and bring in Charles Jackson from now they've brought it. Oh, they've dropped the screen down.
Yeah, see it.
Hold on. Just give me a sec. Oh, okay, they brought the other part back up. Okay, all right. I'm just keeping an eye on it here. So just yeah, we're keeping an eye on this feed here, ladies and gentlemen. Let me go ahead and bring in Charles Jackson. Let me see if I can go ahead and get him in here onto our screen here. Charles Jackson from WUCR over there, 107.9 FM over there in Lake Butler. Charles, what's up, man? Good to see you in here as well. We're dealing with what we call a hot mess here. Getting everything playoff rankings. The playoff brackets are delayed until 1 at least because the FHA had got served an injunction this morning, and here we are. So 1 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Central Time. To address that.
Boy, you know how it is when it comes to FSAA, man. We on daytime, man. It's like pins and needles every year with this issue. I'm interested in seeing from the rule classification, how would they see Madison in the situation? They face schools such as Columbia, DeLand, recently a Pop Cub. They face a bunch of the schools, including Reigns, who's a number 1 seed in their classification. I want to see where the defending champs will be seated at, as well as newcomer Taylor County this year. So I'm interested to see how that's going to shape out this year.
No, absolutely. Here we're going through our projected seedings here through the thing where we're projecting. You know what, guys? This Region 4. This is a shame that Northwestern and Miami Central are going to have to meet in a regional final. This is such a shame. Such a shame here.
Such a travesty, in my opinion, for being from the South Florida area. I don't want to see that right now. I don't want to see that. So it kind of hurts my heart to hear that right now.
Yeah, no, it definitely, absolutely. Let's go through these things. We're kind of keeping an eye again on the FHA feed here. So Class 4A Region 1, we're looking at St. Augustine 1, probably St. Augustine 1, Choctaw 2, Columbia 3, Ed White 4. Everybody else on the backside of that, Region 4, Class 4A Region 1 this year, typically a good, strong region. This year, outside of the first 4 seeds, everybody else this year, it's just been a struggle. And Hunter, you're very familiar with this one.
Yeah, I will say like this, like the one thing that we were like actually kind of watching was the 5 and the 6, because like even last week, if Rickard jumped or if Pine Forest falls to 6, then Columbia would actually have to go out to Pensacola, as Pine Forest, despite being a 3-win team, is the district champion, which could potentially set up Columbia going back-to-back weeks.
Hunter,
out
I
there.
gotta
We got some
breaking news.
yeah.
Okay, so the situation is this: told by John Santucci from on X, told by a lawyer representing the First Academy's players that the Royals will most likely not be on the 1A bracket. If it is announced today, bracket may be delayed until after hearing on Monday.
Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me here? You're gonna have a string. You're gonna have a This is ridiculous.
Well, okay, why can they not release the remaining brackets outside of 1A?
Or just 1A Region 3. This is ridiculous. This is we're in unprecedented territory, ladies and gentlemen.
Why are they even having a hearing? I mean, you got penalized. You didn't play any district games. Why are we having a hearing regarding this? Try it next year.
Yeah.
Like I said, Gaston County got a better case than First Academy at this point because Gaston County played their district games.
So yeah.
No
hey, Charles Jackson. Hold on 1 second. Charles. Charles.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, because it's because of YouTube stuff that we have to be careful.
Yeah, I got you. Let me go ahead and cut it off. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
All right. Yeah. What? Okay, there we go. So yeah, we're again. This is just crazy here, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that the potential that either the 1A Region 2 bracket or the entire 1A bracket may not be put out today, depending on what the FHSAA ends up doing here. This is crazy. This is I can't describe it any other way. This is crazy. How again? Someone brought up a good question in the chat here. How are teams supposed to properly prepare switch films, etc.? There's a reason why the FHSAA put sanctions on TFA. FHSAA stick to your decision. The problem is they've got to deal with this court order injunction. This is not they have to follow the rules of the injunction. Now the injunction supersedes anything that has been done.
Yeah, this is not on the FHSAA. This is on First Academy.
This is the First Academy, and this is the court injunction.
Wow.
Okay, so is only that bracket going to be delayed, or is it going to be all the brackets?
They're saying that maybe potentially this bracket.
Okay.
And there's people. There's a lot of people that agree this is ridiculous. Because now here we are. We're waiting for this. It's okay. So, as you read earlier about from Nick Wilson from the USA Today Florida Network, the FHSAA president with TFA then quickly ignored it with Miami, Northwestern, and Gaston County. Problem is, Gaston County, they didn't ignore it. They gave them a playoff ban. Miami, Northwestern, there wasn't enough evidence. But the thing, whether or not the punishment was warranted, is in the issue to what TFA got compared to other schools with similar violations. The issue is that Justin Barney feels like Miami Northwestern is responding. Miami Northwestern Association is far different than TFA. Miami Northwestern was a single coach, no longer there, giving what was deemed improper benefits. Among other things, TFA kids not even enrolled at school playing football. Also, Gaston County banned from playoffs this year. So we've got a lot of different factors here. A lot of different factors here going on here with this situation here. Let me roll through these rest of these projected brackets so anybody can see them again. 4A Region 2, there you go. Looking at Jones, but I don't think a 10-0 Zephyr Hills is going to be got enough there to jump number one Jones. There's no way. I don't think so. Lake Wells 3, Vanguard 4. We're thinking this is what's going to be the projected order. New Smyrna Beach. I wish they could be able to get them up a little higher, but I think that strength of schedule just a little too low for them to get up into a top 4 seed. But congratulations to Johnny Wilkinson winning that district championship for his Barracudas.
Oh, yes, sir. They took down Rockledge, which I'm surprised to see him here, but I guess it's strength of schedule because I think they finished 3-7.
Yeah. And it's weird. There's going to be a lot of teams that are going to have losing records that are going to be in the playoffs here, and that's what I think I'm probably more. That's why a shrinkage of classifications needed to happen. But again, we'll see if the new model works out with 6+ world going for the next 2 years. So. David Meyer says, go look at the First Academy Facebook page. They sent a demand letter to the FHA 2 weeks ago. Now waited until the morning of bracket release to file an injunction. Well, this is just.
They come on that losing record things. Like if you look at 4A Region 1, I'm pretty sure the entire bottom half of that region they all have losing records.
Yeah, there's a lot. Brad, I got another message from a coach here that said this is comical. This is comical. It really is. This is a comical of errors here, and now I feel like I don't want to do it again. I don't want to play the Benny Hill theme again.
No,
You might as well. It's a joke right now. This is a travesty right now.
Yeah, go ahead and cue it.
Just go ahead and get it out the way.
I don't need YouTube coming after me anymore than I need.
Well, if you don't, everybody else will.
I mean, you can do the circus theme. You could do Jeopardy.
All right. or it's more feeling like you're on The Price is Right and you keep hearing this.
Come on now. I like that one better than the Benny Hill thing. I like that one better.
The Price is Right trombone.
Come on now.
Or I feel like we get excited. We get excited to watch that. We get excited for this bracket reveal, and all of a sudden, here it is.
yeah.
A train wreck.
Yes, a train wreck. By the way, we're thinking Archbishop McCarthy won. Y'all project Southeast out yes, because of the rankings, because Southeast has been ranked way lower in the rankings, and even at 8-2, because Seminole is even lower than that, and it has been. Seminole 7-3 wins the district. They won the tiebreaker due to head-to-head. That jumps Osceola Seminole. That jumps Osceola Seminole into the 8th spot in Region 3. That's gonna keep Southeast out, unfortunately. And this
Ouch.
It's an out. River Ridge, same situation. It's a 7-3 because Dunbar did enough.
Wow.
Dunbar did enough, and River Ridge losing. That's the problem.
Nothing like 8-2 and 7-13 being lifted out, knocked out of the playoff.
Come on now.
I'm starting to see some flickers on the.
Connor, please quit doing the numbers.
Hold on, let's go through these real quick here. Look at 5A Region 1. We're going to go through them because I see some movement on the FHA screen. So I'm just going to throw these up real quick here. Please stop putting 67 in the chat.
Hey, Hunter, a crash out on the way from Josh in a few minutes, bro. You see 67 one more time. Crash out on the way.
All right.
I'm surprised we haven't been a crash out with the mess with the bracket stuff today.
I'm telling you, man. Jeez.
Okay. This is okay. This is.
Looks like the feed went down for the FHSAA. So.
Yeah, it does look like the feed may have went.
Oh, jeez.
Oh boy, here we go. Hold on.
Cue it.
Might have to turn comments off for a little bit.
Yeah,
might have to.
We haven't done it.
I may have to turn comments off.
I do got a question to ask you fellas right quick. Look at the Buchholz Bobcats in Class 6, Region 1. Do you think it's finally their year to finally get to the state championship game, or you think they're going to fall short again for the 3rd straight year?
They might have a hard time making it out of that region because they got Mandarin right
now. Hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Guys, everybody in the chat. Yeah, please stop posting 6-7 in the chat. Please. No, this is not funny. Please stop posting. Post. No, leave the chat open for questions and comments, but not for this stuff. We're going to put the chat on moderation if we have to. And that's what I'm going to do.
I see 6-7 like non-stop in the comments. Jeez.
Hold on, we're trying to figure out what's going on with the FHA feed. So just give me a second.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking forward to it. I think they took it down.
Oh, there we go. There's a different feed now. Hold on, get ready. They put up a bracket. They put up a different feed.
Okay, bet.
Let me refresh.
Are they on the YouTube page or they?
Yeah, it's on their YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, they can change it.
Let me see what they're doing.
So they will do the bracket release.
I hope so.
Okay, so let me just go through the rest of these. Throw these up here real quick. Oh, jeez. I'm just going to throw the rest of these up as we go through this here. Let y'all's.
Come on, FSAA, where y'all at?
I've got the thing here, so I'm gonna bring this off the screen here and bring us into the.
Okay.
Oh, they got a graphic up now. Okay, premieres in 5 minutes.
Yeah, so it'll go. Yeah, well.
Let's see how this goes.
Take my restroom break before this starts.
It's gonna be a long ride.
So it looks like this is going to be it's either a premiere or it's a live feed. I don't know what it is. I'm going to take a look at it here. Hold on one second. Is this under the live? No, actually, this is this looks like
yeah, it looked like they taped it.
Yeah,
taped it.
Yeah, it looks like this has been taped. Yeah.
Wow. So they already did it. Just rebranded it for a brand new purchase. Okay. Here we go. I should buy me something to drink here. Oh boy.
Yeah, this is.
They not do it live if they could have done it earlier.
They probably did a couple hours ago. They're finally just showing for the public eye though.
Yeah, but didn't the injunction with First Academy just come through like at 11 o'clock? Like, how did they do that? Like, this is stuff that doesn't make sense to me.
It's confusing.
Okay.
I'm like everybody else. I'm on pins and needles waiting for these doggone brackets to come out. Sheesh.
Josh, they should just pay you and let you do the actual bracket release live next year.
I'm telling you. You don't talk more on top of your stuff than they are.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna.
I'm starting to ban people off this.
They still doing 67?
Yeah.
Just turn off the comment.
Just turn off the comments. Yeah, just set it
I'm
out.
starting to ban people.
Hold on, everybody, hold on. Stop.
This is nuts.
I'm trying to get this under control. Just give me 1 second.
My handle your business, boss.
Comments are off.
Yes.
Oh, if they, why is it not shut the comments off? What's going on?
It is still posted.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe it's on delay because, like, I know, like, sometimes when I send it, like, it'll be like a 30 second to a minute delay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it shows comments of. Oh, I got it. Oh, you know what? I have to go into the. I have to. Hold on. I'm gonna have to go into the actual feed settings. Hold on. I know what I need to do now. So. Okay. We're gonna pause comments right now. Who put? Someone hit the. There we go.
Hey, Hunter, I'm going to the Oak Hall playoff game tomorrow as they take on Christchurch. Looking forward for that one tomorrow down there in Gainesville. So, want to see if they can make that push to face Masters Academy in the semis. So,
yeah, that's FHSAA, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I don't know why it's not saved on the comments. Why is it not allowing me to shut comments off? Who can send messages?
They've been doing this in the comments for the last 15 to 20 minutes. They've had plenty of time to stop.
I think I finally
gotta have a better system with us.
Okay, I can't seem to get the comment stop. Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can't control it from the.
Do a filter.
Okay. Is there a filter that I can do?
You should be able to.
Yeah, I think there is a way to filter it. I just don't know how to do it.
It's like waiting for your day to be executed. Why is it taking so long? Oh my gosh, bro.
Yeah, we're already an hour behind schedule.
Good Lord.
Says premiere will begin shortly, which I.
This is interesting.
There we go.
We good to go?
Yep.
The feed is starting to roll.
There we go.
All right, here we go. A moment of truth.
Yeah.
Classes in before we get some oddball result that we were not expecting.
I think some tomfoolery about to happen with some of these brackets. I can tell you that right now.
All right.
Hey guys, if you've got the volume up on your side, turn it down for this. Don't mute it on your side if you've got this video up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go. I gotta zoom my head into the camera for this one.
No sound.
What the heck happened there?
I'm not hearing anything.
No, it's on them. They're playing a commercial.
Gotta get their marketing in somehow, right?
Yep.
Is this what they're doing now?
So it looks like this has all been pre-done hours ago. Or yesterday.
Man, this is longer than March Madness.
I'm telling you, man. Good Lord.
Here we go.
Here we go.
This is what I've been waiting on right here. Let's go. I'm telling you, man. Good Lord. Here we go.
Still no sound.
This is what I've been waiting on right here.
Ooh.
Once time.
Really? Jay made it in. Wow. Got him on the outside.
Surprising. Shortly. Oh, that's where Madison's going?
Wow.
Madison is 9. Wow. I hear nothing from this feed.
I have it up.
So 4Y's got to go all the way to Pahokee?
Ooh, it's a long ride.
I have it on.
Hawthorne and Branford. That's what I expected. Williston.
Can you hear it?
Nope.
Hold on.
Chief Sneeds.
I don't understand why you cannot hear it because I can hear it on my end.
Baker and Liberty County. Okay.
Hold on. I got it. Hold on a second. Let me add back.
All right.
Let me remove it real quick, and then I'll add it back in here.
In ship. Make sure you visit FHSAA.com for complete
There you go.
brackets, game times.
I don't know why it
and
was not
game
bringing the audio in.
locations. We're going to take a quick break, and then
jeez.
we're going to head down to Miami, Pitbull Stadium, for our 1A through 7A classes. But first, a quick message from one of our partners, Nike.
Okay.
Why do it? Why make it harder on yourself? Why put it on the line? With so much at stake. Why would you dare? You could give everything you have and still lose. But my question is, what if you don't?
All right, we are back. Time for Class 1A.
Y'all can hear it.
Class 1A
Yes, sir.
on the docket right here for us. Class 1A, the number 1 seed is University Christian. University Christian, the number 1 seed. University Christian out of Jacksonville, the district champions. You can see district champion marked there with DC to the right, so you can see who the district champions are. University Christian district champion will host number 8, Trinity Catholic. Trinity Catholic on the road at University Christian.
Yeah.
The number 4
They're gonna
seed,
get smashed.
Episcopal out of Jacksonville, the number 4 seed. They will host number 5, Impact Christian. Number 2 in 1A Region 1. Trinity Christian, Jacksonville, district champions.
I called that they were going to
Number
get the
2
2, and they
seed, they'll
did.
host number 7, Providence.
Providence made it in.
The number 3 seed, district champions, McClay. McClay, the number 3 seed. They'll host North Florida Educational. Florida Educational on the road against number 3, McClay.
That cost North Florida Christian being out.
Yep.
There you go. Due to legal action filed by the individuals affiliated with a member school, the Class 1A Region 2 bracket will not be included in this release and will be announced at a later date to be.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Well, there you go.
Class 1A Region 3, the number 1 seed is
Holy
St.
cow.
Pete Catholic. St. Pete Catholic, the number 1
Expected.
seed, district champions. They'll
Expected
host
there.
number 8, Evangelical Christian out of Fort Myers.
That was expected.
The number 4 seed, St. John Newman. St. John Newman, they'll be on the road against district champions, Southwest Florida Christian, the number 5 seed, hosting number 4, St. John Newman. Number 2, the district champions, Cardinal Newman. Cardinal Newman, the district champions, they will host number 7, Benjamin. Number 3 seed, district champions, Community School of Naples. Community School of Naples, the district champions, number 3 seed. They will host number 6, Northside Christian. Northside Christian making the trip to Naples in the first round.
Yep, that's kind of went by how I expected there.
Let's go to Class 1A Region 4.
Chaminade Madonna
Class
will be
1A Region 4, the number 1 seed, Chaminade Madonna. Chaminade Madonna, the defending state champions, and number 1 seed. They'll host number 8, St. John Paul II. Boca Raton, St. John Paul II making the
That
trip
score
to
going to be
defending state champions, Chaminade Madonna in the first round. Number 4 seed, Miami Edison. Miami Edison, the number 4 seed. They will host Westminster Christian. Number 2, district champions, True North. True North, the district champions, the number 2 seed. They'll host another district champion, number 7, Palmer Trinity. A couple of Miami schools getting after it in that 2 versus 7 matchup. Number 3 seed, St. Andrews. St. Andrews, the number 3 seed district champions, will host number 6, Archbishop Carroll. Okay, there you have it in its entirety, Class 1A. Before we get on to 2A, we're going to take 1 second to get a message from our exclusive credit union partner, Suncoast Credit Union.
So, sponsor from every
solo recording artist.
sponsor they have after every bracket will.
Stops. I love that you love how often I sing I love you. Because love is what makes Suncoast Credit Union the best option to save, borrow, or invest. Who doesn't want more love, better rates, and less fees? Get influenced by me and trust a credit union that loves you back.
If yes, did this, they'd be
I'm Spencer.
murdered.
Influencer.
All right, we are back, and it is time for Class 2A. It is time for Class 2A. Don't forget, you can get your tickets for every game by downloading the GoFan app or visiting gofan.com. Get your digital tickets. You'll have them ready to go. They'll tap your screen. You'll walk right in. No waiting in line. No box offices. Tickets the easy way. All right, Class 2A, Region 1 district champions and number 1 seed, Bulls. Bulls out of Jacksonville, the number 1 seed. They will host number 8, Walton. Walton, the number 8 seed on the road at Bulls. Number 4 seed, district champions, Florida High. Florida High, the number 4 seed. They'll host number 5, Baldwin. Number 2, Pensacola Catholic. Pensacola Catholic, the number 2 seed. They will play host to district champions, number 7, Bozeman.
Okay.
Number 3 in Class 2A, Region 1, South Walton. South Walton, the number 3 seed. They will host number 6, Freeport. Freeport, the number 6 seed on the road at South Walton. Class 2A, Region 2, the number 1 seed is Bradford. Bradford, the number 1 seed. They'll host number 8,
Avon Park.
Avon Park. Both district champions. Number 4, Villages. Villages, the number 4 seed. They'll host number 5, Berkeley Prep.
Huh?
Number 2,
Wow.
Calvary Christian
How is that
Clearwater.
possible?
Calvary Christian Clearwater, the number 2 seed. They will.
Yeah,
host
Calvary jumped
number
way up.
7,
That was
Santa Fe.
that's a shock.
Santa Fe High School out of Alachua on the road against district champions Calvary Christian.
Shout out Ernest Graham.
See
First year.
Cocoa, the number 3 seed. They will host number 6, Newberry. Cocoa, the defending state champions in Class 2A, hosting Newberry in the first round.
Yeah, that in your bracket.
Class 2A, Region 3, the number 1 seed, Cardinal Mooney. Cardinal Mooney, the number 1 seed, district champions. They will host number 8, North Broward Prep. North Broward Prep on the road at Cardinal Mooney.
Saw that.
Number
coming.
4, district champions, Calvary Christian Fort Lauderdale. Calvary Christian Fort Lauderdale, the number 4 seed. They'll host number 5, Bishop Verreau. Number 2, Lakewood. Lakewood out of St. Petersburg, the number 2 seed. They'll be on the road against district champions. Number 7, Somerset Canyons Boynton Beach. Somerset Canyons hosting Lakewood. Number 3, Glades Central. Glades Central, the number 3 seed, district champions. They'll play host to number 6, Kings Academy. Kings Academy out of West Palm Beach on the road to Belglade to take on Glades Central. We'll move on to our final region of Class 2A. Class 2A, Region 4, the number 1 seed is Immaculata LaSalle. Immaculata LaSalle out of Miami.
Wow, I thought Cardinal Gibbons had enough to jump them.
Seed district champions. They will host number 8, Somerset Charter Silver Palms. Number 4, Gulliver Prep. Gulliver Prep, the number 4 seed, district champions. They'll host number 5, Ransom Everglades. Number 2, Cardinal Gibbons.
Okay.
Cardinal Gibbons, the district champions, number 2 seed. They'll host number 7, Monsignor Pace. Number 3, Miami Killian. Miami Killian, the number 3 seed. They'll be on the road against number 6, district champions, Miami Carroll City. Miami Carroll City hosting Miami Killian in the first round. There you have it for Class 2A. That was Region 4, our final team in, Miami Carroll City. You can see the entire bracket right there on your screen. Who's going to be in Miami at FIU Pitbull Stadium? Who are we going to see facing off in the 2A championship? All right, we're going to move on to Class 3A, but before we do that, here's a message from our streaming partner, NFHS Network.
Game day's here. You try to make it every week, but sometimes life gets in the way. With the NFHS Network, you can be there, catching those important moments live while on the go. And even if you're at the game, you're stuck behind your phone trying to record that one great moment you'll remember forever. With the NFHS Network, live and on-demand games with highlights and game recaps will be ready for you to rewatch and share with friends and family. 30 sports across 50 states, 500,000 games. One way to get closer to the athlete who matters most, yours. NFHS Network. Be in the stands wherever you are.
All right, we are back with Class 3A. Class 3A. Here we go. Who's in? Who's out? Number 1 seed, Class 3A Region 1 is Rains out of Jacksonville. Rains, the number 1 seed in Class 3A Region 1. They'll host number 8, Baker County.
Yep.
Number 4, Yulee, the number 4 seed. They will host number 5, West Florida. Number 2, Bay out of Panama City, the district champions, number 2 seed. They'll host number 7, Godby. The number 3 seed in Class 3A Region 1, Bishop Kenny, the number 3 seed, district champions. They'll host number 6, Wakulla, the number 6 seed, district champion, on the road against Bishop Kenny in the first round. Class 3A Region 2, the number 1 seed, Bishop Moore out of Orlando, the number 1 seed, Bishop Moore, hosting district champions Hernando, 2 district champions, battling it out there in the 1 versus 8 game. Number 4 seed, district champions Eastside out of Gainesville, the number 4 seed. They'll host number 5, South Sumter on the road against Eastside.
Yeah.
Number 2, O'Galley, the number 2 seed, district champions.
They'll host number 7, we thought it would be.
Tavares, battling it out with O'Galley. Number 3 seed, Merritt Island, the number 3 seed. They'll host number 6, Titusville, the number 6 seed. Moving on to Class 3A Region 3, the number 1 seed, district champions Booker, the number 1 seed. Booker will face another district champion, Mulberry on the road against Booker, the number 8 seed. Number 4, Chamberlain, the number 4 seed. They will host number 5, Bayshore out of Bradenton. Number 2 seed, district champions, Nature Coast. The district champions will host number 7, Gibbs out of St. Pete, on the road to Brooksville. Number 3, Jefferson out of Tampa. The district champions, number 3 seed. They will host our final team in Class 3A Region 3, Boca Ciega out of Gulfport will face off against Jefferson. Let's move on to Class 3A Region 4. The number 1 seed, Miami Northwestern, the defending state champions, and number 1 seed. They'll face number 8, Somerset Academy Pembroke Pines. Number 4 in Class 3A Region 4 is Key West. Key West will be on the road against Cypress Lake out of Fort Myers. Cypress Lake, the district champions, will have the opportunity to host Key West.
That's a long
District champions, number 2 seed, Miami Central, the number 2 seed, district champions. They'll host number 7, St. Brendan on the road against Miami Central. Number 3 seed, district champions, Lely. They are hosting Estero, the number 6 seed. There you have it for Class 3A. You can see your entire bracket there. And we're going to move on to Class 4A right after this message from Wilson, the official ball sponsor of the FHSAA.
When you're the epicenter of asking what if, then the future of power, precision, control, and feel is labored over, dreamt about, tested on, crafted. From the lab to an athlete's hand, body, head, and heart. Because the greatest sports innovations may have been born in Chicago, but they're made for the world. And without a doubt, they're made for what's next.
All right, we are back, Class 4A, and we would just like to say we really appreciate all of our sponsors. Thank you for everything that they do for the Florida High School Athletic Association and the student athletes. Class 4A bracket, Region 1, the number 1 seed, St. Augustine,
yep,
district champions, number 1 seed, they'll host number 8, Arnold Arnold on the road at St.
Arnold got in. Wow. Okay.
Number 4 district champions,
Sammy might be out.
Ed White out of Jacksonville, the district champions. They will host number 5, also district champions, Pine Forest. Number 2 seed, Choctaw. Choctaw, the number 2 seed, district champions. They'll play host to number 7, Pensacola, Washington. Number 3 seed, Columbia. Columbia High, the number 3 seed. They'll host number 6, Rickards. That's Class 4A, Region 1. Moving on to Class 4A, Region 2. Number 1 seed, district champions out of Orlando, Jones. Jones High School, the number 1 seed. They'll host number 8, Deltona.
Deltona got in?
Wow.
Auburndale, the number 4 seed. They will be on the road against number 5, district champions, Vanguard. Vanguard with the opportunity to host in the first round as district champions. Number 2 seed, Zephyr Hills. Zephyr Hills, the number 2 seed, district champions. They will host number 7, Rockledge. Rockledge on the road against Zephyr Hills.
Goodness.
Number 3, Lake Wales. Lake Wales, the number 3 seed. They'll be on the road against number 6, New Smyrna Beach. New Smyrna Beach, the district champion, 6 seed, hosting number 3, Lake Wales. Moving on to Class 4A, Region 3. 4A, Region 3, the number 1 seed, Jesuit. Jesuit out of Tampa. Jesuit, the number 1 seed, district champions, hosting another district champ, Osceola. Osceola out of Seminole in Pinellas County, the number 8 seed on the road against Jesuit. Naples, the number 4 seed. Naples will host number 5, South Fort Myers. District champions and number 2 seed, Port Charlotte. Port Charlotte, the number 2 seed. They'll host number 7, Dunbar. Dunbar.
I figured that Dunbar did enough to get in.
Port Charlotte. Number 3 seed, district champions, Clearwater. Clearwater, the number 3 seed. They'll host number 6, Blake out of Tampa.
Yep.
Blake out of Tampa on the road.
Southeast is out. I knew it.
That's Class 4A, Region 3.
Wow. Wow, I knew
Class
it.
4A, Region 4, the number 1 seed, Archbishop McCarthy.
Yep.
Archbishop McCarthy,
Oh,
the number
Aaron
1
too,
seed,
by the
district
way.
champs. They'll host number 8, district champions, Hialeah. Number 4, Miami Norland.
Oh, they got
Miami
in.
Norland, the number 4 seed. They'll be on the road against district champions, number 5, Jensen Beach. Number 2 in Class 4A, Region 4, American Heritage. American Heritage, the number 2 seed. They will host number 7, John Carroll. John Carroll.
Wow.
Will be on the road against American Heritage. Number 3, Dillard. Dillard, the number 3 seed, district champions. They'll host number 6, Plantation. There you have it, Class 4A. We'll be right back with 5A, right after a word from our exclusive athletic apparel partner, Nike.
Grab a water real
Why
quick.
do it? Why make it harder on yourself? Why put it on the line? With so much at stake. Why would you dare? You could give everything you have and still lose. But my question is, what if you don't?
All right, we are back, Class 5A. Class 5A, Region 1, the number 1 seed is Ponte Vedra. Ponte Vedra, the number 1 seed. They'll host number 8, Niceville. Niceville, the number 8 seed, on the road against Ponte Vedra. Number 4, district champions, Beachside. Beachside out of St. John's, the number 4 seed. They'll host number 5, Milton.
Okay.
Number 2 seed, district champions, Mainland. Daytona Beach, Mainland, the number 2 seed. They'll host number 7, Middleburg.
Oh, your alma
Number
mater
3,
coming down here.
Mosley, the district champions. Number 3 seed. They'll host number 6, Tallahassee Lincoln.
Lincoln got in.
Tallahassee Lincoln,
Wow,
the 6th
Lincoln
seed
managed to
on
get
the
up.
road
Oh,
against
wow.
Mosley.
Wow.
Class 5A, Region 2, the number 1 seed is Edgewater. Edgewater out of Orlando, the number 1 seed. They'll host number 8, Lake Gibson. Lake Gibson on the road against Edgewater. Number 4 seed, Tampa Bay Tech. Tampa Bay Tech, the number 4 seed, district champions. They'll host number 5, Sebring. Number 2, Lakeland. Lakeland, the number 2 seed district champions. They'll host number 7, Wesley Chapel. Number 3 seed in Class 5A Region 2 district champions, Gaither. Gaither, the number 3 seed. They'll host number 6, Winter Springs. That's Class 5A Region 2. Let's move on to Class 5A Region 3. The number 1 seed is Riverdale. Riverdale out of Fort Myers, the number 1 seed. The district champions, they'll host number 8, North Fort Myers. Number 4, Immokalee. Immokalee, the district champions, number 4 seed. They'll host number 5, Pinellas Park. The number 2 seed district champions, Cape Coral. Cape Coral, the number 2 seed district champions. They'll host number 7, Gulf Coast. Number 3 district champions, Manatee. Manatee out of Bradenton, the number 3 seed.
I figured
district
Manatee
champs,
would
they'll
fall to
host number
3.
6, Charlotte. Moving on to Class 5A Region 4. The number 1 seed is St. Thomas Aquinas. St. Thomas Aquinas, the number 1 seed. They'll host number 8, Heritage. Heritage out of Palm
Heritage.
Bay.
Wow, they got
Number
in.
4 seed,
Wow, they got in.
the number 4 seed.
Wow.
On the
Miramar's
road
out.
against district champions number 5, Matter Academy Hialeah Gardens.
Wow.
Number 2 seed, district champions Atlantic. Atlantic Delray Beach, the number 2 seed. They'll host number 7, North Miami. Number 3 seed, Martin County. Martin County, the number 3 seed. They will host number 6, MacArthur, our final team in Class 5A. MacArthur out of Hollywood on the road against Martin County. And there you can see the entire 5A bracket.
Interesting.
Stay tuned for more after this message from Morgan & Morgan.
This is Eric. When he got injured in a car accident, he called Morgan & Morgan. He not only gets a lawyer, he gets trial lawyers like Sam and Jessica who are in it to win it. He gets his own investigators with briefcases, leather ones. And if you ever have questions, our customer service folks keep things rolling. Injured? We're your army. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
All right, we've got 2 classifications remaining. Class 6A, Class 6A. Then we've got 7A, our largest classification. But first, Class 6A, Region 1, the district champion and number 1 seed, Buchholz. Buchholz,
Yeah,
out
not
of
surprised
Gainesville,
there.
the number 1 seed. They'll host district champions number 8, Oviedo.
Oh, wow.
in the first round. Number 4,
Oviedo fell to 8.
Nice.
Wow.
Nice. Number 4, they'll host number 5, Oakleaf. The number 2 seed, Mandarin. Mandarin out of Jacksonville, the number 2 seed. District champions, they'll host number 7, Crestview. District champions and number 3 seed, Pace. Pace will be hosting number 6, Evans. Evans on the road against Pace. Let's move on to 6A Region 2. The number 1 seed is Armwood. Armwood, the number 1 seed and district champions. They'll host number 8, Melbourne. Number 4 in Class 6A Region 2, Vieira. Vieira. They'll be hosting number 5, Riverview. Number 2 district champions out of Groveland, Southlake. Southlake, the number 2 seed. They'll host number 7, Plant out of Tampa. Number 3 district champions, Osceola Kissimmee. Osceola Kissimmee district champions hosting another district champion, number 6, Durant. Durant out of Plant City on the road against Osceola. Class 6A Region 3, the number 1 seed is Palmetto.
Wow, okay.
Number 8, Wiregrass Ranch.
You're telling me West Boca didn't have
District
enough to jump to
champions,
1?
Palmetto hosting Wiregrass
Wow.
Ranch. Number 4 seed, Leonard. Leonard, the number 4 seed. They will be on
Leonard
the
a
road.
4 seed. Wow, that's awfully high.
Number 5, Mitchell. District champions Mitchell hosting Leonard. Number 2, district champions West Boca. West Boca, the number 2 seed. District champions hosting number 7, Largo. West Boca, the defending state champions. Number 3 seed, Parrish. Parrish, the number 3 seed on the road against district champions out of Tarpon Springs, Eastlake, the number 6 seed. Moving on to Class 6A, Region 4, the number 1 seed, Miami Southridge. Miami Southridge, the number 1 seed and district
Okay,
champions.
not surprised there.
Playing host to number 8, Nova. Nova, the number 8 seed, on the road. Number 4, Flanagan, Pembroke Pines. Flanagan, the number 4 seed, hosting number 5, Piper. District champions, number 2 seed, West Broward. West Broward, the number 2 seed, hosting another district champion, and number 7, South Plantation. Number 3 seed, Monarch, out of Coconut Creek. Monarch, the number 3 seed, district champs. They'll host number 6, Doral Academy. There you have it for Class 6A.
Hey, guys.
Yes. Hey, Irish,
All right,
Irish Bill's in the house now with us. As we're
7A, our
go to the
largest.
7A bracket
But
here.
First, we're going to go over from our
Here
official
comes another
championship
commercial.
provider,
Why
Jeff
not?
Jones. All right, welcome back. We've got our final bracket, Class 7A. Before we start 7A, don't forget you can watch the games you can't make on the NFHS Network. Download the app, and you can watch all the action live and archived. And don't forget, get your tickets by downloading the GoFan app on Apple or Android, or go to gofan.com. Get your digital tickets. No waiting in line, no box offices. Tickets made easy. You show up, tap your screen, walk right in. Couldn't be easier than that. GoFan, the official digital ticketing provider of the Florida High School Athletic Association. Class 7A, our final and largest classification. Number 1 seed, district champions in 7A Region 1, DeLand.
We'll be hosting Creekside.
DeLand,
Telling
the
you.
number 1 seed. They'll host number 8,
Yep, there you go.
Creekside. District champions, Creekside, on the road to DeLand. Number 4, Boone, out of Orlando. District champions hosting number 5, Winter Park. Number 2 seed, Lake Mary. District champs, Lake Mary, the number 2 seed, hosting number 7, Haggerty. Number 3, Spruce Creek. Spruce Creek, Port Orange, the number 3 seed, hosting number 6, Seminole. 7A Region 2, the number 1 seed is Venice. Venice, defending state champions, number 1 seed, district champions, Venice, hosting another district champion, number 8, Ridge Community. Number 4, West Orange. West
Yeah,
Orange.
Winter Haven's not making it. I'm telling you that right now.
Hosting number 5, Plant City. Number 2, Riverview. Riverview, Sarasota, the number 2 seed, hosting number 7, Winter Haven.
Are you speaking of?
Number 3, Sumner. Sumner, the number 3 seed, district champs, hosting number 6, Ocoee. All right, Class 7A Region 3.
Wow.
Number 1 seed, district champions, Vero Beach. Vero Beach, number 1 seed. They'll host number 8, East Ridge.
Oh, Alonso got screwed.
District champions, St. Cloud. St. Cloud, the number 4 seed. They'll host number 5, Lake Nona. Number 2, district champions, Jupiter. Jupiter, the district champions, number 2 seed. They'll host number 7, Dr. Phillips. Dr. Phillips, also a district champion. Number 3 seed is Fort Pierce Central. Fort
Not
Pierce
surprised.
Central, the number 3 seed. They will host number 6, Palm Beach
I
Central.
thought Palm Beach Central had enough to
Palm
jump
Beach
to
Central
5, but
on the
that's
road
okay.
Against Fort Pierce Central. All right, we are moving on to our final region, Class 7A Region 4, the number 1 seed, Miami Palmetto. Miami Palmetto, the number 1 seed. They will host number 8, Coral Glades. Coral Glades, the number 8 seed. Number 4, district champs, Santa Lucia. Santa Lucia will host number 5, Columbus. Columbus, the number 5 seed. District champs, number 2, Spanish River. Spanish River, the number 2 seed, out of Boca, hosting also district champions. Number 7, Western. Number 3 seed, Goldman. Goldman out of Miami, the number 3 seed, and our final team in 2025 FHSAA football brackets. The number 6 seed is South Dade. South Dade, our final team in. They will travel to Goldman.
Wow.
There you have Class 7A. Who are we going to see in Miami for the state championships? We can't wait. It is going to be some exciting football games, the best high school football in the country, the best high school football in the world right here in the state of Florida. If you can get down to Miami, I highly encourage you to. FIU, a great host for us. The games are going to be incredible. Thank you for watching. We are looking forward to seeing everybody at Pit Bull Stadium in the 305 for our state championship games, December 10th through the 13th. Once again, visit FHSAA.com for the brackets. Make sure you check those brackets. Those will be the official brackets. Those will be the official brackets for the state championship, so check FHSAA.com. Thank you so much for tuning in. We will see you in Miami.
Oh.
Be sure to tune back in at 2. We'll be releasing the brackets for the Florida Invitational Tournament.
Okay, well, I will bring that off stage for now and then bring us up here into a 6-box, so to speak, for the moment.
Yep.
I'm Josh Rosen. That's Christopher Like, Hunter Williams. There's Coach Robert Ron, Irish Bill Hammel, Charles Jones. At some point, we'll have Larry Blustein pop in. We'll have Alan Zlotowski. So it's a who's of people in the media running around here in the state. Oh my gosh, where do we start with this? Chris, I'm going to start with Chris. I'm going to go Chris, Hunter, Coach, and then Irish Bill, and then Charles Jones. Give me a sentence or a word to describe what we just saw.
Interesting.
Yeah, I guess interesting worked for me too.
My word is wow.
Coach?
St. Augustine did it.
I would just say unexpected.
Unexpected. Unexpected.
Never doubted that the system would get it right. That stupid, idiotic decision 2 weeks ago to bump them to 2 for no reason. So.
Yeah, and my thought of the whole thing of the last 2.5 hours has been like this. Take the YouTube penalty for that. Oh my! I'm just. Where do we start with this? Because this is just like. I'm trying to figure out what the whole thing is like. It's insanity. By the way, I can't seem to figure out how to get the YouTube chat to go back on live. So I apologize for anybody that may want to comment on YouTube. It seems like I've clicked everything that says to go, but it's not letting me click it to go for some reason. So I don't know if anybody can figure out how to tell me. That's not on a chat on YouTube or someone else on here. I'll be glad to figure it out. I'd like to bring it back to where everybody can chat, but right this second, does not seem to want to let me bring it back on. So I apologize for whatever reason there.
Felt really lonely in the chat. I'm pretty sure I was the only person commenting for the last hour.
I had to shut it off because it was crazy. It was getting wild in there, and people were just like, it seems like the more I tell them not to do it, the more they wanted to do it.
Yeah, I got in late. I didn't hear that instruction. I apologize.
No, that was not you. That was not you.
I was nice. I didn't talk any trash.
No. Okay, so let's since it looks like we're gonna have this bracket reveal in about 20 minutes for the FIT. This is kind of throwing our timeline off a little bit here because we were supposed to have this, come out at noon where we're gonna have this, probably about 80 minutes or so to speak, of dealing with all of this with talking, breaking it down, and now it's like, here we go. This was basically figure this out. So okay,
you can basically thank First Academy for throwing everything off.
Yeah, it pretty much. And Charles Jones, this is for you down in Central Florida. I mean, what do you make of this whole thing with First Academy? Because it really just just everything just seems like it threw the whole day off. One quarter throws everything off.
Yeah, I think they should have just accepted the punishment and came back in a year or two. You wait to the 11th hour to do this, and you probably knew you were going to do this probably a month ago.
And that's the problem I'm really trying to wrap around. It's like, why did we get here? How did we get here? Why is it that we're here now? It's just now all of a sudden it's like, okay, now we got a set of teams. You got 8 teams in 1A Region 2 that don't even know what their playoff assignment is.
Exactly.
Interesting.
It really, I mean, you feel, how I feel bad. I feel bad for all the other teams and players that they don't know who their playoff assignment is. They're not going to know what's going to happen. They're not going to know until Monday afternoon. And that's the problem. Like, hey, Chris, you said the brackets are on Max Preps already?
Some of the brackets are on Max Preps.
What about the 1A bracket?
The 1A bracket is on Max Preps.
But they're not showing anything for Region 2 right now.
Right.
So how do we get, Charles, what do you think they're going to end up doing here? Let me start with you, Charles, because this is your team. This is your area.
I honestly believe all this will be done for nothing. I don't think they get in the playoffs. I think when whoever makes this decision is going to tell them no. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm thinking. And you would have been wasted a weekend for a coach in that bracket. They could have spent some of that weekend preparing for who they're going to play next Friday.
This is just I think this is the biggest thing that's like really baffling. It's just this whole thing. It's just it really causes a firestorm, so to speak, of okay, because now here's the situation. This is what I'm wondering now. You got First Academy here. You got Gadsden County and Irish Bill. This is in your neck of the woods with Gadsden County. They've got a playoff band. If you're Gadsden County, you're steaming hot right now.
Most definitely, but they've kind of dug themselves into a grave this year. So whatever happens to them happens. I mean, they got this whole season started off on a bad foot, and it just kind of stayed there.
But you got to think about it. They beat Florida High, so they're saying, "Hey, well, we beat Florida High. We would have won the district. We would have been in."
Yeah, but you got to accept your punishment. I mean, you guys, like I said, you guys dug your own grave.
And that's the same thing that I think, people are saying, hey, hey, it's First Academy did the same thing. That was their own grave last year. And this is the same situation. So, I think wondering it's the punishment, but they're saying, oh, well, the punishment doesn't match the crime. So it's like, well, I mean, but now it makes things very interesting, because if the judge does rule that First Academy is allowed into the playoffs, that's going to set a whole nother. It's setting up for a slippery slope, because now you can see Gadsden County come in and saying, "Hey, all right, well, you know what? They said, hey, their playoff ban can be lifted. What about us?"
Most definitely. Once I want to apologize for coming in a little late.
Oh no, you're fine.
I got thrown into babysitting duties at the last hour.
No, you're good. You're good. By the way, Irish Bill, host of Irish Bill's Twist on Sports, also the Buffalo Wild Wings coaches show there in Navarre for Navarre. And unfortunately, Navarre's season has come to a close. Done 1-9, I think, was the season record this year.
Yeah, they finished 1-9, which is a school record low for wins in a season. It's just they could never really come together as a team this year. And Coach Bagley has been dealing with a lot of stuff in the background right now, but hopefully he'll come out of this on the other side.
No, absolutely, here and with everything, with all that and as well. But man, I mean, this is there's a lot to really kind of really go with here and all that. And so let's see if we can get everybody back. We'll see if we can get the channel back on here with the live commentary. Hopefully we can get it back on with everything. But anyways, let's kind of digest what the playoffs are. You said some of the brackets are up, Chris, not all of them.
Yeah, some of them are up.
Okay, you know what we're going to do is I'm going to go through and I'm going to bring up let's see if I can do it this way. Let's see. Okay. So instead of doing it this way, I can maybe do it this way. I'll bring it back up here on the screen here for y'all.
Where was Choctaw ended up getting seated again?
Second in their region. They actually got second. So we'll go through here. Oh, wait a second. What happened here? Why did it take me off? Oh, wait a second. I see what it did. Hold on. There we go. Let's go. Oh, there we go. Okay, what I want to do is this. Bring it this way. That's what I want to do. All right. So there's the rural bracket. There's the first part of the rural bracket there. This is what's a little stunning with me because with everything, because when we did we were talking about the projections here. I mean, rural classification. We'll go through this. We'll probably have to stop once they get ready to do the FIT reveal, which we'll bring to you as well, because I'm interested to see how that's going to go, how many teams actually they put into each of these FIT brackets. But Blustein getting the 1 seed. I was thinking Hawthorne was going to get the 1 seed just because I felt like maybe Hawthorne had played a little bit stronger, but Blustein, they kept that 1 seed. They've been holding that, but I thought maybe Hawthorne had enough to push Blustein out of that 1 spot. But here we are.
Hey, Josh, I want to go over one game Blustein. About 2 weeks ago, they won 59-0. They only ran 16 plays in that game, and they scored on 7 of them. And then they had a pick six of 70 yards. They were out time of possession 34 minutes to 14 minutes, and they won 50-0.
Wow, that is something that looking at that, it really there's a lot there to really digest there. 16 plays when you can only have 16 plays and that's it. So it's 1/8. So it sounds like I've got a message here that says the FIT 1833A may have to be postponed too because of this whole situation.
Yeah.
Because that this makes it really, really interesting. So with all that, so we'll have to see what's going to happen here because this is just, oh my goodness, woof, man, oh man.
Not only do you have one region having to wait, you got a whole bunch of schools that did not make the playoffs having to wait.
Which is going to make things very, very interesting now that 1A, 3A FIT bracket, it can be postponed here. We'll see what happens here as we roll along because, again, a lot to digest, a lot to really get out, trying to figure out here in terms of what's going to happen next and what's going to happen along the way here. But looking at this rural bracket, obviously you see Bluntstown Jay gets in. I had Jay on the outside looking in on this one, which kind of surprised me. Jordan Kroger at the Lake City Reporter was kind of stunned too because he thought Fort White was going to be in and Fort White is actually out. I thought Fort White was going to have a higher seed and sure enough, that's not the case. So I'm interested to line these rankings up with what's on Max Preps versus what's on the FHA because I'm telling you right now, Fort White should have been in.
Yeah, I thought Jay was not going to make it in because their season was kind of up and down, and I just think they had enough to get in.
Yeah, I thought they had enough to get in too here, and that's the whole thing. I'm just like I'm trying to. Oops, why is it? Let me get out of this. I'm trying to get it up to where I can look at the. Let me see if I can pull up my power rankings here because even my own power rankings, when looking at the because I haven't released rankings this week, probably will release after probably go into next week what the final regular season rankings are since now we've got mostly playoff brackets. But looking at it here, let me roll classification here because
led by running back Amari Thomas, a South Carolina. Now, what a season! I mean, 78 carries, 1,406 yards. That's 18 yards per carry.
Yeah. Absolutely, and with all that said, but looking at that Chipley, Madison County, I actually thought, you know what's interesting, and Chris knows this. What's interesting is that I had Madison County and Chipley in these two spots, but I had Chipley in the 9 spot, Madison in the 8 spot. Man, for the defending state champions, now you got to go on the road to Chipley. You don't even get a home game. You're not going to get a home game here in the playoffs unless you like Jay somehow miraculously.
I got a question for you. Madison County schedules out of the classification. Strength coming late.
Irish Bill, your audio's cutting out. Irish Bill,
is them falling to the 9th seed with the schedule that they had? Is their overall record? Is the reason why they moved to the 9th seed?
Yeah, repeat that again. I'm sorry.
With Madison County, their record is a reflection of the schedule that they played. I mean, they played no rule on their schedule. Did that come into play with seeing them 9? I thought they would have been a little higher.
I thought they were going to be at least a top 8 team. That was my projection. I mean, Hunter, you can chime in too because obviously seeing Madison County play this year against Columbia. And then Coach Ron probably can chime in too on this. But yeah, I think this is a little reflective. Maybe the biggest thing would be is that Hawk could be in down there sheer hurting.
Definitely say, like, from what I saw with Madison, I would make the argument that even with their record, that they are the best team in the world class. And I think that even though they're going to probably be on the road the entire playoffs, I think they're the team that's going to come out of that and be holding that championship in the Villages.
Oh wow, that's a good interesting point there, to say the least, on that one. I think that's going to be really interesting to see how that rolls and see how that goes here. Let's see. Let's look at this here. Obviously, you got Taylor County. Taylor County is going to host Trenton. Trenton got a where did I have Trenton at? So looking at it, Trenton, I had like 14. They got a higher seed. 13. They got 13. Pahokee getting a 5. I thought Pahokee was going to be a 4 seed. I thought Pahokee had done enough, even despite the fact they lost to Glade Central in the Muck Bowl. Like, again, Pahokee's like a Madison County. They play tough. They don't have a lot of world teams right here. They are. They're down in the 5, and I don't think I'm pretty sure I'm going to hear from some people down there in the muck that they're going to be saying they're not happy about this.
Honestly, I think the round 2 game between Blustein and Madison County will decide.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how that's going to roll there, because you're right. It will change a lot of things there.
Let's move Hawthorne to the opposite end of the bracket.
It does move Hawthorne to the opposite end of the bracket, and I will go ahead and get that up. There we go. We can see the rest of that bracket here. So we'll bring it up on the screen here. Hawthorne a 2 seed, which, okay, Hawthorne 2, they can settle for that. You got Branford at 15. Branford got hosed. I'll be honest with you. I felt like Branford was going to be the 16th seed. They were going to be the last seed in, just because their strength of schedule usually is kind of weak, and it has been weak. But when you look at it, you see Williston, Lafayette kind of got hurt there. I mean, they lost Chipley, but I mean, they got hurt there a little bit by that ranking.
Yeah, they slid some slots in that poll, because I think the second to the last poll, they were 6 in rule. Now I see that they're a 10 seed.
Yeah, they lost to Chipley and they dropped 4 spots. This is where, like, I'm asking. Yeah, this is where I'm like asking why Fort White, they were in the top 16, and now all of a sudden Fort White's out, and all of a sudden Jay was like 18th, 19th or something like that, and all of a sudden they slip into 16. Like what this is why coaches are asking for transparency in the rankings formula. This is where you're hearing
like that was one of my biggest problems with the rankings, is the fact the lack of transparency, and why honestly we should have kept the RPI and just made like alterations to the numbers.
No. Chris, have you seen anything go up for the FIT stuff yet?
I have not.
Okay, because I'm pretty sure they're going to do it the same way as the Premier, probably. Which I wouldn't be surprised if that's how they did it. Considering that's not really a live stream that they did, it was more of a recorded. And
they probably did that last night and then,
or this morning.
Yeah.
Does this likely put Fort White as the number 1 seed in the FIT bracket?
Well, we'll see how many teams. Here's the thing about the FIT. I'll let everybody else chime, because I've heard there was a lot of rural teams that have said no to the FIT this year.
Oh.
So the FIT bracket will show.
Okay. Oh, it is up. All right, hold on 1 second, guys. Let me get this situated here, and I'll bring this in here for you also. Let me
7 minutes.
Okay. All right. So we'll continue on here. Y'all can still read. I mean, Ryersville, since this is really more your familiar territory with a lot of these teams. I mean, Baker getting in. Baker, Baker 10-0 this year. What an improvement from, obviously. I mean, I think it was like 7-3 last year. But ever since Matt Wilson came back from being this couple of well for the Gators to get back on track.
Most definitely, but this is not your normal Baker team. Normally, they're 3
this
years.
Is a throwing team.
Yes. But they can revert back to that run. So you're going to have to prepare for both for this Baker team.
Yeah, no, it's that is definitely a nice transition that we've seen with Baker, is that they are actually throwing the ball, not passing the ball, not running the ball as often. But again, you're right. They can transition to that when you need to be
Yeah, they got a 1,000-yard receiver in Riley Remfo. He's had a great year. And Wyatt Straight in the backfield has done a great job for Baker
absolutely.
as well.
And we'll get ready to see that bracket coming up here in just a moment here for the FIT. We'll find out that there in a moment here. So as we roll along here, I'm going to bring up the we'll go ahead and bring up 1A Region 1 once I get to that, because, you know, again, it's so crazy that how they did this. It's like you're having to slide through and make sure that you've got it right. Let's see, where do they put?
Nothing like on-air production there, Josh.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure I get it to the right spot, you know, because since they don't have all the brackets up.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
they don't have all the brackets up yet on MacBooks.
all right, so there's that 1A Region 1 bracket, and this is where I kind of get the goods up here. Hold on one second. Chris, can you take this up for a moment?
So we got University Christian and Trinity Christian leading off the Divide 1. So 2 district champs already in that bracket there.
Yeah. So, yeah, district champs. And you know what? You're looking back at University Christian and Trinity Catholic. I was surprised that Trinity Catholic went down to 8. I'm really shocked. Charles, what do you think?
They probably saw that loss to Newberry on Friday. Wasn't that like a 49-10 game or something like that?
But I didn't think that was a warrant for dropping them all the way down to 8.
We've seen crazier things with these selection shows.
Because I don't have enough room on the screen to bring up the other stuff, the slide here. But I had University Christian 1 and Providence 8. I thought Providence would be 8 just because based upon how Providence has played this year. Coach Ron, you may be able to.
What was the question?
Dealing with especially the fact that I thought Providence would have been the 8 seed and not Trinity Catholic, just because Providence, you know, coming into this at 4 and 6, you know, but Trinity Catholic's 4 and 5. I get that, but this whole thing is like just it's really like crazy to think that, you know, that here this is. I thought University Christian and Providence would be playing each other in the first round, but at least I know, looking at this, like the Episcopal Impact Christian matchup was correct, and then Trinity Christian getting the 2 seed. I saw that coming, them getting that seed, and McClay. Northwood Educational I thought was going to be the 7, but I guess the combination of them winning out during the regular season and then Middleburg doing what they did kind of helped them boost up to a 6 seed.
I mean, I don't even think it's a surprise, but I mean, I think that's really, I mean, they're interchangeable. I'm curious to see what the final points looked like and see how close they were. Both aren't taking the easiest matchup. Providence, I mean, it's one of that region is one of those things where there's not a lot of teams outside of the Jacksonville area in that region that are really worthy of to go. When I was on with you, that was probably the only one that I was, you know, we kind of thought that maybe Trinity Catholic would be that 7 seed just for the disparity of it. But yeah, I mean, it's not a massive shock to me. I kind of would have, I mean, if I'm Providence, I kind of would have preferred to just play University Christian and just get it over with. I mean,
yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And of course, McClay getting the 3 seed, I thought that, you know, them losing the body's asking right now, Misty. So I wish I had the answer too, because I thought Fort White was in. I really thought Fort White was in.
That's my upset for me in that region. I got McClay over Trinity. I've had a chance to see Trinity play a couple times this year, and I just, there's nothing overly impressive. I know we talked about that 2 weeks ago, that this time of the year, you know, obviously subtracting the fact that he doesn't have any dudes on that roster, but this time of the year, it's about coaching and your ability to run the ball and your ability to play defense for a really long time, and Virgil and Dormany on game planning and coaching it up. He's I mean, he's seen about every coach you could possibly throw at him, so he's well prepared as a coach. It wouldn't shock me if in 4 weeks we're looking at Trinity Christian in a state semifinal. No, I don't see that coming out of that region, and for that reason, that's one of the bigger reasons why I've got McClay over them in an upset. But McClay would be, coming to Trinity. That's a tough place to play. I've had to coach in the playoffs and regional final at Trinity Christian. It's not fun. Right now, I trust them a little bit more. I know the results are the reason why they slipped to 3. I'm still shocked by that. To me, Trinity, in my opinion, hasn't done anything throughout the season to the same credit we give Madison, but on two opposite ends of the spectrum. Madison, in their losses, albeit I know we keep saying you got to win the games, but in the losses, look who they're playing, and they're holding these teams to less than 30 points. I mean, you're talking 27-14 type games against teams like Lincoln's and the DeLands, and I mean, that to me, Trinity's not doing that. Trinity's losing to teams that historically they don't lose to. So to me, McClay should have been the 2 seed in that region. It kind of shocks me, but
here we go. We're getting ready for let's see. Should be here. Here we go. Hold on 1 second. I'll bring the. Y'all can hear that. Can you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure y'all can hear the audio.
Good afternoon and welcome to the FHSAA Fit Bracket Release. We're going to be going through the rural fit as well as the 4A through 7A and the 1A through 3A. Some important information before we get started. In all the rounds, the higher seed will be designated the host. You will see that in bold on each bracket. And of course, game times are subject to change. So make sure you check FHSAA.com to get those game times and locations. Tickets you can get at GoFan. Download the GoFan app, the official digital ticketing provider of the Florida High School Athletic Association. No waiting in line, no box offices. Ticketing made easy with GoFan. Just buy your tickets right on your phone. They'll tap your screen. You'll walk right into the game. If you can't make it in person, the next best thing is streaming it live or on demand on the NFHS network. Just download the app, subscribe to the NFHS network, and you'll have access to games from all season, including all playoff games.
Game day's here. You try to make it every week, but sometimes life gets in the way. With the NFHS network, you can be there, catching those important moments live while on the go. And even if you're ever with the FHS network, live and on-demand games with highlights and game recaps will be ready for you to rewatch and share with friends and family. 30 sports across 50 states, 500,000 games. One way to get closer to the athlete who matters most, yours. NFHS network. Be in the stands wherever you are.
Let's go ahead and get started with our Fit Rural Division. Florida Invitational Tournament Rural Division. There are some buys on this one.
Okay.
The number 1 seed is
Fort White. There you go. Fort White's into the
rural bracket. They will have a bye in the first round. They will play the winner of Jefferson County. Jefferson County will host again. The higher seed will host. They'll host number 9 Wildwood.
Just to note, all these teams opt in for this.
The winner of Jefferson County and Wildwood. Number 4 seed Moorhaven. Moorhaven will also receive the bye. Moorhaven and Northview will match up in the second round. So both teams with a bye here in the rural fit. So one of those 3 teams will make it to the championship game. Let's go see the other side of the bracket. The number 2 seed is Port St. Joe. Port St. Joe advancing on there, as you can see.
Okay.
They will play the winner of Central Milton and Weewahitchka. So the winner of Central and Weewahitchka will battle it out against Port St. Joe.
Those
number 3 seed, Holmes County. And the number 6 seed, Union County. So Holmes County and Union County will play. One of those 5 teams will advance. There you have the Rural Fit Division.
Okay.
We'll now move on to 4A through 7A. 4A through 7A. This is our North Division. North Division for 4A through 7A. We'll also have a South Division. The North Division number 1 seed is Fletcher.
I'm not surprised.
Fletcher, Neptune Beach. They will host number 8, Land O'Lakes. Number 4 seed, Palm Harbor University. They'll host number 5, Childs.
Childs gets into the FIT. Okay.
Number 3, Matanzas.
Oh, okay.
Matanzas, the number 3
There you go,
seed.
Charles.
They will host
Yes.
number 6,
Barton Trail in. Wow.
Congratulations to
Number 2
Matt
seed
Forrest and
is
his guys.
Tate will host number 7, First Coast out of Jacksonville. There you have it for the 4A through 7A North Division. Let's move on to the South Division for 4A through 7A. The number 1 seed is Dr. Joaquin Garcia, and they will take on Sarasota. So Dr. Joaquin Garcia hosting Sarasota. Number 4, Palm Beach Lakes. Palm Beach Lakes, the number 4 seed. They'll host number 5, Royal Palm Beach. Number 3, Palm Beach Gardens. Palm Beach Gardens, the number 3 seed. They'll take on Centennial out of Port St. Lucie.
Okay. Royal Palm Beach at least got in.
Number 2, Miramar. Miramar, the number 2 seed. They'll host number 7, Fort Pierce Westwood. There we have it for the South Division fit in the 4A through 7A.
So what about 1A through 3?
Game day and every moment matters. Find your team, choose your event, buy your tickets, all in seconds. No lines.
That may be
no
delayed.
hassle. Just tap, buy, and go. Enjoy the game from kickoff to the final buzzer. Follow your team so you never miss a game or update. Then relive the biggest plays with the NFHS Network. GoFan, the official digital ticketing partner of the Florida High School Athletic Association.
All right, 1A through 3A fit.
Oh, we're
North
gonna get it.
Division. Number 1 seed is Dunellen.
Wow.
Dunellen, the number 1 seed. They'll host number 8, Pensacola. Number 4, Wekiwachi. Wekiwachi, the number 4 seed. They'll host number 5, Andrew Jackson. Number 3, Palatka.
Palatka, wow.
They'll host number 6, Wolfson. Number 2, North Florida Christian.
North Florida Christian's getting into
number
this.
2 seed.
Okay.
They'll host number 7, Rutherford.
Rutherford. Oh.
Let's move on to the South Division. The South Division number 1 seed is North Miami Beach. North Miami Beach will take on Dunedin. Number 4, Oasis. Oasis out of Cape Coral. They'll host number 5, Inlet Grove.
Okay.
The number 3 seed is Washington. Washington, the number 3 seed. They'll host number 6, Miami Springs. Number 2, Hallandale. Number 2, Hallandale. And our final team into the fit is Palm Bay. Palm Bay will be on the road against Hallandale.
Interesting,
That
yes.
is 1A through 3A. Don't forget GoFan and NFHS Network. Your ways to watch all playoffs long. And we will see the championship games at the Villages. You can visit FHSAA.com. Looking forward to these games, to all 3 championship games. The Rural Fit, 1A through 3A, and 4A through 7A Fit Championship games. We'll see everybody at the Villages. Thank you for watching.
All right. Wow. Okay. Okay. What do we make of that?
I'm interested to see why they brought up that 3A to 1A bracket early, considering the first academy thing.
Do they? Do you wonder if they have confidence that the judge is going to say no to First Academy getting into the 1A bracket?
I'm wondering that too, because if they have to unload somebody off that bracket, so you're looking at a situation where, what about us? We want to continue playing.
Well, would the simple fix not just be? I mean, First Academy is district champion, correct?
No, they're not a district champion. No. They took the team
They
to
were
the
playing in the district games.
Would the simple fix not just be to shift up the wild card teams so the last wild card team that didn't make it in gets in? I'm like, well, I don't understand. Like, there shouldn't be any upset teams below that team. Whoever was the highest ranked wild card team left out, that's who gets in.
Well, that's the problem. Here's the thing, and let me go ahead and let me bring that up since I should have it up here still. Yeah, let me go ahead and bring that over into that, and I'll do a.
We got the situation is if one team's going to be left out, and if First Academy gets granted into the playoff, that team now has the case to be wanted into the FIT tournament. But the FIT tournament bracket's already released.
Yeah, let me bring this up here. That way I can share it with y'all. So this, and then I'm gonna. All right. So here you go. Here's the situation that you got going on. This is what we projected out. And it pretty much, I think, fell in line like this is what we project out. So the problem is Indian Rocks Christian. Indian Rocks Christian has been projected 7 for a while. Father Lopez is 8. Father Lopez can't give up the 8 seed. They could go up higher depending on how the ranking goes. But for this, Indian Rocks Christian, they would be bumped out. Because where are you going to put First Academy? 3, 4, 5, 6? Because you can't bump Father Lopez out, who's 8. And they're a district champ. So that's the situation that we got going on there. It really, really is one of those interesting things that it's.
Who can say that Indian Rocks is not going to complain? Why can't we be in the FIT tournament?
Because, hey, we were the first team out. Why can't we be in FIT now? So this. Yeah, go ahead, Shaville. Go ahead.
What's going on with the First Academy? Like I said, I was late in. So
okay. So they filed. They got it. They were granted an emergency injunction this morning that basically held up the release of the FHA playoff brackets until 1:00 Eastern time here this afternoon. And basically, that's why we don't have a bracket for 1A Region 2 right now.
Okay.
So they've basically held up the release show for an hour. Basically everything's out. So 1A2 does not have any bracket right this second. So Carrollwood Day can't plan. All these other teams can't plan for their playoff matchup. They're having to wait now until Monday at the earliest to see what's going to happen. And these teams are going to say, "Hey, why are we being held up when we need to be preparing for the playoffs?" Now, I mean, I guess they could. Some of these teams you could start preparing for a potential number, this opponent or that opponent. But really, at the end of the day, is that fair to anybody?
No, it's not.
When everybody else is getting the chance to get ready, all these teams are sitting here told like, all right, hold your horses, wait.
Some of these coaches that have been there long enough, especially the head coaches, back in your district champion, district runner-up days. This isn't bigger than it actually is when you think of the preparation wise. For some of the teams, you should be able to look at that bracket of the who's who and the rankings. And as a coach, you have a fairly good idea of at least, I would say, a minimum of 2 teams you're looking at. And back in those days, really up until week 9, 10, if you're the team that you're the district champ, but you might be looking at some of the other teams in the region. You had a fairly idea between 1 to 2 teams that you were most likely going to play based how that was going. So this really isn't all much different from that in terms of a preparation. They'll pick 1 to 2 teams that they have a fairly good idea. And then once it's announced, if it's different, all you're really doing is you're losing about, if it's Monday, you're losing about 24 to 48 hours of preparation, which stinks. Yeah. But the team that's playing you, guess what? They also lost. 24 to 48 hours of preparation. So it's not a big deal for the coaches. I don't think the coaches are necessarily scrambling right now, especially some of your coaches that have been around for 15, 20 years. This isn't new for their mental. For the players, it probably stinks because they're kids, they're amped up, they're ready to go, and they just want to know. I think the coach is calm. I would be. I wouldn't be panicking right now. You have a fairly good idea. if you're looking inside of that region, especially if you were one of the teams that had a pretty good idea that you were going to be top 5 in that region. You have a reasonable idea. You can pick 2 teams and just be like, all right, let's go ahead. Let's meet this weekend. Let's go ahead and just cover film on both of those teams, what we got, and then we'll go from there on Monday.
No, absolutely. Welcome in the goat of all goats in the state of Florida. Larry Blustein is in the house, and Blue. Yes, Blue is in the house. Blue, man, today's been a whole. You thought, okay, this is going to be normal. We'll get our playoff brackets at noon. Everything, nope. Everything's been everything but normal today. I mean, what do you make of this whole thing with First Academy throwing this injunction in, and now we don't even have one part of the 1A bracket we don't even have right now.
Yeah, welcome, guys. Big day, obviously, and Charles, you were right. I mean, they probably kind of knew that they were going to do this a long time ago. I mean, it's so. And the weird thing is they didn't play any district games, so they're not a district team. So where would they end up if they came in an 8 seed? And then so some poor number 1 right off the bat. Exactly. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, I don't think it's really fair. I think that things like this should have been taken care of a long time ago. I mean, it's not something that you want to wait to a day like today. And I mean, and I kind of side with what Irish Bill said before. Just like Gadsden County, you kind of made your bed, and you kind of know. I mean, it's a little tough to come in at the 11th hour and then try to kind of throw a wrench into everything. But you know what? I'd much rather focus in on like the other classes and some of the other good things that are going to be happening. There's going to be some new teams, I think, in the state championship mix this year, especially with the way Cardinal Mooney and Bowles have played. I mean, obviously you don't want to kind of throw sand on a 3-time defending state champion like Coco, but certainly if you've watched enough football this year, where the power is in 2A, and it's certainly those 2 teams have kind of like, separated themselves. And the whole thing is the thing that kind of continues to mystify me is they tell you to play the toughest schedule possible, and then when you do and you end up 6-4 and a team 10-0 doesn't play a very good schedule, and you get penalized. And it happened in Region 4 2A. Miami LaSalle's nice, but Cardinal Gibbons played Chaminade. They played against Archbishop McCarthy. So there's 2 number 1 seeds right there. They also played against West Broward, who's another 2 seed. So I think that's not the only case. There's a few cases around the state where that happened. But other than that, I mean, you look at 7A. 7A obviously is up for grabs. Venice is really, really good, and they come alive. At the right time every year. I feel bad for West Orange. They had a damn good year, and they're going to probably run right into West to Venice in the second round, and kind of, unfair to them. Coach Gino Thompson's done a tremendous job. I'll tell you a team that it's sort of like they won't go away because they were 3-7, but playoff time comes in 7A is really weak, guys. I mean, it's probably the weakest classification statewide. And you got Miami Columbus, who's 3-7. And if anybody in the state played the schedule they had played, they'd probably be in the same boat. But now they come alive, and they could get out of there. And they could, we were talking the other day, Andre Fernandez and I, he said, would that be crazy if they finished 8-7 and won the state championship? Because, I mean, they're not a great team, but the only team that they lost to in that region is the number 1 seed Palmetto, and they lost only 17-14. So they could easily come out of there and then maybe have a rematch with Venice. 6A by far is the toughest. Them and 4A statewide are just crazy because up top, you look in 6A, obviously, and you have a Buchholz team that really has met every challenge this year. They played Vero, they play Cardinal Newman, then down south, you have all those teams like Southridge and defending state champion West Boca Raton. And then West Broward, a team that I say, if they don't make mistakes and penalize themselves all the time, they're an 8-2 team that can go a long way. And then, and I'll tell you another team I saw during the summer, and Bill, you could attest to it. I saw Choctaw, and I was really impressed with them. And I was really surprised they lost to Enterprise, because Enterprise really is not that good. And I think, I don't know if they took them lightly or they just made a lot of mistakes, but that's a team that I think has that talent and that coaching to come out of the Panhandle.
Most definitely. I think they kind of took them lightly. And it didn't help, though, in the last series of the game. They had 4 offsides penalties on defense, and Enterprise fumbled in the end zone. The Choctaw player decided to try and pick it up and run with it instead of it was game over, and Enterprise recovered it in the end zone, the last play of the game. But I agree with you, Blue. Their defense, I think, is one of the best out of the Panhandle in quite a while.
Yeah. And Frank's done a great job. I mean, he really has. I mean, ever since he came back to coaching, people have to remember there's a lot of people just know him from being an administrator in the FHSAA, but he's a damn good coach, and he's coached before too.
Most definitely. He's one heck of a guy too. I love interacting with Coach Beasley.
Yeah, Panhandle wise this year, I mean, Mosley also kind of like crept up and played, down the stretch pretty well. I mean, they had a pretty good year. And, Niceville, they played a tougher schedule than they usually do. They're not as good as they usually are. They're going to have to come east, unfortunately. And, probably if they win the opening round, have to come back and do it again. It's just tough for a lot of those teams because of the competition level. I mean, sometimes I talked to the Coach Bennett at Escambia, and he was saying the same thing. It's just really tough to continually, schedule like the rest of the state plays, because you're far removed from a lot of those teams, and then you have to start going into Alabama and Louisiana and other places to play your games, and you don't get a good barometer on how the rest of the state is. I think Pensacola Catholic's got the talent, but how far do they go?
Yeah, and they're going to end up running into Bulls as well. But back to Niceville real quick. I got to see them up close and personal last week. They're led by a sophomore quarterback and a freshman running back, Jacoby Gilliard. He had a 1,000-yard season, and the kid's the real deal as a freshman at Niceville.
Yeah, and we all kind of knew that Milton, they were kind of like the paper tiger. I mean, but let's give them credit. I mean, but they won more games this year than they probably have the last 4 years combined. So,
yeah, I'm going to go into this. So is there a particular bracket that y'all want to go to and kind of do a little bit more talking about? Because I know, Blue, I think we all kind of agree. Everybody agrees that 1A is Chaminade's the bracket to lose, basically, regardless, even if we don't have the 1A Region 2 bracket to fulfill. I think there's other brackets that we could look at and say, hey, that 4A bracket, I think, is really interesting to say the least, because, Archbishop McCarthy getting the 1 seed. Who would have, if you told me at the start of the season that the defending state champ would not win their district and not get the 1 seed in their region, I would have told you to get on the turnpike and get out and find I-75 and get out of Florida.
Well, that's what happens when you lose the number 1 quarterback in the country, and then you have an opportunity to play a schedule that is just crazy. But let's also give McCarthy credit. I mean, they played extremely well. They played hard all year. They're only 2 years removed from being an independent team, and they've done a tremendous job. But I know that, having watched Chaminade a lot, and Chaminade's a really, really good team, but don't close your book on True North. A lot of people, nobody in this state knows anything about them. I've seen them 3 times. They're the only non-number 1 seed to beat 3 number 1 seeds, including Jacksonville University, and also they beat Archbishop McCarthy by 30 points. So don't close your book on them. They have a really good football program. They're 8-2. They lost to Mooney, in the beginning of the year, and then they lost to Bishop Verot in a game that they had by 16, and Verot got back. But there's a lot of teams like that, throughout this entire state that have an opportunity, to do some great things. Mandarin, Jacksonville Mandarin is another team, and Mandarin fired some shots. And last week, their coaching staff fired some shots, and I think they were warranted at Reigns because Reigns hasn't played anybody. And and you look, Reigns probably has the easiest road to state of any team, and that's fine. That's fine because when they get there, they're going to get mauled again. But because Northwestern is just at a whole different level. And they've been waiting for him, and they've been watching all the. See, people read the internet. It's not like you can't. And Charles will tell you that you just can't put stuff down, and people are not going to remember it. But
what's crazy, Blue, is the thing about this bracket, which is 3A Region 4 right here on this side, where you see my the pointer moving around here. I mean, it's crazy to think you're going to have Miami, Northwestern, Central in the regional final here, and that I really probably should be the state championship game, not Miami, Northwestern, or Miami Central versus Reigns.
Yeah, well, you know what? Let's give Bishop Moore a lot of credit. I kind of knew that they weren't as good. I mean, when they played Tampa Catholic and almost lost the game, I kind of knew that wasn't the type of team. And then Lake Mary, you see, Lake Mary is the most fickle team in this state. They got mauled twice this year. I mean, the Reigns beat them by 50 points, but then they come back and beat Bishop Moore, and then they come back and have a pretty good stretch. But I'll tell you the Lakeland and Edgewater game, that kind of looms because let's face it, I got my answer about Atlantic last week when I saw them play West Boca, and you're not going to be St. Thomas. I just, I thought maybe last year, they had that 22-0 lead on them in the first quarter. But yeah, having watched St. Thomas Chaminade last Friday night and knowing, what type of team St. Thomas has, and everybody wants to kind of use it as a measuring stick that NFL Academy came over here and Edgewater beat them pretty good. And then Edgewater and then IMG beat NFL Academy pretty good, but St. Thomas only beat them by 3. But think about this. Take 62, 15, 16, and 17-year-old kids to London for 5 days. You know what I'm saying? And after seeing sightseeing and everything that goes along with that, with time changes, different food, for them to only come away with a 3-point win, I thought that was pretty. I thought that was pretty impressive. And but there's a lot of good, like you said, 1A up top. You got Carrollwood, obviously, is a team that not a lot of people aren't looking at because Central Catholic and certainly Newman warrant that interest. And then obviously 2A we talked about. 3A. I just think Reigns has a clear shot. I'll tell you a team, not to jump around, but Kissimmee Osceola, look at their bracket. If you bring up their bracket.
I'll bring up their bracket here.
I think they've got a shot once again to maybe make some noise because I think at least they could win their first 2 games.
Yeah, there you go, right there.
Yeah. So I was looking at that when the bracket was revealed, and they've got a shot again. And they're not a great team, but Charles, that's a team that plays defense, and anything could happen. And I know that they collapsed against Lakewood, which I was kind of surprised because I just you look at some of these teams and they don't play the greatest schedules in the world. And I learned my lesson last year when I thought that Mitchell at 11-0 and West Boca at 11-0 was going to be a great game, and I got home within an hour. I mean, so you never know a lot with a lot of these programs, and certainly you look at, like you said, 4A, Orlando Jones is really playing well. And that's going to be really tough. And then, who comes out of the South? Who does St. Augustine rebound? And I think St. Augustine's really good. And but you never know. You never know when these matchups because. And Bill, when you play teams that actually have a heartbeat instead of playing these teams that you run the clock on, it's a whole different story. And especially now in the playoffs, when these teams, especially up north, are going to have to travel 5-6 hours in a time change. So things are different. Talk about that, Bill, because I think you could probably speak on that more than anybody, because like pace. I love pace. I think they got the best offensive line maybe in the state. They're well coached.
Yeah, you can look at that. We'll go back in history a little bit. We had a Columbia team in Tunstall that came over to Navarre years ago, and nobody expected Navarre to beat Columbia in that game. And Navarre ended up upsetting them. So sometimes that travel will come into play. I think the teams that might have the best chance out of the Panhandle to make a run, I think Choctaw, but they got to go through St. Augustine, unfortunately, and Blustein. I look for Blustein to possibly win the Rural.
Yeah, he's done a great job. You know, coming in right after Bo Johnson, and Bo did a tremendous job there himself. But you're right, and Bluntstown's got dudes, you know. I mean, and they've got guys who have been proven. You know, smaller areas like Weehawken and Liberty County and stuff, they don't always produce those Power 4 kids. But Bluntstown had 3 of them last year. One of them came down to Miami, I believe. The other one went to Auburn, and they've had some talent, and those rural areas produce, especially in the state of Florida. You look over the years at Madison. You know what? I'll tell you, Madison County is another team that could sting your ass a little bit in the playoffs. They played a pretty challenging schedule. Coach has done a great job. You know, I mean, it's not easy, but yeah, talk about that, Bill, because I want to get your perspective, you know, on a lot of those smaller areas and in the rural areas, because those teams play some ball.
They do, and they do have talent. They just don't have the depth that other teams do. But I mean, the Maury Thomas kid, I think 3 different schools in high school, but he's going to South Carolina. There is talent there at those levels. And the Baker team, I mean, they're 10-0, but some of their games not quite as competitive as others. But Baker could make a little run, but I just think they'll
yeah. Well, Brunson's done a great job. I mean, does a great job all the time, and he's had some kids too, you know, over the years that have played. But I like the smaller schools. I like the Chipleys. I like the Port St. Joe's, because they come up with a lot of pretty good kids, you know, as well. Kind of surprised with the Tallahassee area. They don't have that you know, dominating team. Lincoln looked like that they could be early on, but then they kind of fell off.
Most definitely. And I actually me and my team get to broadcast the Rocky Bayou at Lighthouse game tomorrow night, since I don't have anything on my schedule anymore. So the coach Everett Alford asked us to come over and do their game tomorrow night.
Nice. Yeah, I like that. I mean, me too. I mean, tomorrow night I'm going to go see a Sunshine State Athletic Association game with a Westminster Academy and University School tomorrow night. And those are the 2 teams the last 2 years that have been in the finals against the Masters Academy. So, you know, some good football statewide. The smaller schools and the independent schools. And I try to tell these people, you know, just because you don't play mainstream football doesn't mean anything, because you get more competition in some of those rural games or those independent games than you do in a lot of the other games, because that's the one thing you look. And I think I tell people in Dade County, especially, excuse me, that the best thing to do is to play an independent schedule, play, you know, schools of your own caliber, because you're going to continue to get kids out. You're going to continue to play at a high level. You win 9-10 games. There's only 8 or 7 champions in the FHSAA, you know, I mean, so, I mean, if you don't have one of those winners, what's the difference where you're playing, you know?
And to plug my site real quick, if you guys aren't doing anything tomorrow night, you can always turn into IrishBillSports.com, watch Lighthouse against Rocky Bayou.
Nice. You should post it. Post the link. You should post a link so we'll have it.
Yeah, I'll put the link. I'll drop the link in the chat. Hopefully I'll put it in there for you also. Give me 1 sec. I'll do that for you.
I was contacted by Catholic too. Coach Lashley, a former coach at Navarre, his youngest son, Gavin, plays for Catholic. And they asked me to do their first round playoff game next Friday night as well.
Nice. Wow. Look at you, man. You're getting that play. Good for you, though. I like to, I check you guys out a lot. I mean, it's just kind of tough sometimes, on a Friday night, to check a lot of stuff. But at games, when I'm at games, I get you, and I always follow Charles. Charles is everywhere, so I know that. I know he'll be everywhere.
But Josh, we appreciate what you do with the scoreboards and everything, because that helps us a lot up here.
Oh yeah, and I have that, and I sometimes have to get on teams. I'm like, or get people. I'm like, because they put one wrong score in, and they're like, come on now, you got to get better about this. And it's like, having to check down, obviously, checking down with Larry sometimes with scores too, because I'm like, hey, this don't look right. So the scores, making sure that the scores are done correctly. That's the biggest thing here with all that. But so it's definitely, again, looking at all this, I mean, there's a lot to digest here with these playoffs and the FIT bracket too. This is real interesting too with the FIT bracket being, there's 3 brackets now. So it's like some teams are going to experience some postseason play, so to speak.
You like that? Do you guys like that extra, as we call the NIT of high school?
That's what I want to know. Let's go. Let Irish Bill. Let's go around. Let's go around on the screen and get everybody's thoughts on this one with the FIT stuff, because I'm just thinking. Actually, Blue, you what's your thoughts on this one? I'm curious to hear what you think on this.
I mean, you never could deprive anybody of anything, and if that's more film for the kids and an opportunity, the only drawback sometimes is kids go into basketball and wrestling, and because that all starts, this next week it all starts pretty soon because they have wrestling tournaments coming up. I know I have a lot of people in the Panhandle. Andy Siegel, who's over at North Bay Haven, his kid Bear, who is going to be the number 1 rated 171-pound wrestler in 1A this year, which is really, really good. And because I do wrestling every year, and I know how important it is. And the Panhandle's really kind of started catching up over the last few years. I mean, they've had some really, really good wrestlers, but the basketball too, guys. This is. You're coming up on basketball season as well, and a lot of these athletes go right into these sports. They have no kind of break. So, I like it. I like it from the standpoint as you get the extra week or so of practices and get a chance to look at some of your younger kids that are going to be coming back. Mm-hmm. So it's a win-win anytime you could do it from my standpoint.
I agree. I agree with Blue. I mean, give these chances. A lot of people get that this is about the kids. Parents like to insert themselves more than they should, but in the end, it's all about the kids. And if they can get extra games to play and get more film, I'm all for it.
Yeah. What do you think, Charles? Even though Sunset didn't make it in, you got to be.
Man, we need to drop to the FHSAA and quit playing. He's going to Dade County. Joe Patisco was there, but I do
Joe's back again.
Joe Patisco, man.
Okay, man. We might go back to 2015, 10-2. That's the school history. Might get back to that level, but until then, hey, it's always tough on 72nd Street over there.
Yeah, it is.
But I like the fit tournaments, like you say. Get the kids more film, more games. Colleges can see them more. I was looking at the bracket. I don't think a 3-7 Bartram Trail team should have been in there over a 6-4 Lake Brantley. You may say that Bartram Trail, played a tougher schedule. I just looked at their schedule. They did play a few more tougher opponents. And one like Lake Brantley were just playing chumps either. So I don't know if it went into the process or was it just going by the points as far as who got in that tournament?
Well, my understanding is that it was determined on the rankings, but also the schools had the option to decline, and if they decline,
because there weren't a lot of South Florida teams in that thing.
Down there they're probably like no.
No, and Joaquin Garcia was probably the furthest south, weren't they?
Yeah, I think they were one of the further south teams in that bracket. Let me see if
and that's West Palm Beach. So and Lake Worth, and that Byron Walker he'll play anywhere, so it doesn't really matter. So that wasn't a surprise that he was in there. But I don't think there's any Broward or Dade teams that went into
There
that.
was actually. There was, I think, Miami. Hallandale went in, one of them.
Oh, Hallandale went in?
Yeah, Hallandale went in.
Come on, Chris, man. That's your boys.
Hallandale went in. I think there's a couple of Dade County schools that went in there, too.
I didn't see that. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to bring it up here. Hold on one second.
Hallandale had a pretty good year, though. They beat some pretty good teams.
Yeah, there you go, right there.
Oh, North Miami Beach. Jeez, Bertani.
Yeah, North
Bertanis.
So I had a feeling North Miami Beach was going to be the one team left out of that 2A Region 4 bracket, and sure enough, it was. I wasn't even going to try to take it.
They lost the pace. That was what that was the game. They lost the pace.
Yeah, that did them in, and I think they gave Carroll City the district championship because I think because I know Westland dropped right midway through the season, so they had to take that result out. But there you go.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, look at that. North Miami, they're going to host Dunedin, and good for Dunedin. Greg Kleiman there at Dunedin getting his alma mater, getting
Yeah. Okay, I didn't see that. All right, Booker T's playing
Miami
spring.
Springs.
Holy Jesus.
Hey, at least it's staying right there in the local community.
Yeah, that game probably will get 8 people at that game right there. Holy mackerel.
Where at Mylander?
Oh, Hallandale's playing Palm Bay. Okay, all right.
Yeah, and then there's the north part of
Yeah, and Bush has done a pretty good job
that
at
bracket.
Hallandale.
You got Dunellen, Pensacola, Andrew.
Hallandale beat Cypress Bay, which is
absolutely
a pretty big win for them. And I didn't notice any of those teams, but I'm glad.
And here's that
like I said. Hey, Bill, North Miami Beach is like the only team they've been to Niceville twice. He travels.
They didn't fare very well though.
No, they never do, but at least they travel. They went to Auburn, Alabama last year. They go to Lake City, Columbia. They played Lake Mary the last 3 years. They don't like to stay home, so that that's good for him. Good for him.
It was a surprise. Niceville lost 3 home games this year for the very first time as far
probably ever.
Richard Morgan, he's done quite a job with a younger class, but they got a couple of studs. Got a tight end, Max Roach. Has a lot of college viewpoints right now. They always play tough defense.
Hey, another team that I saw when I went during the summer, I was at the FSU camp, was Bay. They got some dudes.
Yeah, Zaboy and Morgan, the quarterback, and they got a wide receiver that's like 6'7".
Yes, they do. Yep.
And
wow.
There's your 3A bracket right here on the screen here. I mean, them getting the 2 seed, no shock there.
No, they're good. They're really good. They've got a shot to get out of that half because Kenny's pretty good and McCullough's okay, but I think Bay's got some dudes, man, and they're big up front too.
Well, what's funny, Bay, is that Bay's still in their kickoff classic, and they just got manhandled. But what I end up finding out is they hardly played any of their players. So we went into our first week picks thinking Bay wasn't going to be very good, and then they started kicking everybody's backside.
I tell you, I mean, they've had some. Yeah, no, they're pretty good. And a lot of those teams, I remember back in the day when Bay and Rutherford used to go at it. They used to be some pretty good teams.
Gracious, yes.
But then Mosley started getting really, really good, and So and a little props to Bozeman too. That was the first district ever, that they won.
Yeah, I think so. And I gotta say this about that 3A bracket. Going back to 3A here real quick. As I laid it out, was projecting, and Chris can verify this as well. But when I laid it out with the projected seedings, everything actually fell right in place as what I thought it would fall. I mean, that actually, because it's sometimes hard to figure out with these FHA rankings. What are they going to do with them? And I mean, you feel like, oh well, this team's going to be out, and the next thing you know, hey, this team's in, and all of a sudden another team is out, and you're like, wow.
Yeah,
I'm anxious because I've seen Booker. I'm anxious to see what you guys think. Is Booker? I think they're pretty good. Are they like Northwestern good? Are they O'Galley good? I'll tell you another team out of that little grouping that could surprise people, and they've probably have had the most hardest luck of anybody is Merritt Island. They've come close, right, Charles? They've had a lot of games where they've come close.
Oh, yeah.
The Cocoa game. I want to say
the DeLand game.
Exactly. 57-51. How do you score 51 points and don't get the win? Yeah. Quarterback throws for almost 500 yards. I think Van Verpaley, if I'm saying his last name correctly, 478 yards passing now.
Yeah, Verpale. Yeah, he's.
Hey, Charles.
I'll tell you what, they've played a pretty challenging schedule, this year, and they've had some pretty good games.
Hey, Charles, we'll go a couple years back when Navarre played Bartram Trail in the first round, and Navarre puts up 55 and gets beat 67-55.
Is that
I can't say 50 points is not guaranteed to win, right?
No, Navarre had over 700 yards of offense and got beat.
Wow.
Holy mackerel.
Like
yeah, I know.
That reminds me of the state championship, that 2B state championship game that year with Trinity Catholic and Pahokee. Robert Love from Pahokee threw for 583 yards and lost.
Wow.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna. Wait a second. Let me go to. Is it the 5?
Speaking of Trinity Catholic, didn't they have a kind of shootout with
University School 22?
Yeah, when Harriet was there.
Yeah,
overtimes. It was like I think it was like 56-55 was the final on that one.
Like that.
And Brantley's son was the quarterback, I believe.
Yeah. John Brantley III is the head coach for Trinity Catholic. You had Roger Harriet, the head coach for University School. Man, that was instant classic right there.
Yeah, that was a great game. A lot of talent on that field too.
Yeah.
You had Freeport and Cottondale that were in the shootout 71-60.
Holy cow.
Cottondale's running back rushed for 400 yards and got beat.
Yeah. By the way, Winston James mentioned, and this is an SSA. I think this was like an 8-man. Actually, no, yesterday it was actually an 11-man game last week in one of their lower brackets. They had an 86-56 game last week.
Yeah, that was Canterbury, and I forgot who they played. I want to say Oxbridge. I think the running back ran for over 500 yards on like 37 carries and like 9 touchdowns.
I'm like, oh, hey, never mind that Mitchell put up 80 last week, by the way. So there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Their quarterback, I think he broke a county record for TD passes or something within like a half.
He had 9 in the first half.
By the way, I gotta give a shout out to the Fighting Larry Bluesteins, North Miami, getting in that playoffs once again. There you go.
Yeah, last year they got St. Thomas in the first round, lost 56-0. So maybe they'll get a little bit better fate against Atlantic this year. But what about the Fighting Josh Wilsons there? They're in there again.
You're coming down to Daytona. You're coming down to see us. Daytona, they got mainland.
Man, I'm actually stunned on this one that Middleburg drew mainland, and I thought they were going to go to 6. Lincoln was 9 in the last rankings. They bumped up to 8, because obviously they're district champ, but for them to go up that high, wow. And then oh man, Niceville, sorry, you got to get that now. You got to order buses and get on the road on I-10. Woof.
I'll tell you what, the job that Coach Wolf has done with Middleburg has been great.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's done a great job.
Absolutely. But you know what? I will say this for Middleburg, at least it's not a trip to the Panhandle like the last 3 years have been. At least this year you're going, almost 2 hours down the road, I-95. So, hey, if you come in with a great game plan, you have a chance against mainland. I think anybody, hey, if you come in with a great game plan, you have a chance.
And the props go out to Ronnie Douglas at Milton. They were 0-10 last year.
Yeah.
Yes.
This year. They basically running an athlete at quarterback in Caden Hall. I believe he's a Florida commit. One heck of a talent, but they go into this game. They're gonna struggle because they don't throw the ball very well.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Look at that other side of that Region 3 bracket there, where Manatee, 4-6. But I mean, you want to talk about a 4-6 team that played a tough schedule and was good. There you go. That's one of them right there.
Yeah. Well, you're right. But they did struggle against a lot of teams, but they did play, they played Bosco, St. John Bosco this year, and they played kind of a tough schedule. I think they went up and they also played. Listen, I'll tell you what, you talk about a team that wanted smoke. I don't think a team better than Buchholz, because I'll tell you what, they took on everybody this year. And I got to give Whitmore a lot of credit for what they did. I think they're going to be a force. What do you guys think in 7A? Does it come down to DeLand, Vero in the north, or what?
Let me bring that Saturday bracket up here.
It'll be DeLand and Venice, I think, first, and then Vero
It'll be DeLand and Venice first.
Palmetto in the Final Four, at least. Okay. Thinking prematurely.
Guys, I'm gonna have to bow out because my granddaughter.
Oh no, you go ahead. Appreciate you, Irish Bill. We'll catch you soon here.
All right, Bill.
All right, Bill.
All right. That was Irish Bill there from Irish Bills on Sports there from the Panhandle. But here's that 7A bracket. Here's my concern. I know some of y'all brought up about Vero Beach. Here's my thing about Vero Beach. The last couple of times that I know that when Vero Beach has had a really, solid year, be 8-2 or 8-2, 9-1, obviously 10-0 this year. You think they're going to go deep run, and they somehow they somehow collapse somewhere around the second round. I'm worried about that. I'm worried that are we going to face the same thing with this Vero Beach, or is this a Vero Beach team that's actually going to finally get to the Final Four this year?
I think, man, Dr. Phillips may challenge him.
That's my there's my thought right there.
I saw
the other team. I think the other team. I think look in that bracket is Jupiter. That I'm eyeing. I'm like, okay, maybe Jupiter's got a chance to beat them.
Yeah, Crabman's done a nice job. He's 19-1 in the last 2 years in the regular season, and he's done a great job. And they lost to Dr. Phillips last year.
Yes, I remember that.
But it's going to be. You see, I saw Dr. Phillips opening the season. They got crushed by Dillard. And then last week, they got lit up a little bit as well. I wonder how my friend Brad Lord is going to do, because I'll tell you what,
South Lake.
Yeah,
let me go to Region 2 here. Actually, let me pull up the other.
He's done what a great job he's done. You guys have been to Groveland. There's not a whole lot going on in Groveland, so for him to do what he's been able to do, I think has been great. And I give Brad a lot of credit. And Charles, remember at our camp last January that you were at, they had a lot of kids there. They had Kelly, the quarterback, they had the linebacker. Yeah, he's done a really good job. I love Brad. I think he's a real, he's a real good coach. He loves his kids. He promotes them real well. And they got a shot. Plant right there. And that's the thing, because Osceola defensively is going to be tough.
Oh, yeah, they play good defense and they run the ball, which is a good recipe in the playoffs.
Yep, South Lake would host too.
Yeah, look. And speaking of 6A, since we're talking about 6A, this Region 1 bracket of 6A. Ooh,
I'm trying to see if my eyes are bad. So
that's loaded. That's loaded. Let me. I can probably blow it up here a little bit on my end. But you got Buchholz Oviedo in the 1-8, Nice Oak Leaf in 4-5, Mandarin Crestview in a 2-7, and Pace Evans in a 3-6.
Yeah, Oviedo's another team, Charles, who could bite you in the ass. They beat Evans and
for the district championship. I was there, double overtime game. Yeah, I mean, they got some pieces. They got Galliano at quarterback. They got their Swiss Army knife, Brock Joyce, and then Greg Rodino. He's a pretty good coach in my opinion.
Yeah, he's done a great job, and by losing, that sends Evans out to the Panhandle to play Pace.
Exactly. Woo, that's a long ride.
But Oviedo didn't really get a good draw. You got to come up and play the Fighting Whitmores now.
Yeah, well, you know what? Whatever it is. I'm sure that he's just happy to be in it. And then the winner will have the Nice Oakleaf game, and both of those are pretty good. But Buchholz is tested, and that means a lot to me, I think, especially now.
Well, I mean, considering that Buchholz's only losses, last second loss to Vero Beach, that's it. I mean, when you look at their resume, I mean, you got on the bus, Friday night, Friday, and you came all the way down to Cardinal Newman and you beat them 34-30, and it's like, well, hey, okay, if you can do that, you can do almost anything.
Yep. And Palmetto looks pretty strong in that top half. It's just that they're going to have to kind of worry about West Boca on the bottom half.
Oh yeah, and see that one kind of stunned me there about that with West Boca in that Region 3. Like I kind of like okay, West Boca beating Atlantic, that should have been enough to put them to 1, but it wasn't.
They thought it would be, because remember they beat an Atlantic team that was undefeated.
Right, and that's what I thought. I'm like,
at home, at their place.
Yeah. So, like, to me, it's like, okay, well, they should have jumped. And I'm like, okay, what's the comparables here between West Boca's schedule and Palmetto's schedule? And it's like, well, What is the signal? Does the strength of schedule metric and the whole ranking even matter at this point? That's what I'm wondering. You know, maybe we should go back to what they did in 99 and 2000, seed the playoff rankings, use the thing, and at least everybody knows how you're going to be seeded.
Well, go tell them that, man. That's they listen. They listen to you.
I tried to tell them to bring Metro Suburban back, and they didn't even listen to me. So,
well, I mean, if I had to pick two favorites in 6A, I would say Southridge versus Buchholz, because Southridge was almost there last year, controversial ending, but I think they're coming for everything. Well, I can't rule out Armwood, but
I was about to bring up Armwood. Armwood seems like they're the sleeping giant in that region.
I don't think anybody's sleeping on them, Chris. They're pretty good. They're, the last year they kind of tripped up. And you got to look at Osceola last year. Osceola had the toughest road to get to state because they had to go to Buchholz, they had to go to Armwood, and they won both of those games. I just think that Armwood's too big. They're well coached. They got athletes. Their secondary is crazy. So they're going to be a tough out, definitely. But I agree with you, Charles. Southridge, I watched them play a couple of times. The big game is when they played Central. They got up on them 20-0 in the GMAC game, and then they had to hold on, and they took them into overtime and lost. But you're right. But I still contend that West Broward, if they don't make mistakes, can play with anybody. And because they're loaded. I mean, they got a bunch of kids, that I think they use the transfer portal more so than anybody in this state, and they got a ton of kids. But that 6A is just no joke at all.
Yeah,
look at Monarch. Look at Monarch. Monarchs played Bowles. They went up and played Bosco in New Jersey. They played St. Thomas. They played Chaminade. So that's another team you got to keep a little bit of eye on as well because they're road tested.
Yes, these regional finals in 6A are going to be something else.
Crazy. I'm telling you, 6A and 4A is going to be nuts.
Osceola and Armwood, perhaps Southridge.
Let me bring up that 4A bracket here because you mentioned 4A. I mean,
that's another loaded gun too.
I mean, especially that Region 4 bracket. I mean, goodness gracious. I mean,
especially all four of those teams for the second straight year in the district made the playoffs, and that's kind of unheard of in this state.
No, it really is, and that's going to be because I'll tell you right now. The thing is once they determine how many teams are going to be in each district going forward in the 6+ world that they're going to do going forward, we may not see 14. You may not see 4 teams going out of a district anymore. So that's
right back. So knock at the door. I mean, in a row.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine.
It's probably your son wanting to get in. But yeah, I'll tell you another game. Jensen's had a really, really good year, but Norland's so athletic, and and Norland goes on the road to play them. I think Jensen, Caffey's done a tremendous job, but is he ready for all that speed that Norland has?
Oh yeah, this is going to be an interesting bracket to definitely watch there, but.
You look at that bracket. American Heritage and Dillard meet up in the second round. Blue, what's your take on Dillard's chances of beating American Heritage?
Yeah, Dillard's 10-0 there, Chris. But you know what? They really had their strength of schedule isn't what you had hoped it would be, and Heritage is probably just starting to come back around. They had a really tough schedule. They had a lot of those injuries. I think they could have beaten St. Thomas if they had that run, if the kid Bueno was healthy. But this extra week, I think if it helped anybody, this extra week off has helped them because they'll hit the playoffs. I think they have a real good shot to beat Carroll. That'll be a home game. Grudy's done a great job with them, but so that'll set up week 2. And we'll see. But I'm not going to take the foot off the gas with Plantation because remember, Plantation beat Archbishop McCarthy. They were the only ones in that they beat them 28-27. So yeah, that's pretty in Hialeah's, Tony Smith's done a really good job, but I think Archbishop is one of those teams. A lot of people don't know about them, but they're only going to get stronger. They're really, they're well coached. Coach Pugh's done it this first year, but he's been with the team for a while. Got a lot of talent. They're the only team. They're the only high school in the state of Florida that has an indoor.
Wow.
Not many of them do. But yeah, that's Yeah, you guys got some. And then up north, hey, listen, I love Auburndale, but I got to go on the road, unfortunately, because they didn't win the district.
And playing at Booster is no easy feat for a lot of teams.
Not at all.
That's
Not
like
at all.
Again, that one.
And Deltona and Jones. I think Jones is peaking at the right time. Zephyr Hill, congratulations. They had a great year, 10-0, and they should get by Rockledge. But he's done a great job, and then they'll have to play Lake Wales, which will be,
You're not giving Johnny Wilkinson a chance there with New Smyrna in that 3-6.
Lake Wales pretty good, but you're right. Johnny's got 8 wins, and he's done a nice job. But everybody kind of knew when he came from Cocoa, sooner or later, that he'd have New Smyrna playing in the playoffs every year, and he does. And then, up top, St. Augustine, obviously, Arnold hasn't faced anything like that before. Ed White and Pine Forest should be a nice one. And Ed White's had a good year. It's just they've been in a tough region and tough I think Choctaw comes out of that Booker T game, and then they'll host most likely Columbia. And Columbia's had a pretty great year. People don't understand. They're still 8-2. They got beat by Bowles. It shows you how strong Bowles is, 31-0. So, and I'll tell you, I've got a chance to see both Mooney and Bowles, and it's just going to be tough for anybody in 2A to beat them. They're just so strong. And I know Bradford put up a great fight, and I know Coco, you can never take Ryan, in his team. But I'll tell you what, if you ever saw Mooney's front, their line is crazy. The 6'6" young quarterback is really, really good. They're stacked all over. And then you look at Bowles. Jesus, they got like 9 Power 4 kids on the team. And then Mark Edwards this year Xander Edwards, the son of Mark Edwards, former 49er. That guy went off at running back for a sophomore at 6'2", 220 pounds. He's a beast.
Yeah. He's a beast.
He's an absolute beast and a great kid. And another guy that he's like an All-American lacrosse player. So he's done a great job. Also plays, I believe, basketball. But there's some pretty good teams. This is going to be, I think that, I agree with Bill about Choctaw. Maybe they were looking ahead, because I know Enterprise wasn't that good, and they were kind of favored pretty heavily in that game.
Yeah, Choctaw was favored in that game, and that's what's kind of baffling. It's like, okay, how did you drop this game when you should have won that? By the way, Coach Ron, refresh me quickly. I think the Ed White Pine Forest game is a rematch from last year in the first round.
Correct.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting to see how that one goes.
Yeah.
By the way, they apparently said they broke Ed White broke the regular season state record for points scored in the regular season. They broke Apopka's old record.
They did
537 points.
Yeah.
How many?
He's got I'm telling you, Johnson's got a sneaky good team at Ed White.
They got
you
kids.
already know how I feel about St. Augustine. My state title game is set based on how I think the reseeding is going to go. I think it's St. Augustine and Jones in the state championship. I can see it going a couple other directions on the Jones side of things, but I don't see anybody in Region 1 outside of Choctaw. That's
remember, Coach, last year St. Augustine had to travel south, and they had to go play Heritage last year.
Yep.
Right.
So that was their only thing, and that's, you always got to be leery about teams that have that athletic ability like New Orleans and Heritage, even though they're 5-5, because they play those crazy schedules. Right. But you're right. I watched St. Augustine. I thought they were as good as anybody. The Maury and Wingo kids at a whole different level.
Yeah, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. I mean, they're one of the teams that I feel like it's fair to mention them across the state that through every week they've looked consistently the same. Yeah. They didn't look. There was never a drop-off game for them that they just kind of looked. They looked consistent. They always looked prepared and ready. I think they're a notch better than they were in that playoffs last year. So it's really down to the reseeding. The way I saw it reseeding in my projection after the brackets came out, I went and wrote through it. I had them on the home side of it, but that's all based on who I thought was going to win in some of the other games. So it could shake it out if they get a south trip again. yeah, I mean, I could see them losing the state semifinal like last year. It is a different matchup for these North Florida teams, and I hate the flack that a lot of these North Florida teams get, where they, yeah, we don't play a lot of those teams. Well, I mean, it's the same reason for the Panhandle teams that don't want to travel to the Orlandos and the Tampas. Well, we're not trying to travel to Miami either.
No.
So and it's the same distance for us to get to Miami as the Panhandle is to get to Orlando. So it's one of those things where it's like I get it. There was some guy made a post today in our area where he brought up some teams in the area, the Mandarins and the Rains, and then he started listing all the teams that don't play Mandarin and Rains, and he cherry picked teams. It was the same guy also put up Rains, Northwestern, and Central's like kind of like their best games. Yeah. And he put all the great Northwestern and Central matchups. But then when he listed the Rains matchups, he listed that they played Ribault, Yulee, and Trinity Christian and NFEI. And I'm like, so what you're trying to do is make Rains look bad when you didn't want to mention that Rains played Madison County. You didn't want to mention that like the Rains didn't play a difficult schedule, but
They did play Lake Mary, and Lake Mary.
They did, and they play Lake Mary. And Josh will tell you, I'm from a North Florida guy. I'm dating somebody that her daughter plays down there, and so I've been going to all their games this year for the most part. And that is a team that they're driven by Noah Grubbs. They have an excellent outside receiver. Yes. Defensively, they've got a couple of underrated studs in the secondary. The front really gets after the quarterback. For a bunch of kids that don't really have a big name, they get after the quarterback pretty good, but they're well coached. I just think for Noah, the biggest issue I've noticed with him in the 3 games they lost was that when they're going up against a top-notch secondary outside of number 4, the tall guy out at receiver, all their other receivers are under 5'9". So what they'll end up doing is they almost have to give up their run game with O'Shea and line him up in the slot so they can at least get some size mismatches on some linebackers, but now makes you one-dimensional. So interested to see the way I see it shaking out. I think they win their first 2-round games. Getting it home, that crowd is crazy at Lake Mary. They get loud. The student section's always nice and packed. It's a great environment. That regional final game is going to be, in my opinion, a very similar matchup to the losses they have. They're going to face a team that's going to hit them in the mouth and that isn't scared of them. And Noah never looks uncomposed. He always looks composed when he comes to the sidelines after a mistake. He looks like he forgets it instantly. It's the guys around him that get frustrated. And I'm curious to see. I think Lake Mary's is one of those teams that if Noah Grubbs, who we all know is a prolific quarterback in this state, historically speaking, it runs on his arm. If he opens up, then I think Lake Mary can surprise some people because, to your point, 7A is the weakest class in all the brackets. There's no excuse why, if Noah Grubbs, you're a 5-star quarterback going to Notre Dame, turn it up. Push your guys to be better. Put your guys in good spots. Throw better balls across the middle. That's his biggest weakness right now. And I get it. You have shorter receivers, so that window across the middle is good. But that's up to the coaches too. You got to stop designing so much stuff up the middle. That kid's getting eaten alive trying to be, Noah's about 6'3", 6'4". You're throwing downwards to a 5'8" receiver.
Yeah.
What do you expect? Of course, he's going to overthrow half those balls. So, I'm curious to see how Lake Mary shakes out. That's a team that I was there for that Rains game. That was when I'm very close with Maslin. We went to school together growing up, and the phone call that I got on the bus ride back from playing Northwestern last year. When I tell you that 2 days later, he showed up to the building at school, and about 90% of that roster coming back, including guys like Solomon Thomas that hadn't left the building yet. The guys that are leaving were getting the underclassmen, and they were back in the building working out voluntarily.
Nice.
They played pretty. I mean, they're playing pretty pissed off. They haven't. The Madison County game might be the only game, and that's the credit to Madison County.
They're a
That's
good
the
team,
only
Madison
game
County.
on their schedule that they were like, they didn't put up 50 points.
Yeah.
So
I know
this-
Mandarin took him to task last week on the video. So
Yeah. Well, and that was to be expected. I thought that was going to be the game of the year for North Florida, and it turned out to be. It's the two best teams. I mean, North Florida could do better at having their better teams play each other. Some of these teams, like if you're a Middleburg, there's no real excuse for you to leave the area. Schedule, man. No, I'm just using Middleburg because I'm a Clay County guy, but like that's the first team that came to name. If you're a Fleming Island, when people throw Fleming Island to the smoke, listen, that program has fallen off drastically.
yeah.
But I hate when people throw. That's my alma mater. I hate when people throw smoke at Fleming like we don't play anybody. Well, historically speaking, I mean, we needed a breather when we played Tim Tebow and Ted Stachaitis for about 6 straight years. So, give us a damn break. We played the Osceolas. We played the Mainland. We played the Lakelands.
You had to bring up Tim Tebow.
We played the Kyle Parkers at Bartram Trail with the 4 straight fade balls to lose in the regional final, and I'll never talk to my coach ever again for that.
Kyle Parker was really good.
Yeah. Oh, man,
Great.
to
His
tell
mom
us
was
that
a great lady.
we ran the ball all the way down the field on a 2-minute drive. We did not throw the ball one time. And then we got to the 6-yard line, and our OC wants to call 4 straight fade balls to the corner.
The only thing I think that Range could have done this year is played that opener. And you see, I understand that that they didn't have the field ready, but Miami Central offered to pay for their buses, put them up for 2 straight nights, and feed them, and they still wouldn't come.
Yep.
And I thought that really kind of hurt them from a, from a PR standpoint, because
It did. Nobody around here. I mean, I'm a Maslin guy. I'll back my guy, but that I stayed out of that conversation. I didn't call him on it. I think I know why he did it. It is more of I think he didn't want to go down there.
Yeah.
Once that had been decided, the last thing he was willing to do was pass up a home game for that. Basically turn that into a road game that ultimately they were probably going to lose that game at home anyways. But what's the point in sending your boys down there just to get their ass beat week 1, knowing that you've got to still play the rest of your schedule behind it where they...
No, I hear you. But they scheduled the game. That was the only
scheduled,
thing.
right.
They scheduled the game, and that was what, if they didn't schedule it and all of a sudden someone said, hey, why don't you guys go down there and play Central? And then he goes, oh, no, I can understand that. But they scheduled the game, and both teams were really looking forward to it.
Range is like the New England Patriots of North Florida. Nobody likes them. Everybody hates them, and everybody wants to talk trash about them. So
happens when you win, right?
But you can't beat them if you're up here.
I'm sure they don't like bowls either, but you know what?
Well, they won't play bowls right now for whatever reason. So
they were supposed to. Remember, they played them last year. Yeah, no, when Pentland came down, I saw him. They played up against True North down here, universities. They got guys. They're just not as deep as they used to be. That's the whole thing.
There's no Desirio Riles at quarterback.
No. But they're well coached. They got the
same
same dudes that have been coaching with him for years. And
that's important.
And he even said he wants to. I'd love to come down here every year. I'll play teams like I want to play the Miami teams because it gets us better. Remember, they came down twice because they played them and then they came down and played Key West.
Yeah.
So,
that's right. Late in the season. Yeah.
So I give them credit. I give teams like that credit. People want that.
They're one of those rare teams. Being that they. I don't know how many. It would be some deep homework to do, but how many private schools in the area also have a Pop Warner middle school program attached to the school?
Probably
so a lot of the kids in that program go all the way back to their U5, U6 days playing at University Christian Pop Warner. Then they play for the middle school. Then they play for the high school. So growing up around those coaches, it's no shock that the staff stay together, but it's no shock that they're just consistently a good team. They're a team that most teams outside of normally Trinity Christian, most teams don't want to see in that region.
No, I don't blame them.
Yeah, because Penland's always, I mean, from dating back to his daddy, that program has always been.
And they're big up front, and they're
yeah.
bigger, and they got some really good athletic kids. They got that junior lineman is a beast, and and a lot of parents, and I know from not just there but around the state, a lot of parents want their kids in an atmosphere like that. No matter how really, you look at the kid Xander Edwards. I mean, that kid, remember before last year, he was known more for what he did on the lacrosse field. And then all of a sudden he grows 3 inches and probably one of the best backs, if not the best back in the country for 2028.
Yeah.
And Bowles is loaded. I mean, they're loaded. They should never lose any games.
No.
And
It's a scary
so is
team when
Mooney.
they get off the bus. They get off the bus and they look like they're just that much bigger than you. You're not surprised by it.
Yeah. No, you got Burrows and you got a 2 power 4 linemen and you're loaded. But you know what? The only thing, the Jacksonville area, and you're right, they don't seek the teams don't seek out the smoke. They much rather just play the comfort zone teams. Right. They much rather, play Englewood. They much rather, play Sandalwood and teams like that instead of Reigns saying, hey, listen, we're going to go out like Lakeland did this year and went and played De La Salle. You got to give them credit. I mean, they went all the way across the country to play them, and that's the one thing that I think separates a lot of the South Florida teams because they want to play those teams from California. Yeah. I mean, look at St. Thomas. They play Mater Day, the opening game of the season. And I know that St. Thomas recruits, but Mater Day recruits nationally.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
But I think a lot of the team, I admire what Mandarin's done. They've done a really good job maintaining. I mean, Bullock's done a great job. You take a look at what he's done, and he's got cats, man. He loses Jamie French, and then he comes up with a freshman who might be one of the best ever.
He's that kid in middle school. I'd heard about him in middle school. I think his 8th grade year, he was already sitting at about 6'1", 6'2", and he showed up at the Jags 7-on-7 event that they put on there, and we were up there for that, helping out up there, and we did the combine beforehand, and the kid's arm from the right hash throwing 7 out routes to the left side at 8th grade. I was like, well, Toby's sitting over there, and I'm looking at Toby. I'm like, how do you feel? And he was like, I'm not losing my job anytime soon. I was like, well, that's a good one.
No, but they do. They've got some good. I mean, and to me, like teams like Ribault, who fell off so dramatically over the last decade, and
they can't get hiring right over there. It's tough to get hiring right over there. They went from hiring the middle school coach to come up there. Then they promoted their DC to the head coach. Yeah. Now they're going to be I've heard they're letting go of him. They're firing him. They're going to look for another one. It's tough. From the community talk, to me, the biggest sense hire that it would make over there is to either try to pluck someone from another school who's had success as a coordinator, or go the alumni route. Find somebody that's passionate about that program, that was there from the days where they had success, and get somebody that wants to build that program. That's what Reigns did. Reigns wasn't necessarily ever bad, but hiring Maslin was the best thing they ever did. That is a guy he's born and bred in that program, born and bred in that community. And I knew the moment they hired him, it was a matter of time before all the kids in that area were going to transfer. TJ Cole's a Ribault kid.
He's a freak.
I coached him at Ribault.
That kid is probably one of the best kids that no one talks about.
Yep. He's an excellent athlete. I know he just committed to FAMU the other day.
Yeah.
Super proud of him. I was there on that visit with him to FAMU when he got that first offer. So that was super proud of him.
He's a difference maker. And even last year when they're getting blown out against Northwestern, he's still doing his thing.
Still doing it. Just unreal. But I have a feeling he's going to kind of move to maybe move to the wide receiver spot. It's something they talked
Whatever
about
it
early
is, he'll
on.
do it well. I'm sure.
Because with his feet, he's a special athlete. But I'll say this, and then I got to hop off here.
Yeah, go ahead, because
but,
Josh wants to say something. I can
well,
see.
I got. They actually posted the rankings. Actually, that all the rankings. So
Power. Who's the number one seeds?
It would be the number one seed would be Carrollwood Day in that 1A2 bracket. Actually.
So Carrollwood Day is the number one seed overall.
Yeah, number one seed overall in that 1A2 bracket. Clearwater Central Catholic would be 2. Based on this, First Academy, depending on that court injunction thing, they be thrown into a 3 seed.
That's pretty nice. That's pretty generous, for not having any district.
But yeah, Lakeland Christian in 4, OCP 5, Melbourne Central Catholic 6, Victory Christian would be 7. Indian Rocks would get left out if that's the case, because Father Lopez would be at 8.
Lopez district champ.
Yeah, so
yeah, Father Lopez beat them. That's right.
Hey, Coach, since I know you got to hop up, I was going to get everybody. I was going to kind of do a little round robin of who do you think might win each of these classifications. Now that we have the brackets. Do we still feel like we're at the same before, preseason, or are we kind of changing our tune a little bit?
Let me give you I've already gone through 1A through 5A. I haven't done 6 and 7A, but rural, I'm not going to make anybody happy here. That's my guy down there, down the highway from me. I'm taking Hawthorne over everybody. I don't give a damn. And if I didn't, he's not giving me Thanksgiving leftovers. So, Elias Ingram, I love you. Chaminade, don't need to talk about anybody else. In 1A, I got Bowles over Gibbons. In 2A,
oh wow,
I got Northwestern over Rains. It's going to be a better game than last year.
Yeah,
but
sure.
I just can't pick them. To your credit, what you were talking about, you take that trip down south. The upside of that is that you've already played someone of this caliber. The late game, cool. I mean, that's a high caliber team. It's not Northwestern. It isn't Central. The Lake Mary game, high caliber team, not Lakeland or Central or Northwest.
Yeah.
So it's a better game. I think they're hungrier because of how last year happened. But I don't see them winning it. 4A, I got St. Augustine over Jones. And then 5A, boy, man, I want to take. I'm stuck between Edgewater or Lakeland getting out of that Region 2, and the winner of that game is my pick over St. Thomas. And then I'll give you 6A. Boy, I like Armwood out of 6A. I want to go Buchholz. I've been a big fan of that program, but it's tough.
Let me stop
going off Armwood the way they've looked this year has been really tough.
Who did you have 4A and 5A again?
4A, I had
Jones and
St. Augustine over Jones.
Yeah.
And then 5A. I'm gonna if it ends up being Edgewater and Lakeland, that's an Edgewater home game. So give me Edgewater on the edge, and then I got Edgewater over St. Thomas.
Oh wow.
And then 7A, I got Venice over DeLand, which I know is going to make everyone in my Lake Mary kingdom so happy with me. But thankfully, none of them are listening because they don't care. So, but I do think Lake Mary gets to that DeLand game, and like I said earlier, that's a if Noah Grubbs is playing Noah Grubbs football at his highest peak. Lake Mary's in the state championship game against Venice. I just, because I've seen 2 of the 3 losses, I see what they look like against those caliber teams, and I don't know if everyone around him plays well enough to beat a DeLand on the road. But he's the type of quarterback that he can will a team to a victory. So, we'll see. But he had an opportunity to do that against a couple of teams this year, and it didn't work out in his favor. two things, two wild card teams that I have. One from our area up here in North Florida, and then a team that played Lake Mary and beat the absolute dog smack out of them. Our local team that I think is a wild card is Beachside. The schedule really sets up for them to get down to mainland. They've seen Ponte Vedra. It's a rematch in round 2 if they can get there. I think they get that round 1 win. I think that round 2 game against Ponte Vedra, I mean, obviously, like, Ponte Vedra's going to be favored in it, but being inside of that Beachside program this spring, coaching over there before I stepped down to stop coaching altogether, they're a really well-coached team. I mean, you're talking about Pete Duffy is a California legend out there in California. For that program to get a hold of Pete Duffy, it's how quickly they've risen from a brand new school to where they're at right now. The sky's the limit for them in the next 2 to 3 years in that program. But they got a good team.
I saw them during the summer. They got talent.
Yep, senior quarterback, Division I quarterback. I know he's a group of 5 kid, but
good size tight end. That kid could catch.
Oh yeah,
yeah, good size.
So, absolutely. Surprised. I don't see them beating a mainland if they get there, but what a run it would be this quickly into that program's history if they can get a run to the regional final. And then once you get that late in the playoffs, man, it's anybody's game. Even if you're playing against the good teams, upsets happen all the time, and that's a Beachside team. And then the out of the area team, I'll give a shout out to the Evans program. When they hopped off the bus pregame for Lake Mary, I kind of knew it then. They're a big team. They have a lot of size up front on both sides. Good skill players. They have a corner that was matched up with 4 that is a freak athlete at that spot. He high points everything, and 4 had the size matchup, and he picked him off twice, once in the end zone. So that's an Evans matchup. I know they came in that 6th seed, but if we're looking at a March Madness perspective,
they got to go to Pace, and that's the bad. Pace's offensive line is the biggest in the state. I don't think there's a
But that's what I mean. When you talk about the Pace O line, which like you said, probably if not the best top 3 O line in the state, going up against a sneaky Evans team that size up front they have is good. And that D line getting to go against that O line every day in practice for Evans, they're not going to walk up to that Pace-O line and be like, "Oh my God, these guys are just so big." No, we see this every day. They've just got to want it.
I hear it.
They played Lake Mary, boy. They sure as hell wanted it for 4 quarters. They beat them up and down the field that game. Lake Mary just never looked in it. I think they were kind of coming off that Seminole win and how emotional that win was the week before, and coming down the wire that way. I think they rolled into that Evans game not taking Evans seriously.
Yeah.
And that's a detriment on the coaching staff. Coaching staff's got to get those kids riled up, because you can see the Evans game coming into it. They're undefeated going into that game. I mean, I don't know how you don't take them seriously. So
that 7-hour bus ride and the time change, coach, is it's pretty tough.
I would pick Pace if gun to head right now. I'd pick Pace to win that game, but it
could be
would.
good. No, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me
more
if Evans
athletic,
goes out
though,
there.
I probably would say.
It's definitely going to be a fun game to kind of keep track of, because Pace has got athletes. They've got the size up front. And then Evans has all. What's going to come down, like you said, is the time travel, and that's it.
Yeah.
Because Evans can match them for everything they have. They got the size up front. They have more than enough skill players on both sides of the ball.
Running back and all that.
Oh yeah, that kid at running back is.
Yeah, he's big time.
Tough runner.
So I've got your picks written down, Coach.
Thank you. I'll probably finish in last. I'm a North Homer, clearly. No surprise.
All right, Coach.
Coach, it's good seeing you.
All right, Coach.
Love you. Josh,
right.
I'll call you later, Josh.
All right, you take care. All right, Coach Ron joining us there, and I gotta get it here. I'm gonna start with Charles. Charles, where are we going with your picks here? Because I'm curious to what Charles Jones has got here in terms of picks for these after these brackets. I mean, I think the chatter's not going to stop for a while with what happened today.
Okay, well, I'll start from the rural classification first. I like Hawthorne and Madison County to meet in the final yet again, and I'm gonna go with Hawthorne in the rural classification.
Wow.
Even
Okay.
though, Madison is battle tested. Just look at who they played, and they're the only team to give Reigns an actual run. Everybody else got smashed by them. So, but I just can't count out Cornelius Ingram and his guys. So in the rural class, I like Hawthorne over Madison. All right, now 1A. See, it depends on this situation, right? I mean, I like Chaminade Madonna yet again, but I don't know who they're going to beat. Is it going to be Carrollwood Day or TFA? If they let TFA in, that national schedule that they've played, man, they might. I'm not going to say they're going to waltz through the 1A playoffs, but they'll be very battle tested. And I think it'll come down to either them or Carrollwood Day for whatever team is going to take home the runner-up trophy.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. All right, moving on to 2A. Oh, goodness. 2A.
2A is interesting.
Yes, I like Cardinal Mooney to get there. And my thing is, will it be Bradford or Bowles? I am going with just because of their defensive prowess. They probably got more shutouts than anybody. If you look at the last 3 years, man, I don't know how many shutouts they have, but it's a lot of them. How many times they've held an opponent to single digits. I like Bradford versus Cardinal Mooney. And I think the Tornadoes get their first state championship in a while.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yes, I like what Jamie Rogers is doing over there in Bradford County.
Okay.
Over there off Highway 301. I like what he's doing over there, especially from the defensive standpoint.
All right. What about 3A?
I think it's Northwestern over Reigns once again. I'm not picking against the Bulls. And I think that Reigns could have better helped themselves if they could have played a tougher schedule. And I don't know why they didn't play Mandarin. Y'all in the same city. Those are two elite programs in that same city. Why didn't y'all play? And I understand why Mandarin was saying what they were saying. I was echoing.
By the way, you're talking about Mandarin. By the way, I don't like Mandarin. By the way, because I've been accused of that. Apparently, I don't like Mandarin.
Yeah, I like the Bulls over. It's a home game for them. It's down in Pitbull Stadium. It's not the Mecca, but it's not that far from the Mecca. So I like Northwestern over Reigns in 3A.
Pitbull Stadium be Mecca 2.
4A. I think this is the year. This is finally the year. Let me see. 19, 20, 21, 45. 7 years. Like the last 7 years, Jones have been to, I want to say 6, at least the semifinal round 6 times. I know another time they lost in the regional final. And they've been in the state game a couple times. Like maybe this will be their 3rd trip. I think this is the year that Elijah Williams and his group finally hoist the trophy.
Wow. I like it. Okay.
And as far as this may be an unpopular pick of who they're going to beat, I think it's a rematch with Plantation American Heritage. Some people, they're 5-5. Like, look who they played before you talk about 5-5. Just look at their schedule. Look at it.
It's a gauntlet. It's a gauntlet.
Yeah, exactly. Man, some teams would have came out of there 0-10, 1-9, 2-8 tops. 5-5 with that schedule. I got nothing but respect for that, and that just lets me know that when you get in the playoffs, they're gonna have faced teams, the caliber of teams that they played in the regular season. So I think they go back. What was that? I forgot what year that was when there was a 5-loss Northwestern team that won the state championship with Sam Brooks and those guys when Max was at the helm at the West. So I like Jones over American Heritage, a payback game. That might be the Central Florida homer in me. So.
So 5A. You heard Coach go Edgewater, but are you pumping the brakes on that, Charles?
I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm yanking the emergency brake. I'm going with St. Thomas over Edgewater. You know, I don't never pick against Roger Harriet. I never have. Even the times that they have lost at state, I think wasn't that many times. What was the last time against Lakeland in 2018 when DeMarcus Bowman went crazy for like 240 some odd yards? But no, I don't pick against Harriet. I like St. Thomas over Edgewater. I like Edgewater to get there, but I don't see that trophy coming back to Orange County.
Wow. All right, 6A.
All right, 6A. Yet another trophy in South Florida. You know, somebody might look at you, South Florida homer. Hey, so what? I grew up down there, but I know how that football is down there. I like Southridge over Buchholz. I think Buchholz wins a close one versus Armwood in the semifinal matchup, and I think that it'll be Southridge and Buchholz for the championship, and I think Southridge brings another trophy back to southwestern Dade County.
Pearson,
I just remember last year where they were like, ooh, they were there, and I think that if that game turned out differently, they would have won the state championship last year. No disrespect to Eric Pinales and Kissimmee Osceola, but I think the Ridge would have beat them convincingly, like what's his name, Wes Boca did.
No, absolutely. Yeah, and then 7A. Ooh, does Venice get a repeat, or is this or are we looking at another Rick Darlington run out of DeLand, or are we looking at something else completely?
Yeah, I like Darlington. I like that single wing. I like his backs, but I'm taking Venice. I am taking Venice, and this might surprise you. I'm not saying this will be it, but I think Palmetto gets to the state championship game.
Miami Palmetto. Wow.
Yes.
Yes.
Go on and say you want to say your Dade County-isms are coming out.
Hey, all right, Blue. Blue. How are you thinking of all this? How are you thinking that it's going to shape up between the rural, the villages, and then down everything else at Pitbull?
I'm just going to give you the winners. Everybody knows who they're going to play most likely. I think rural. I think Hawthorne wins it. 1A Chaminade, 2A Cardinal Mooney, 3A I think Northwestern will win. 4A, I'm going to go with Orlando Jones. 5A, I'm going to go with St. Thomas. 6A, I'm going to go with Armwood. And 7A, I'm going to stick with Venice.
Wow. All right, Chris, you're up on the docket.
The chalk. That's what they call the chalk in betting.
Chris,
okay. So for the world, I think Hawthorne's going to win the state championship there. For 1A, I got Chaminade. 2A, I have Bradford.
Wow. You and Charles must have something with the Dairy Queen over there on 301.
3A, I'm going Miami Central.
Ooh, Central.
Wow, okay.
4A, I got St. Augustine. 5A, I got St. Thomas Aquinas. 6A, I think Armwood's going to do it. And then 7A, I'm torn between Vero Beach and DeLand.
Okay, good picks. Good picks.
So which
Go ahead there, Josh.
So which one? There, Chris?
Give me Vero Beach.
Wow. Okay, Vero Beach for a first state title in like 40-some years.
81.
Yeah, that
Who
is.
you got, Josh? Go ahead, man.
You know what? I'm going with trusty little old Hawthorne on this after everything that has panned out in the rural and rural there. I'm definitely 1A Chaminade until somebody else finally beats them. That it's pretty much a clear cut. 2A, the way Mooney has played, I love Bradford. Don't get me wrong. I like Jamie Rogers, what he's done. Yeah, and Bradford, they got some good people there. But Cardinal Mooney, they're just sorry, Coco, you're not getting Ford this year. No, this ain't happening. Give me Mooney for their second state title in like what 3-4 years now. Yeah, so yeah, it's second title. It'll be second title in 3 years. Give me Mooney for that one. 3A. Until somebody proves otherwise, Miami Northwestern in the in that 3A bracket. Now 4A. This is where it's really interesting. Does American Heritage find the magic in the playoffs? I don't know. That's a big question mark. At St. Augustine, maybe that loss to Mandarin fires off a whole storm, and they go win their second state title and their first in over 20 some years. Actually 20 years on the market to be actually on that one. Or is it Jones? I mean, these are several formidable teams, and at the start of the year I would have had American Heritage repeating as state champs, but right this second this is harder, and I'm gonna roll with Jones here. I mean, we could potentially, hey, what's the chance of saying, hey, there's a Jones St. Augustine matchup in the state championship game, because it's very possible that could happen depending on how the seeding goes.
Yeah, well, Malachi Tony ain't walking through the door, so that's
the thing.
Gables now.
That's the thing. 5A. It's been St. Thomas all year. St. Thomas still. I mean, you're rolling now, and so at this point, 6A. We've had Armwood and Southridge. Well, I'm going to throw you one, and I think they can finally do it this year, given the way they have played. Give me Buchholz for their first state titles in 30 plus years.
All right.
It's 90, huh?
Not a bad pick, believe me. They're road tested, but yeah, I can see it.
I could see it, and that's where I'm like, give me Buchholz, because I feel like that this is, hey, you've been here 4 times. Hey, what's the 5th time? You've been to the state semifinals 4 times. You know what the path is. And this one, I'll say this about Buchholz. I think, okay, Armwood's good, got talent, but I think when you start really looking at the schedule, it's who's Armwood play versus what Buchholz has played, and I feel like Buchholz has kind of gone a little bit more of a tougher path along the regular season schedule versus what Armwood had to do. And again, some of that's not a fault of Armwood's. Obviously, they have to play that tier scheduling in Hillsborough County and all that. But 7A, then I would have had Venice repeating, and I still think Venice can get the state title game, but man. There's just something about this DeLand team that just really is like pulling me to them. And give me Rick Darlington to finally win DeLand's first state title in program history this year.
Coming back to Volusia County, so we got a trophy coming back here. Okay, it's been cooking up. I feel like what it was going to take Rick Darlington a few years to finally kind of get the mold around that program to what he wanted totally. But that wing tee, he loves that single wing tee ball. And that's the big thing. And for me, it's just especially the way the fact. They came out and that okay, your game got postponed. You're up 14-0 in the first quarter, and you just come out and you completely do you just obliterate this total demolition derby on Spruce Creek. Hey, oh well, yeah, that's nice. Yep, all right, we're just gonna finish you off and say goodnight.
Here's a good question: if there's one team that if you just said I'm gonna take this in any of the classes, that no one said anything, that you already had your picks. We all had, yeah. But what team do you think it wouldn't be surprising if they won?
Ooh, that is a good question in all of this. Ooh,
I'll give you mine.
Okay,
Tampa Jesuit.
You know what? Jesuit has played.
They have played a very challenging, and their only loss was to Valdosta in Lowndes County.
That's
a good team.
Jesuit, yeah.
But go ahead, tell me what yours would be.
Who I haven't mentioned?
Yeah.
Just any team that you've already mentioned that you already get, but just like you had a hesitation and say, you know what, this team would win. I think this team could win.
Bowls.
Not that they're going to, but just this team could win.
I would say Bowls in 2A.
Yeah, that's a great pick too.
I would go with Bowls in 2A as well, because hey, you know what? They have.
Oh, they got talent.
Yeah, they got some kids.
They got talent, and I think the biggest thing, if you're any team going up against Bowls, is how do you got to be able to stop Xander Edwards. If you can stop Edwards, you have a legitimate shot at winning. If you let them roll all over the field, you might as well just go ahead. If you're the visiting team, you might as well just go ahead and have the bus get started before.
You better have a cornerback for Burrows too.
But if there's any team out there that I think could win it, and nobody's mentioned them yet, it's West Broward.
Okay, that's a good. Listen, that's not an out. I'm telling you, I've watched.
Because West Broward
just make too many mistakes.
You just get the thing is for any team in the postseason. You just get it's 95% up here. It's the 5% physical on the field. If you're making mental mistakes, you're going to lose a game. It's the penalties. It's the things. If you can control what you do mentally, the physicality will take care of itself out on the football field. That's just it. It's simple. So, it's a game of inches. We know that. So I'm you know what this is what's going to make the playoffs fun. See who what we thought maybe at the start of the season. Now here we are. A lot of our picks are different than what we were going to be. I thought Madison County would make a run in rural again. Now their pathway is not so easy.
Okay, I got a question. What is the most exciting matchup week 1 in the first round that I got to get to that game?
Oh man, that is a good one.
You got some this will be a running clock, but it's a couple good ones out there too.
I'll tell you the game that I'm going to end up going to: Matter Academy and Coconut Creek.
Oh,
nice.
That's a good one.
Look at you in Grady County.
There's an underrated matchup in 5A, I think, that in Region 1, it's Beachside and Milton.
That'll be interesting.
I like that one too.
I'll throw this one out here for you. The rematch of Naples and South Fort Myers in the first round.
Yeah.
Because South Fort Myers got Naples in the regular season. And guess where? That was at Naples. Guess what? Here you go. You're right. Here's rematch round 2. Can South?
Well, I get to go to a couple of games because there's the Matter Academy game is Thursday.
Oh man!
And then I'll pick out a Friday game to go to. I don't know. Maybe I'll go ahead because there's really nothing on Friday. Everything else is kind of a kill game. So it's but that seems like that because we don't have stadiums like you all do. So we have to play multiple stadiums.
I mean, another one I'll throw out here is that Nice Oakleaf game. That'll be
a good game.
That Nice Oakleaf, that'll be an interesting one, I think. And then you know what? We haven't really mentioned these two teams, but Leonard and Mitchell in that 4-5 over on in the Region 3.
Sounds like a person, Leonard Mitchell.
Leonard, yeah. That's good, Blue. That's good. But Leonard and Mitchell, that one will be interesting there, I think, as well.
Yeah, both of them have played pretty well. I just think that, we'll see. Well, I got to run, guys.
We're going to wrap this up here anyways. But, Blue, appreciate you taking some time. Appreciate it. You got a lot of thoughts, a lot of analysis. And, next week, the second season really gets underway outside the SSA teams. They're playing this week. So
okay. All right. See you guys. See you, Chris.
Charles. Take care, Blue.
Take care,
All
guys.
right. Man, that is fun to have. And Charles, we're going to wrap this thing up, buddy.
Yes,
you got thoughts?
Oh man, when I was saying exciting matchup, I want to see South Lake and Plant. South Lake hosting.
That one is interesting. South Lake, and then of course, it looks like, by the way, real quick, those FIT matchups will actually be on Thursday. So
we get something on Thursday and Friday.
Yes, they will be a third. Yeah. So some interesting, all the FIT games are actually going to be on Thursday.
Oh, so I'll probably go up to Matanzas then, get with Coach Forrest and his guys, see what they do against Bartram Trail.
Yeah. So some teams getting a second life on their season. So, but no, appreciate it. Again, we had to shut the chat off earlier. Got it kind of calmed down now finally with the YouTube chat. Everybody kept going.
I don't know what they were doing earlier.
Man, they were going so nuts. I had to all right, we got to shut this thing off for right now.
I'm sitting there trying to ban.
But yes, man, I'm about to go. I got to go put these brackets together. Go ahead.
I got to put stuff together too, and I got to go check on the kitties.
All right.
But anyways, appreciate it, Charles. You take care.
Man. Appreciate y'all having me, man. Appreciate that, fellas. And hey, second season is here. Let's do it.
Yeah,
we'll have you back on again here as we progress through the playoffs, because we'll definitely have some deep thoughts that we really have to go through on this stuff. So,
yes, sir.
All right, you take care, Charles.
All right, you guys do the same.
All right, you too. All right. So yes, indeed, man, what a show! We've been on for almost 5 hours.
Yeah, and some of the most unexpected 5 hours too.
Yeah, considering we should have been done by now. I mean, but this was definitely one of, I mean, whew, man, the day's been interesting to say the least.
Yeah, First Academy throwing that thing out, that threw a really big monkey wrench into the whole thing, and then.
Oh, you thought everything was going normal? Y'all thought everything was going normal? Yeah, that was like a. No, wait a second. Hold on. I'll take the stinger hit for this. That's exactly what it felt like today. That's exactly what it felt like today.
Yeah.
Oh, everything's gonna go normal. Everything's gonna go normal. Anything's gonna go normal. Yeah.
You wonder why they waited to do what they did when they did it.
I'm trying to figure it out, but anyways, man.
Hopefully, by the morning, I'll have some printable brackets out on the site.
Yeah, printable brackets. They're actually going to look better than even any brackets I can put up on the website. But printable brackets there, and I will be off the grid for the next few days after tonight, or maybe tomorrow morning at the latest. But after that, I'm off the grid the entire weekend. Actually, getting out of town for a couple of days. For something that was already planned for, it's been planned for over a year now. So, but anyways, yes, time for lunch or dinner at this rate. Anyways, appreciate everybody watching. Thank you so much for all the interaction, all the comments, everything today for the Drive the State special edition with the playoff brackets. We'll see you. We'll have more, and we'll put all the stuff up on FloorHSFootball.com here tonight. And we also got a Gold Nugget article in the works too, so stay tuned for that as well. We'll see y'all next week as the second season gets underway here in the Sunshine State. Thank you, and have a great afternoon and evening.